Leonplatzer.
Being carved to start off with.
Perfect landing. Does she come away? She comes away with that.
Oh my goodness.
Beautiful laybacks.
Welcome to Surf City, El Salvador for the 2023 Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We are going to be sending surfers to the Olympics this week, 4 men, 4 women. We'll be finding their qualification. But before that, we've got a lot of heats to get through. It is a great day here. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside the 88 world champ Barton Lynch. And Barton, we've seen some great surfers down to the beach getting into the mix this week. Are you excited to be a part of the action?
I'm so excited. This is one of my favorite events to be a part of, and the fact that we're qualifying people for the Olympic Games. One from Africa area, one from Asia, Europe and Oceania is very exciting, and the Olympic Games has become the premier thing in surfing. It didn't take very long for that to happen.
That's right. Of course, we saw the success at Tokyo in 2020, and it was just incredible. And now we get to see teams coming together, getting some of the greatest coaches of all time as well in the mix, Barton Lynch.
Shane Dorian there, years on the world tour into an incredible big wave surfing career. There's young Aaron Brooks this morning. We've got some great conditions, always consistent here in El Salvador, always waves, and today's no different. You can see the young Canadian representative Aaron Brooks there, one of the superstars of the surfing world, or rising superstars of the surfing world.
Yeah, it's been great to see that crew. You know, you got those rising stars. You've also got those surfers coming from around the world that are just excited to be in the mix, to be able to showcase what type of surfing their country is developing behind the scenes, as well as those that already have, say, an Olympic gold medal like Carissa Moore in the water this week.
That's right, or a 3-time champion here at the ISA Worlds like Sally Fitzgibbons. So the Australian team, a US team looking very strong, but as you said, the important part is all of the developing nations that get the opportunity to bring their best surfers to this event, and those surfers, whether it's a small country like the Philippines, they get to surf alongside the best surfers in the world. Speaking of which, there's Ryan Callanan warming up this morning right there.
Well, it's making it look so fun. We've got a little bit more wind, but we'll have a chat through those conditions in just a moment. And you could see there's still plenty of great waves rolling through as we've got surfers that are getting ready to paddle out for that first heat. We will be starting out here at La Bocana at Podium 1 with our men's opening round. We're going to be running through 24 heats of that today. Down at El Sunzal at Podium 2, we will be running through our women's opening 24 heats of the day. Taking a look at our schedule, we had the opening ceremonies yesterday. So fun, Barton, to be a part of that. Of course, now we've got a good 8 days of competition ahead of us.
Absolutely, and to see all the flags lined up there, that particular shot right there is beautiful, and 63 nations coming together to celebrate surfing this week. You know, from the the power nations in the world, Australia, Hawaii, Brazil, USA, Brazil, all the way down to brand new nations. 4 nations here for the first time as well, so that's amazing.
Incredible. We've got a bunch of Olympians here as well. We've got 28 Olympians. Billy Stearman was there on screen just a moment ago, being one of those. As we take a look at our conditions today, the forecast that we're looking at, 3 to 5 feet in the swell. A little bit of wind that's popped up early though, Barton, with that east-southeast direction. What do you think that's going to do to the conditions in comparison to what we've been seeing?
When it's lined up, you've got a distinct right and a left here at La Bocana. Today it's a little more broken up, and there's quite a strong storm bank, a cloudy bank out there sitting over the ocean. It's got a little sea breeze coming on shore. It's still smooth on the face, so that's fine. There's going to be a lot of opportunities, which is the good thing. There's sort of a peaky nature to things because of that wind that we've had, breaking things up. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities. 4-man heats here today, 20-minute heats, and the same down at the second podium.
And there we can see Podium 1, La Bocana, great cobblestone bottom, A-frame peaks. When it's good and clean, we were seeing through yesterday and the last few days, looks a bit like trestles, nice A-frames, lefts and rights on offer. Today it's going to look a little bit more like an onshore trestles, but there's going to be plenty of scoring potential for surfers like these. Coming out of Portugal, we've got Kika Valesco. Olympian Yolanda Hopkins there as well. A couple of really strong surfers on their women's team. And they're going to be out there competing at Sunzal today, which is that right-hand point break just down the beach. Nearly walking distance, but a little bit to get yourself through on the rocks on the beach. So different type of wave, but another great wave here in El Salvador and Surf City.
As you said, they're so close together. It's got to be said, both event sites are beautiful. The construction that we're getting to work in is amazing. First class, so first class facilities, first class waves, and the competition's going to match that for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge week of surfing. We've got surfers coming from all over the world, 297, nearly 300 athletes here this week as Barton and I get to call to action with it. We'll have Chris Cote, Mitch Salazar joining us here in the English booth, as well as Jess Grimwood in the mix as well. So we've got a fantastic team to bring you all the action, and we just can't wait to see it get all underway. We're just waiting for the call for that first heat of the morning.
Yeah, it can't be far off, that's for sure. And like we said, consistency here is the great thing that brings the opportunity, as we see our first men's lineup right there, round 1, heat 1.
Very exciting. Portugal, Venezuela, and Switzerland with Guilherme Ribeiro, Jose Lopez, and Fatin Habashi paddling out that first heat of the event nonetheless.
Yeah.
Always a little bit challenging to maybe be first heat of the morning, but even first heat of the entire event.
Yeah, it's always challenging, and it's always been referred to as the guinea pig heat because it's that heat that we have to watch, and everybody gets their ideas and formulates their strategies based on what that first heat shows. The judges set their scale, so we get to understand that. So a lot riding on the first heat as we see some serious folk there on the top deck.
Got a great local organizing committee here in Surf City. El Salvador always pulls out all the stops to be able to make sure that we are welcome. We've got great food. I mean, the entire setup here in El Salvador is incredible, and the surfers have been really enjoying the time here so far, as well as the rest of us. If you are tuning in, no matter where you are in the world, be sure to check out ISAsurf.org. It's where you'll be able to find all the live action, as well as look up the bios of these incredible surfers. If it's a name that you've never known, there's going to be a write-up on them on the ISAsurf.org website. You can also check out YouTube, Twitter, or Instagram at ISAsurfing. Be sure to hashtag ISAsurfing to be up to date with everything that is happening and to be able to see what these surfers have been up to this week.
Absolutely. My first time. I think I hear a siren in the background. Shannon, looks like we're underway.
Very exciting. Underway for heat number 1 of the 2023 ISA Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games. And it's going to be a huge week of surfing. We will be rounding out our finals day in about 8 days' time. And until then, we will have 297 surfers battling out for that coveted gold medal for 4 Olympic positions for the men, 4 Olympic positions for the women, based on their continents of Africa, Asia, Europe, and Oceania. And in the mix of that, we're going to get to hear so many incredible stories and get to see surfing displayed from all around the globe in the most international event that we could find ourselves at.
And you and I had the privilege of going to Tokyo, calling that Olympic Games together, and so we understand what an opportunity that is. Here we go, paddling.
All right, strong paddle, up and riding. First wave of the World Surfing Games this year. Nice snap off his backhand for Fatin. Goes down after the first turn. Gets that first wave underway. Nice and speedy off the left. And putting themselves into position now, our surfer in red, Guilherme, looks like he's taking that inside position, which does mean if he opts to go on the left, Barton, he'll have the right of way over our surfer in blue, Jose.
Correct. The surfer with the inside position closest to the breaking part of the wave has the right of way, and here he goes right now having a look at this one.
All right, second wave of the morning. Nice snap to start on his backhand. Start setting it up for something more critical here. Vertical turn for the second maneuver, and he'll kick out.
For Fatin, there was 1 turn, 2 turns in that one. You imagine the early start just gives you that opportunity to, like they say, get the feet in the wax, get rid of the nerves, and the sooner you start putting scores on the board and you're in that opportunity to start being selective then and starting to build on your wave selection.
All right, well, let's talk about this one.
Drops down, nice low stance, bend to the back leg and snaps out of the top. Showing some great form there, only 1 turn, but great signs early for the Swiss surfer.
Guilherme up and riding on his first.
And a beautiful big re-entry, a couple of turns there as well. So you can see the ruffle on the surface of the ocean. You can see the sort of unevenness in the line of the wave, which is that sort of stormy condition that we have out to sea affecting the ocean's conditions. But it creates opportunities and gives you things to hit when it's like that. So I feel like this is a really high performance type of day today. We're going to see all sorts of action.
It's going to keep it very exciting. 24 heats today for our men's round 1. We won't be able to finish that entire round because there's just too many surfers in the draw. We have 48 heats total for men's round 1, 36 heats total for women's round 1. And on the women's side of the draw, we do have a record-breaking 132 women, a total of 44% of competitors overall, which is an incredibly outstanding number for the push of the ISA to include that gender equality across the map as well.
Yeah, it's, 46% is incredible, isn't it? It's so close to that 50-50, and as you said, 48 heats. In the 48th heat, the very last heat of the round, we see Kanoa Igarashi for Japan. That's going to be something worth waiting for.
Some great surfers that will be coming through. Now we're waiting for some scores, and there we go. First of green, Fatin drops in as a 2.67, kicks things off. A 4.83 for first of Guilherme, who's now paddling into his second ride. So opts for the left once again. Patient as he times up that first turn, but just pushes those fins a little too far.
And it looked like it was a shorter ride, so on those shorter waves where the wave's going to be, not give you a lot of turning opportunity, you may as well go for something big if you're going to get a decent score. So that's the sort of surfing that while you fell, a coach wouldn't be too worried about that because the signs were good.
Jose Lopez now of Venezuela with his first ride. Snap to start.
Wow.
Up into the lip on that second turn.
That was a difficult section, wasn't it? You could see the white water on the face of the wave. It looked sort of bumpy and difficult to read, but he had no trouble at all. He timed both of those turns absolutely perfect.
Now, what is it about that white water that makes it so difficult to negotiate?
I suppose you imagine that the white water's aerated and it's sitting on top of the water, and you've got this foamy aerated surface that you're on top of that can mean that the board can move underneath you and not feel as sturdy as it will feel on a clean green face. And so it does offer another element of challenge, and you're always looking for the green face. Those green faced waves are what's going to score better and make the performance easier to execute.
Quite picturesque as well. Scores to come through for first of Lopez of Venezuela, a 0.93 to back up for Ribeiro of Portugal, has him sitting in the lead. Fatin currently sitting in second for Switzerland. And Ribeiro having another look here, staying super active, looking comfortable in the water this morning. Hits the section for that first turn, and he'll go down in the white water. So looking to just stay active for Guilherme, gets his third wave underway. Like you were saying earlier on, we've got 20-minute heats throughout the day, Barton. So quick, without a lot of time to really adjust to any mistakes. For some of these heats today, it will just be 3 surfers, but a lot of them will have 4 surfers in the water. And with those 20-minute heats, priority's got to be super important, Barton.
Oh, it's so important. And to explain priority, back in the old days, early days of professional surfing, there was no priority. And obviously, in a free surfing lineup, you take turns, and the person who's been waiting the longest, it's their turn. In competition, once those sort of gentlemanly ideas are out the window and it's about winning and losing, things got hectic, and people would be paddling around each other, paddling to people's insides, stealing waves from each other, and things got quite aggressive really in the lineup. So they created the priority system. Originally there was a buoy put out the back where you had to paddle around that to get the priorities. We see the replay of this first ride. This turn was so impressive. The timing was beautiful, and the judges thought so as well. It's straight up into that lip. Great surfing. Here's the second ride. Nice foam climb there, pumping through a flatter section and into a closeout turn. Does well to make that 2-turn combination for Blue. That was a great wave.
Couple of scores, a 4.33 and a 3.5 for Lopez, sets him up in the lead now above Ribeiro. And back to that priority conversation. Back in the day, you used to have to paddle out after catching a wave around a buoy. I mean, would that just use up all your energy as well? And
waste time, and you could be paddling out and around it to get the priority and the best wave of the heat come through while you're not even in the lineup. So it was a complicated thing, and it took some great strategy to manage that part of it. But then it became allocated where you didn't need to go to the buoy, and obviously the positioning of that buoy was always complicated, and it was fraught with problems, and so the allocation of the priority based on whose turn it is a great innovation, and that's the way it's decided here.
Fatin now up and riding. He's looking for a 3-2-4 to take that advancing position. Goes down in the first turn, so he'll fall shy of that score. Of course, today we don't have any elimination heats happening. We do have a repecharge round that runs through at all ISA events, which means there's a second chance opportunity. And for whoever falls out in that third place position today, they'll fall into repecharge round 1.
And the repecharge is such a fantastic idea because, you know, you imagine traveling all the way from all over the world to El Salvador. You surf one 20-minute heat, and then if you don't advance, you're on the plane back home, or you're supporting your teammates. Disappointing. So to have an elimination or a repecharge round and be able to go to there and have that second chance is really, I think it's one of the most important things about this event and the development of those, you know, nations that are coming up, because it gives their surfers a couple of chances at least, and that's a strong element of support for the developing nations that exists in this format.
I was having a conversation yesterday with Natasha van Kruinen from South Africa. She's a competitor, is competing currently on the WSL Challenger Series, but she's here this week for the ISA on the Athletes Commission. She's going to do a fantastic job just connecting with surfers around, but we were talking about that strategy that comes into play, and she's such a great competitor, and she was saying if you make it through the first heat, she always feels like then her nerves can settle, but that first heat, regardless of the conditions, of the break, of anything, is always the most difficult mentally, specifically, to make it through. Yeah,
and that was one of the things that came out of our meetings yesterday was that this organisation is owned by the national federations around the world. It's not a privately owned thing. It's not a business. It's not about money. It's for the development of the sport. And all of the nations have a say in how things evolve and grow. So that's a powerful position that the ISA finds itself in. And then with their ability to take surfing to the Olympic Games, get us accepted in there. And it feels like when I'm looking at this ocean, I just saw that wave break, and it feels like that wind may have sat down a little bit, and the surface of the ocean looks like it might be cleaning up a little bit. So good signs for the rest of the day, Shannon.
Very positive. We were hoping that storm would sort of roll through. It was very surprising to wake up and just as that first light was hitting to realize that it was already white caps and super stormy, where typically that wind would come up later in the day, those sort of, summery onshore conditions that would hit through. But to be able to see it already cleaning up after a surprisingly windy morning. As we're down to halfway through this heat, just under the 10-minute mark, Lopez currently sitting in the lead. Ribeiro with that first priority next to his name. As we see Lopez up and riding once again. Did well to put himself into lead. Releases the tail on that first turn. Up into the lip on the second. Surfing lightning fast.
That board looks beautiful underneath the feet. Looks like the volume's exactly right for his weight and his power. He's able to put all his energy into the board. It responds really quickly, and that 3-turn combination is going to be the best wave of the heat, I'd imagine, for sure.
I was feeling the same way. I was going to ask you that, in comparison to that 4.83 that we've got down for Guilherme, expecting that it would go above that for sure.
Yeah, definitely. That was the best wave of the heat. It was really well surfed as well.
Guilherme now up and riding. Uses his first priority on this wave. Nice draw off the bottom. Straight into the lip. Goes in for that second crack in the critical section. Looks for a third as well. Will he get one more bonus hit on the inside? And he'll finish out clean.
Oh, Ribeiro will be stoked with that one.
Fatin now up and riding. This is a great heat developing now for our opening heat of the World Surfing Games.
All natural footers, all going on the backhand. And we said that Jose Lopez's might have been the best wave of the heat. Well, Guilherme Ribeiro might have just immediately gazumped him and got the best, another best wave of the heat. So great wave selection, good use of the priority, and then the surfing on the wave face from both of those guys took advantage of everything that was on offer. So this is a great opening heat for the 2023 ISA Games. First time for me here in El Salvador. Tropical, moist, steamy, beautiful place, beautiful people, and I've only been here a couple of days, but it's somewhere I'm definitely keen to visit again.
Yeah, it's an incredible location, but even, that conversation around the temperature differences as we take a look at the replay here from Guilherme.
driving off the bottom in the slow-mo. Throws that front arm to get that vertical snap out of the top. Spray flying. And then sort of airdrops down through that steep section, and it continues to stand up in front of him. You can see the front arm leading the way. Great technique. Now back to normal speed. And he's looking fast and furious out there this morning. Little foam climb on the inside and finishes up.
21 years old, has been competing at the ISA since he was 13, so he's got some experience with, you know, long events, a lot of heats and surfers from around the world. As we're waiting for this score to drop through, great attack on his backhand as we have one more look at it here.
Look at the face and look at the technique. He puts that arm down onto the face of the wave, and then you see him throw that front arm, which as he throws that front arm, he elevates out of it. His body's down in a compressed position. He elevates up, takes the weight off the board and allows the board to speed through the section.
Well, scores are in. It's the highest of the heat so far. Nearly excellent at a 7.33 to kick off his campaign here at the World Surfing Games. That does set up Guilherme in the lead. And a 5.83 was last of Lopez for Venezuela in blue. So he's sitting in second comfortably. And it puts a giant requirement now on our third place surfer with a 7.49 for Fatin.
Beautiful turn. As you said, you know, all of the waves we saw originally were sort of one-turn waves, and then they went to two-turn waves, and now we're at the three turns. So it shows that these surfers are understanding the lineup, and they recognise the need for more quantity. And at the same time as you build the quantity, you need to keep that quality, and he did exactly that for a 7.33.
Sets himself up with a significant lead, a 6.34 now, the requirement for Lopez. Kind of open face carve to start, hooks it up into the lip for the finish.
The bigger the wave, the better as well, so a big good size set here.
Switzerland's Fatin Habashi now up and riding, chasing a big score, that 7.49 to get second.
Oh!
Goes down in the second section, Barton.
I was about to say it, he's got it. It looked like a big score coming. It was a big set wave. The first turn was nice, and there's some similarities in style and technique between all three of these guys. The jerseys are what help us differentiate, really, because they've had similar approaches to each of the waves. Completion's all important, though, so that's a shame for Habashi that he didn't finish that second turn. That was going to be a good score. Would have been his best score for sure.
Yeah, that's a great call. These three surfers very well matched up against each other, similar styles. Fatin of Switzerland, born in Geneva but resides in Hossegor, has been there for quite a while, used to surfing those beach breaks.
Why wouldn't you?
Getting some good barrels as well. And he's been a three-time Swiss surfing champion on the junior side. He's only 17 years old, so kind of that fresh hope for Switzerland coming out as well. Thinking of the next 10 years of his career for Fatin specifically, he could easily be in that Olympic conversation.
Well, 100%, and you can see the experience that he's built throughout those years of competing, and that's the great thing about the ISA Games is that, you know, besides the repechage heat and getting those two chances, which is incredibly important, the fact that you can come as a young kid and then continue to keep visiting this event year after year, it becomes familiar, and then your confidence grows and the performance builds with that.
Down to 4 minutes on the clock. Surfers would have heard that 5-minute call from the beach announcing panel upstairs.
And 20 minutes, it goes by so fast when you're in the water, and the mistakes like we just saw from Fatin on that last wave, they hurt you even more so when you're in a shorter heat, and you've waited with the priority, you've got the wave that you've wanted, that you've waited for, you've spent time, you've not wasted time, but you've spent time waiting for that particular wave, and when you don't convert it into a completion and a score of consequence, that, you know, it can really hurt.
So true. Just a 2.33 for last of green, so doesn't factor into his top two. Blue now up and riding, goes for the air, and he completes now, goes for that first snap on his backhand into the second. And here we go, bringing in some progression to the conversation.
A lot to like about the surfing of Jose Lopez. Confident, strong, he's a powerful young man. And now to see, you know, we saw the basic backhand attack with the off the bottom, off the tops, and you could tell he was a good surfer from that performance he displayed. See the Swiss surfer having a look at that one. It was never going to be the wave he needs, but he was in second priority, so he was figuring that, you know, with time ticking down in 2 minutes 40, he may as well start catching and surfing. But it keeps it exciting when they're 20-minute heats, because you know, rather than you imagine 4 people at 20 minutes compared to 2 people at 30, we're going to see a lot more surfing and a lot more action. So it's a good format for spectators as well as competitors.
It's so true. It keeps us on our toes constantly, wanting to be able to see all the action, be able to catch every little moment within these heats, see every wave that's ridden. Jose Lopez with a score to drop for his last wave. He's currently sitting in that second place position. A 5.27 does better his backup score at the moment, so that increases the requirement now on Fatin. Most important thing to note here being that Fatin Habashi now chasing an 8.43 for Switzerland to get himself out of the repechage conversation. And we've got about 2 minutes left on the clock.
And that's a one wave requirement, so it's still right there for him, and a possibility. While it felt like he may be further out of the picture, the scores for his competitors, there's only that 1.7 and then a bunch of fours and high fours and low fives that have kept the door open for the Swiss surfer to advance. And he's got the second priority. That, be much better position if he had the first priority. 1 minute and 20 though.
And going back to that conversation you mentioned before, the fall that he had on that last wave,
Yes,
which fell short of even making it into his current score line, had he been able to complete that, he would have maybe not been in that advancing position still, but he would have had a significantly lower requirement because he would have had a solid score on the board, probably in that 5+ range.
Exactly. It was a big set. He got the first turn in. It would have been the second turn. Here he goes, though. Here's his opportunity.
All right, all the pressure is on. A little bobble there to start, but he's staying on his feet, now trying to find some speed out of this wave. Nice connection with that second section.
Oh.
Now starts to open up, releases that back leg and flies through the section. So 30 seconds on the clock, Barton. What's your gut feeling?
I don't think it's going to be the 8, but to get that from second priority and create that opportunity and to show everybody, the judges included, that surfing performance sets you up for that next round as well, even if you don't advance through this one. Here's Red.
Red now up and riding, heat leader. Guilherme starts off in the foam, now out into that open face, frothy wave, and nice connection for that last turn.
Great surfing from all 3 surfers in this first opening heat.
And that will round out our first heat of the morning. Guilherme will no doubt hold on to the lead. We weren't able to see another wave from Jose Lopez as we take a look at the opening turn of the 7.33 from Guilherme Ribeiro of Portugal takes the lead. It's going to be Fatin Habashi of Switzerland that goes down into the repechage round, but he is not gone yet. He'll have another opportunity. We've got a huge week of surfing ahead of us, and we'll be back with more action for men's round 1, heat number 2 right after this. Welcome back to the action here. Heat number 2 for men's round 1 of the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games. Israel, New Zealand, Afghanistan, and Uruguay up and riding now from Israel. It is Ido Arkin. Great backhand attack. First right that we've seen ridden this morning, and he'll finish out on the inside.
First goofy footer we've seen this morning, and that might be the reason why. It's you know, in the modern day, to get scores out of your backhand does seem like an easier assignment than it does out of the forehand. That's something kind of new. You know, it was never that way. It was always, particularly in those formation days of surfing, it was always easier to ride on your forehand with your front to the wave. You can see everything that's going on. But with surfing performances having evolved so far over the last few decades, now you see a lot of the time people go to their backhand because they're able to leverage their body's power off the bottom, get more vertical into the lip, and the scores can come easier that way.
Let's have another look at the first wave of Ito.
Drives off the bottom, snap a little more horizontal in the first snap, but because he saw that second section coming and he knew he had to get there early, again completed that one, so a good start.
20 minutes on the clock.
Israel.
And some great surfing to come. Ito Arkeen of Israel in the water up against Billy Stearman of New Zealand, Afridun Amu of Afghanistan, and Marco Giorgi of Uruguay.
Afridun, you were talking about the Athletes Commission earlier, and he's one of the members of that, and someone I met at last year's event at Huntington when I was there with you guys for that event, and we've kept in touch throughout the year, and he's become someone who's a friend, and that's one of the wonderful things about this event, is that you can, who would have thought I'd connect with a surfer from Afghanistan?
Never would have imagined it.
Never would have. And now, you know, with so many nations surfing and them all coming together here for this annual celebration and surfing competition, and it is more of a celebration of surfing, I suppose, than it is a surfing competition. While it's got all of those elements in it, the fact that all of these nations come together, they meet people from all around the world, create these connections and turn surfing into this global community. That's the thing that I love the most about it.
It is just incredible as we see a quick in and out here from Ito, so staying busy under fourth priority. Afri of Afghanistan with a quick kick in and out. And a paddle here. We'll see if Billy Stearman's able to get himself into position. He'll have to pull out as Marco takes off on the inside. Flying around that first section, looking for some speed. Now connects with the lip. Up into the foam on the second turn. Hoping for some open face, something a little bit more critical. Couple wraps to stick with this wave. He's gonna look for that in section, put a little punctuation mark on it, and he'll finish off right by the rocks.
Marco Giorgi is a very experienced competitor. We've seen him for years and showing that experience there. Look how far he rode. That's a super long wave and a long paddle back out.
It is a really long paddle, especially on days like these when you get those connections. I remember being here through last year for the World Juniors as well as the World Surfing Games back in 2021. And when those rights fire off down by the river mouth, then you can lose surfers for quite a while because they've got a long paddle ahead of them as we take a look at the replay for this first of Marco.
Got the first turn in and then a nice foam climb, and it goes a little flat here, but you can see that there's this opportunity, and obviously it's not about quantity of turns, it's about the quality, but at the same time, the more you do, the more you're going to get, logically speaking, and he finishes that one up on the inside, showing the experience that he has. Uruguayan.
35 years old, as you were saying, one of those more experienced surfers. We'll have some young surfers in the mix this year, those teenagers up and coming, you know, still that will be competing on the junior sides for a number of years ahead of them. And then surfers like Marco that have been in the mix here for a while. He's got a couple of QS wins under his belt as well, so he knows what it's like to make it through to those really gritty ends of competition and to be able to walk away victorious, Barton, which is a different thing than just making it into the finals. It's
a very different thing, and it's such a boost for your confidence when, you know, success just makes everything so much easier. You know, I always said the hardest event is the one after you've won, because you change, you know, and ego gets involved and things. You might go out there and not be quite as applied as you were when you were desperate. Here's the replay. Drives into that section, nice floating maneuver, and then he climbs the whitewater there. And you can see how that wave goes a little bit flat on the face, but you can see it's going to stand up, and he's just biding his time. Couple of little turns back into the whitewater. The waves generally have the most power right by that whitewater. He sees that whitewater coming at him, pumps and bounces over to it, gets the last turn, and completes a good ride.
Now up and riding for his second ride. Hits the lip quickly. Can see the way these waves just have so many sections coming down on them, Barton.
Yeah, that wind overnight's kind of broken things up a little bit, not quite as perfect in the line. and you can see the wind, waves and chop moving across the ocean really well in this particular shot. A 3.67 for the first wave of Marcos, which talks to that interesting conversation about length of ride. Here we go.
Ito now up and riding. He's got a 3 as his high score, a 0.4 behind that, goes for the layback. And now for a second turn straight up into the foam. That was a great looking first turn. Would have been so fun to pull that off. Billy Stearman now finished out 9th place at Tokyo 2020. He is an Olympian. He's also an 8-time national champion in New Zealand. And he's got to be that favorite coming into the heat. In this conversation specifically, that could be, you know, a challenge for other surfers to be coming up against. We'll get back to more of that conversation, though, because we have Jess Grimwood downstairs ready to go with the winner of that last heat.
I do. Thank you, Shannon. Guy Ribeiro, congratulations. Kicking off first day competition, heat win. It must feel nice to get that under your belt.
Yeah, it's the competition started today. We've been here, the Portuguese team has been here for like 3 days. So we are already used to it. We know the waves well. It's my first time here. But yeah, it's a easy wave to know how to surf. So I'm really prepared to what's coming.
And the Portuguese team is so strong. You guys have had so much success over these events and through the ISA. How does that play into your game plan going into competition? Of course, individual, but overall team kind of feeling for you?
Yeah, we are pretty well represented. Portugal. We have Teresa, who's been on the Olympics. Yolanda has been on the Olympics too. Fred on the city and in the Olympics. So, yeah, there's a lot of motivation in this team. I feel like I'm an underground here. I'm not a city guy as Fred was. So yeah, I'm just keep doing my best and have fun and stay in the contest as much time as I can.
Well, it was a pleasure to watch you kick off competition. Congratulations on your performance, and for all the family and friends watching you perform, I'm sure you want to say a good day to them.
Yeah, I can say it. Obrigado a todos que estão em casa. Primeiro hit está feito. Bora para o próximo. Não é amanhã, é depois. Agora é continuar a apoiar a equipa e bora lá, Portugal.
Thank you very much, Guy. There you go, Shannon. First heat, first win for Portugal.
Solid start for Team Portugal with Gil Ribeiro walking away victorious. We will have Frederico Moraes that he was referencing there. Frederico had qualified for the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. Unfortunately, wasn't able to go. Just coming down to that week and getting sick beforehand, which opened the door for Carlos Munoz, who you've been coaching this year, Barton, to be able to get on a plane. Now, unfortunately, didn't quite make it there in time to paddle out. But what an experience for those surfers to be able to still be part of that Olympic conversation.
Absolutely, and I have been working with Carlos, and the story of his efforts to try and get there are amazing. And
crossing rivers essentially
exactly.
from home in Costa Rica.
Flooded rivers and bridges not being able to be crossed, and this whole drama of just trying to get to the Olympic Games. It's that important to people. The Portuguese team also have the world junior champion in the women's Kika Vaselko, so super strong team.
Oh, I've got chills just thinking about it as we see the replay here for the layback of Ito.
Beautiful one turn. Big one turn, 3.87. So, you know, this guy, while Billy Stearman would be on paper the favourite, as you suggested, he's had a slow start. The Israeli, the Uruguayan, coming out of the blocks quickly and recognising the importance in a 20-minute heat of getting some stuff on the board early and taking that pressure off. We're at the halfway mark already.
That's right. That's such a great call. 10 minutes remaining, and Billy only with a 0.57 on the board. So just that quick look in and out. Stanley Norman of Great Britain getting ready to paddle out. Be a little bit warmer than he'd be used to surfing back at home.
Yeah, absolutely. It's beautiful out there. It's balmy, it's warm, the water's warm. There's no need for a wetsuit. As we see Llewellyn Whitaker, the Great Britain coach. And you can see, I did coaching with Llewellyn 25 years ago. And it's so great to see him come through, take on coaching roles. He's a fantastic surfer and got a great competitive mind.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time living in South Africa, and Llewellyn was always a strong figure within the juniors community there and the opens as well. So I've had a few great surfs with him. It's been great to see him fill in those roles for a couple of different teams as well. You know, Europe's actually made great use of the South African in Llewellyn Whitaker, and now him being part of Team Great Britain, I think it's going to be a great thing for their push towards the Olympics moving forward.
And it's so rewarding for me to have spent time with young people years and decades ago, literally, and then see them come through and have successful careers and then move it on into the coaching and help other people. And you see that progression of surfing at that level it's so cool to be a part of. And I know for you and I, just to be here calling it and commentating it is a wonderful opportunity as well. So we appreciate what surfing's brought to our lives.
Here we go, using first priority. Billy Stearman now up and riding. Remember, just a 0.57, 8.5 minutes on the clock, and now that experience coming into play. 2 quick turns off his backhand. That third snap, now looking for something more dynamic down the line, and finishes very strong in a great looking section. Now, Marco Georgi up and riding, goes down in the first section.
And really what we've seen, we see in the lead with Red with a 3.67, a 3.87. In second place, you've got 3-point rides as well, 3.67, 3.37. So for Billy Stearman, I suppose while he was waiting and had the slow start, he would have been too disappointed.
Ito now up and riding, solid looking wave. Goes for that float lip line just to make it over Billy Stearman as he's paddling back out. Huge wrap for the second and now for the third. This is a wild looking wave to start off on.
Whoa.
Very solid in size. Another section to finish. And Anat Lelior, Olympian for Team Israel, with the whistles down on the beach. All right, what are your feelings on that wave?
Oh, I feel good. I feel real good about that wave, and I'm sure he does. The team members and the coach look like they felt great, stoked about it as well. He's definitely going to be improving on his second score. That will be the highest scoring wave of the heat. I imagine it to be better than Billy Stearman's as well, and put the Israeli in a strong position. 7 minutes 20 on the clock.
Yep, time's ticking down. The Kiwis feeling good now that they've also seen Billy get into the action. He's going to have a score to drop. We don't know what it is yet. We've got Kihu Butler, fellow teammate there with the camera, so they can analyze everything as they go through the week. Marco now with a couple snaps on the backhand, goes for that nice fin release to finish. Give a little hand up to the judges as well.
Yeah, I was wondering whether that was a little bit of frustration because he got the early start and then he went missing for that period of time through the middle there.
Right.
Afri
now up and riding.
Ooh.
From Afghanistan, flying down the line. He lives in the Azores, used to surfing big, challenging waves, and he told me this morning he was kind of sad with the size. He would have been hopeful for something with a little bit more punch to it as he was getting ready to paddle out.
Right, he'll learn not to care what the conditions are like, and that's one of those lessons, isn't it? You always have what you would prefer it to be like, but Mother Nature's the boss, not you, so you've just got to drop your opinions, drop your expectations, and be ready to perform on whatever is there on the day. And that's one of the great lessons a pro surfer learns.
He'll duck dive under that wave, wash it all off. Just a couple small scores on the board for Afri. He's looking for a big requirement now as we're still waiting for this score of Billy Stearman to drop through. He's still sitting in 4th place, but this score is going to be very helpful towards his campaign.
And you can see how fast and loose and light he is on his feet, and that showed the quality of surfing. But this was the quality of wave. Beautiful, big, floating turn out of the lip. Risked it all right there. Nice wrapping cut back into the white water. And look at this wave, kind of got disjointed. There was a wind rib that ran through it, but he read it perfectly, got that last big turn in. I'm expecting that to be the best wave of the heat so far. We'll see what the judges think. And there's Marco finishing up his. You could see in Marco there the energy and the urgency in his surfing was the result of him having sat still for a period of time. And he felt like he had the start, but then he went missing for the middle period and knew that he had to pick things up. We saw that urgency in the surfing.
All right, we've got scores dropping through. Last of Red, a 4.43 for Ito. Has him sitting in the lead. Last of White for Marco, a 3.93 in second, and Billy Stearman drops a 5.33 for his second ride, which has him in third, and now means he's only requiring a 2.27 to get that advancing position.
Still 5 minutes, so plenty of time, really. A little bit surprised by the 4.43, I've got to say. That was a big wave, and perhaps the reason it went down, there was sort of, it looked a little bit sort of on edge, which sometimes the judges like because it's exciting, like, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. But maybe it showed a little lack of control at certain moments in the wave. That's why that wave went to a 4.43, and the 5.33, so 0.9 higher for the Kiwi, was just because of the quality of the surfing. The wave was most probably half as good as the other wave in terms of the 4.43. That wave looked like a a 6 or a 7 potentially as a wave goes, but maybe surf down a little bit because of the lack of control at certain moments. And then the 533, that wave was most probably a 4, but surfed up due to the quality of the surfing.
I love hearing those breakdowns when it comes to scores, because that's such a crucial part of it, is that ability to surf up a wave or to maybe not perform quite to that expectation as we take a look at some of these replays. Yeah,
great action in this heat. Heat 2 of the day, 24 heats to go. Billy Stearman, the Kiwi, looking fast, looking energetic and getting the highest score of the heat so far on not such a great wave. And this is the wave that I thought might have been the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. But there was some lack of control out of the top on that first big turn. A couple of nice turns there in this inside little section for a finishing floater. Great ride from the Israeli. And Marco Giorgi here finishing up with 3 turns. He fit those 3 turns into such a small space.
Paddle now for Stearman. Onto his feet quickly, draws hard off the bottom, nearly drags his hand off the bottom turn.
He definitely needed this one. He needed it now.
Chasing a 2.27, hits the section for the finish, and he'll have the requirement.
He'll get it, and he'll go to the lead in this heat as well. Marco Giorgi, he will go down to 3rd place unless, of course, that last wave improves on his 3.67, which is his 2nd highest scoring ride. He's got another chance here.
Another chance. Looking to improve on a couple of 3s. Scratching towards that 4-point mark. Nice turn to start. Can't hold on to the finish. And if Billy drops in a score that takes him above that 8.3 heat total of Ito, that'll take him into that 1st place position, as you mentioned. That was a great wave from Billy. Just 2 quick turns, but really sharp.
Marco got a 3.93 on the one before that. Didn't take him up. He'll stay in that position. We're expecting the Kiwi to go to the lead. The Israeli will be in 2nd. Afrodan in 4th. That last ride of his a 0.77. And it looks like at times Afri is forcing himself rather than finding the flow on those waves. So the opportunity for improvement there, if he does go to the repechage round, is just to find that flow with the waves. And he, as you said, he does like them bigger, stronger, 0.87 for his last ride. So slightly improving as he goes.
I love that opportunity here at the ISA for the repechage rounds to be able to, have that conversation with the team, with some different friends down on the beach, watching the replays, getting to really suss out what those improvements could be made, where that heat strategy could change moving forward, knowing that it's not that single round elimination. As we're down to 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock, we're still waiting for last of Stearman to drop through. It's a 5.83 as we see another surfer go down. So Billy with another score now to come through, but his previous wave, a 5.83, takes him into the lead. Last score just an in and out with a 0.43, so it is the Kiwi, New Zealand in 1st, Israel down into 2nd.
And with 1 minute to go, the problem for Marco in 3rd place from Uruguay is that he had 2nd priority. He just wasted it on that closeout little right-hander. He was desperate. He was trying to find a wave and fight his way out of that 3rd position into an advancing position, and he threw the priority away with some bad wave selection. He's having another look here because he knows there's only 40 seconds on the clock, time ticking down.
And he was in that advancing position for the majority of the heat. He's now finding himself requiring a score. Quick section with the lip, makes that snap, but doesn't complete that maneuver.
I don't think that's going to be enough either.
Stearman now starting to feel loose and in control. Great hit. Is he going to be able to find the tail of that board again? Probably not.
Yeah, showing the confidence really of actually surfing a 10-minute heat rather than a 20-minute heat. Really didn't ride anything from the first half.
8 minutes, 40 seconds when he took off on that 2nd wave that got him the first 5.
So 8.5-minute heat, and shows the talent he has. There's the siren. This heat is done.
Well, it'll be Billy Stearman with the lead. Scores are in for the rest of our competitors. Last efforts of Marco, just not enough. So he stays in 3rd, Afri in 4th. They'll be heading to the repechage round. Ito of Israel holds on to 2nd. And we've got more action to come with Great Britain, Nicaragua, the Philippines, and the U.S. Virgin Islands hitting the water after this. And we're back for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games, Heat 3 of 24 for today for the opening round. We are running our men's round 1 here at La Bocana. Women's round 1 is currently happening down at El Sunzal, and we'll be checking in on that action briefly throughout the day. You can trace those live scores as we take a look at the surfers now in the water. Great Britain, Nicaragua, Philippines, and U.S. Virgin Islands with Stanley Norman, Kevin Cortez, Filmar Alipayo, and Cody Merritt in the water. Stanley now getting an opportunity to kick things off. Close to the buzzer, goes down on the last hit.
And that was a shame because he looked so energetic and powerful and sharp, and he just came out of the blocks exactly how he would have liked to. It felt good, it looked good, but then it didn't end so good with that incompletion. Early signs though, positive. A shame he didn't convert that into a bigger score, because it was going to be a really good score if he'd finished that last turn.
Let's take one more look at it.
Dominant position in the lineup that led to him getting that first opening ride, and with a 20-minute heat, we're already at 17.5 minutes in this one. You've got to get going early, although the Kiwi proved in the last heat that you can surf a 9-minute heat and still advance. So you're never out of it, but the earlier you get going, the earlier you put scores on the board and pressure on your opponents, just the easier the whole experience feels.
Without having to rely on absolute performance in those, last-ditch efforts.
Absolutely, and we saw that in that last heat, the Kiwi did that. It was he was desperate in those dying moments to get his second score. Once he did, the pressure was off because the quality of surfing was so high.
Stanley drops in a 2.33 for our surfer out of Bude in England, representing Great Britain. 20 years old, loves surfing at La Gravière in France, in Hossegor. And a quick paddle from Cody Merritt, unable to get into that first wave. Now priority not established yet between three of those surfers.
Exactly what I was just thinking. When the heat starts, there is no priority, so the surfer on the inside closest to the breaking part of the wave has the priority, or the right of way, and then once all four surfers have ridden waves, the priority is established and it goes into a rotation and is allocated based on whose turn it is next. And it's a very nice way to surf a heat. It gives you the opportunity to not get hassled, not get into the hassle, and be able to sit and wait and select the waves you want and do the performance you want.
Now into our third heat, which means these surfers already had that opportunity for the first couple of heats to be able to see the positioning of the other surfers out there.
That's right.
Stanley Norman on his second ride, looking to go complete, unfortunately falls on the finish again.
Unfortunate, because the way he's structuring the heat, as we see Green up and riding.
Filmar now, nice drive back to start. Little tic-tac-toe to finish off on the inside. Hits this section and cannot reappear from the whitewater. Kevin Cortez now of Nicaragua with an opportunity. Great bottom to top turn combination to start off. Just bogged the section for a second, but manages to pull it off.
Yeah, we saw incompletions on the first three rides, and again that one there was that kind of, it's like he drove the rail of the board in the bottom turn so hard that it was like, he's going to fall as well. Somehow got it out of the water in time, got the completion. That'll be the best wave of the heat so far. Stanley Norman from Great Britain, you can tell what the strategy was: manage the inside position for the start and get going early. The only part of his approach to this heat that's come undone is the incompletions and the falls. That'll have the coach worried.
A 3.93 for Kevin Cortez of Nicaragua. Stanley's down into second now with a 1.53. In that last heat, it was about an 8-minute heat for the Olympian Billy Stearman, but he walks away with the win.
You were just saying that it was a little nerve-wracking when you got towards those last few minutes of the heat, looking for a second score to back up that first good one.
Yeah, it was. 20-minute heats is a bit different to the challenges, so still getting used to it. But lucky me and Kihu did a few heat preps before we came over, and it's way more tricky than I thought. I went for a free surf on the lower tide, but the tides filled in, and it was actually quite shifty out there, and I couldn't really find my spot. But I managed to get a few scores at the end, and knew I didn't need to do too much. So stoked to progress.
Now, the ISA Games, it's so different. The vibe is so electric, and obviously it has to do a lot with all the little national camps going on. What is it like for you as a competitor? You're so used to, you know, individual heats, and then coming to an event like this and being able to absorb that kind of electricity from all the teams.
Yeah, I love it, I froth on it. Like you say, we travel individually basically all year round, and it's good to get, you know, the best of New Zealand, come together and kind of push each other and be there for each other, and enjoy these fun times around El Salvador. The opening ceremony was fun, you know, all the nerves for the haka and stuff like that, all the practices. But yeah, no, we've got a really good team dynamic, and we've got Maddie and Michelle here, you know, physio and coach, and we've got Pia, who's like 16 and 17, so she's just coming up. So yeah, look, I've been doing this for years now, and every year I come to the Worlds, I really love support, you know, representing New Zealand and also being here for the team.
Well, thank you so much. It's always such a joy to watch you guys, and New Zealand, one of the most beloved teams. I'm sure you have so many people tuning in at home. You want to say hello to?
Yeah, hey to everyone in New Zealand. I think it's like 3 a.m. Yeah, but just hi to all my family and friends and everyone watching New Zealand. We got a busy day today. Safi's up in like 10, 15 minutes, and then Doon, and then Pia and Paige later, I think. But yeah, hey to everyone at home, and hopefully we keep progressing.
Thanks, Billy. Congratulations. Thank you, Shannon.
Thanks so much. Always great to hear from Billy Stearman and the Kiwi contingency with a lot to go down. And that's a big part of the conversation, Barton, is, you know, the bouncing between the venues. Now, the last time we ran the World Surfing Games was in Huntington Beach, which meant that because of the, you know, the beach break set up there in Huntington, south side of the pier, the venues were just, you know, you could throw a stick or throw a rock from one venue to the other and, you know, play catch in the water essentially. But now they're pretty far away from each other, and you've either got to have a bus waiting for you, or you've got a long run down the rocks to be able to get down to Sunzal to watch and have that support unit going back and forth.
That's where the management team come into play, don't they? And having the transport all organised, knowing the timing of things, and we've seen people miss heats before because of, you know, problems in that area. So it's one of the areas that you need to be right on top of.
Team Great Britain down with the flag as we take a look at Cody Merritt, 25 years old, from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Grew up competing around the, you know, surrounding islands as well, hopping on a plane, getting more opportunity in the jersey. Nice couple turns to start off with, and a good-looking finish here if he can hold on to it. Nice snap on his forehand. Currently resides in Southern California, surfs a lot of lowers, and is looking good on the left.
That was a great ride for Cody. You thought it was going to finish too, didn't you? Like we thought it was the last turn, then stayed open and gave him even more. A 3.93 for Kevin Cortez is the highest score of this heat so far. Stanley Norman from Great Britain had the 2.33 and the 1.53, which both could have been scoring rides if they were completed. So a bit of pressure on Stanley at this point. Here he goes up and riding.
Opportunity on his backhand. Nice open turn to start. Second section. Finds that little whitewater, gets the completion.
I got nervous for him, I was like, oh, he's going to complete one. He's gone. Then there was that little wobble in the whitewater. Much better from Stanley. Responded to the pressure well of those first couple of falls, because that rattles your confidence.
Yeah, that's going to be a good shift for him in the right direction. That 2.33 that he started on could have been really solid with that second section that it had. Same with the 1.53 going down early. Now Kevin Cortez has a look but can't go because Phil Marr of the Philippines has priority. Great style for that opening turn. Now finding some speed down the line, hits the section, and goes down.
Completion's all important here today in the first three heats. You make those waves, you complete the second turn. You don't need, you know, 2 or 3's what you would expect to get, and is enough, and 2's enough if they're both big and you complete the second one. For Phil Marr, I was super interested to see how he surfs. I'd never seen him surf before, and the Philippines, one of those emerging nations, we know they've got great waves, and Phil Marr's showing a lot of potential. Just got to get the completions. A 2.93 for that incomplete would have been a 4 or a 5 if he'd made it.
Big day of surfing ahead of us as we're down to 10 minutes, so halfway through this heat. Stanley with a 4.67 puts himself back into the lead.
Yeah, and rightly so. Great score, great surfing. He's showing a lot of potential, the young man. Looks great on his board. All, you know, Kevin Cortez and Cody Merritt as well. Cody got a 3.83 for that ride. It was a long wave, had a lot of turns in it. The first couple of turns might have looked a little nervous to the judges. That's how it felt to me. And so the 3.83, the result of that. Kevin Cortez still on that 3.93. Got the first priority though, so he's got control of that lineup. He knows what he wants. He's just going to sit and wait and make sure he gets it.
Cody Merritt, 25 years old, from St. Thomas in the U.S. Virgin Islands, living in California at the moment with that dream to qualify for the Olympics. And it's a great move for those competitors around the world to be able to move to a global hotspot of surfing, whether it's, you know, going to the Gold Coast of Australia in that region, going to Southern California, moving to one of those places that really has, or the North Shore of Oahu, where you've really got that talent, where every surf that you paddle out in, you're going to be surfing just in your free surfs, even on a normal day at any break, with some high-level free surfers out in the water, let alone then entering into those events and getting to be able to compete on a local level around is really going to help you sharpen those tools.
100%. They say if you want to be successful, hang around with successful people, and that's a reality, isn't it? And you know, I live on the North Shore of Oahu, Hawaii, and you referenced that, and one of the reasons is exactly what you're saying.
As we take a look now at Cody, having a look at this replay from his first ride.
First turns were just cutbacks, weren't they? And then he threw that one out of the lip. It stood up, gave him that layback. That was a beautiful turn. And the first couple of cutbacks are maybe, you know, we know that the outside is where the big points come from. The most risk, as we see Stanley Norman finishing up that one, that's where he went for that foam climb and bent over at the hips, and the head went forward and scared me. I bet it gave the coach a scare too.
Scores in, and Stanley currently sitting in the lead. Phil Mar of the Philippines into second with a 2.93 for his second score. Has him sitting in that current advancing position of the top two. Now, we just ran the ISA World Longboard Championships about 2 weeks ago at Sunzal, where our second podium is running here for the World Surfing Games. And it was a very first time for the Philippines to be walking away with a medal. It was J.R. Rogelio Esquivel, who walked through into the finals for Team Philippines, an incredibly talented single fin longboarder, and it was a really incredible moment. So I feel like the shortboard contingency here at the World Surfing Games now would be having all that support, that hometown energy from the Philippines to be able to bring here and know that one of their guys got a medal just last week, they can do it again.
Well, that's an incredible achievement, and to be the first Philippine surfer to have won a medal at ISAs, that's just going to give the whole team, the whole nation confidence that, hey, we can do this. We can match it with the rest of the world. So congratulations on that. Great effort.
Paddle here from Cody Merritt.
Ooh, this looks like a good wave.
Great looking wave. Nice clean section. Snap to start. Drives off the bottom. Oh, just has so much speed coming out of that second turn. And an opportunity here for the Philippines. We'll go split peak. We'll track with Fulmar. Great snap on his backhand to start. We've only seen him going on his forehand, but he goes down on the second turn. It's the curse of that second turn today, Barton. They just can't, you know, it just seems to be hitting here at La Bocana.
And the nerves. You can feel the nerves when they're surfing the wave. Cody Merritt, I felt nervous for him. He got that was a beautiful wave. And then again for Phil Maher, he got the first turn in, and you get that first turn in, and you think in your mind gets engaged, goes, oh, we're on our way to score here. We've got this. And then the second turn, he fell again. It has been the story of the morning. We've seen great wave selection. Everybody's getting opportunities. It's those that complete that second to get a good big first turn, complete the second turn, 5 minutes 30 on the clock.
Cody of Nicaragua, quick hit to start, but not much scoring potential out of that one. He's chasing just a 0.83 though at the moment, so didn't need much to be able to get himself into a change of position. We do have a score though to come through for Last of Green, who's currently sitting in second, and a score to come in for White. Small requirements though, as we haven't seen that breakaway moment of 2 scores really with that backup score to be able to be counted in.
Or anything over a 5 that you go, well, there's a keeper. And you would look at most of the scores in this heat so far. 5 minutes is enough time to get 2 waves. So at this point in time, anyone with 2 quick waves and completions on them, 2 big turns on each wave. So really you're talking about 4 turns, 2 waves, 4 turns, 5 minutes, still possible for anyone from 4th to come through to 1st.
Scores in for both White and Green. Green with a 3.2 for the Philippines. White with a 3.1. Scores in now a 1.7 for Blue. Kevin Cortez now up and riding again, needing to get some work done, chasing a 3-point ride. First turn complete. Goes in for a second snap. Very frothy section without anything critical to it. Really flat, but now looking to find that shape again on the inside as he gets into that shallow section. So he rides out complete. He's chasing a 3-point ride. We're still waiting for a score to come through for our heat leader, Stanley Norman, who is currently sitting in second. But now the question mark will be, can Kevin Cortez take over from Cody Merritt or Filmar Alapio, who are currently, with all scores locked in, sitting in second and third place.
Needing a 3, I feel like he gets the 3. The style and the technique that he has is good enough to get a score if it's on a good wave. He got a good first turn in. It went flat through the middle. There was some downtime, but then he got the completion as well. So I feel like he gets that score.
Scores to come. Kevin's a great skater as well as a surfer, so spending some time riding any kind of equipment of boards on land or on water. 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock.
And it's great to get that score and to know, here it is, it's in.
A 3.77 takes him into the lead. Now we are still waiting for the last score of Stanley Norman to drop through, who is now requiring a 3.03 to move back into first, but he's sitting in second comfortably. And that means the requirements have fully changed on both third and fourth place, Barton. Now those requirements into that 3-point range, where before that they were less than 1 point.
It's still a 3-point anything. You go, well, I can do this. It's, you know, and for Cody Merritt, he had the wave to do that. If he completed that beautiful big left, he wouldn't need that score right now. So for Cody and for Filmar, there's positive signs. You could look at it and go, well, I created the opportunities, I just didn't convert. All I got to do is convert, manage the back end of my rides, and I'll be in a strong position.
Taking one more look here at last of Cody, where the score just falls shy of 3.1.
Yes, the heat recap through to the inside. Gets this layback just down in here and snaps it beautifully. That was a more authoritative turn than some of the others that we've seen. Stanley Norman came out of the blocks early, was looking strong and powerful. This is his best ride. You'd watch here. Whoa, he bent at the hips and the head went down. He nearly came unstuck, but he held it together. Got a 4.43 on the last score as well. That must be this one. Beautiful surfing from the British. Oh, again, those completions are coming to haunt people and put the pressure on. But this was the ride that got Kevin Cortez into an advancing position. Little slow through the middle, but you can see the technique and the style. Great surfer, gets the finish and gets into second place.
And so important to find that finishing maneuver.
Oh, he wasn't going to get the score without that.
Down to 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. We are here in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador, La Bocana, with incredible waves. We've got some big forecast on the way as well, knowing that we're going to see a slightly different playing field over the next few days when that swell arrives.
Yeah, and you can see the cloud bank out to sea and behind us that's created that ruffle on the surface of the ocean and meant that the conditions are a little less predictable, a little less perfect, but they're definitely giving the competitors something to get into the lip and hit. 1 minute, Shannon.
And up and riding, Cody now with a chance, chasing a 3.88. Goes up for that climb and falls. Stanley Norman scores finally drop. It's a 4.43, which was waiting a long time for Great Britain to receive that score. So he's now in a significant lead, which did up the requirement too on third and fourth. Now up and riding again. Nice seamless transitions between those first couple of maneuvers. Looking solid on his feet now at the end of the heat.
Stanley has a lot of potential. He's a very, very good young surfer. We saw early, he strategically surfed a great heat. The only thing was those couple of falls that were nerves, but now he's found his groove. That may be his best wave of the heat so far. Be good to see it from this angle. Let's see first turn. Snap, but the speed he's surfing with is definitely different. You can see there's a speed advantage into a third closeout turn. He's in a strong position. He's in the lead. 5s and 4s his opponents need. Time is ticking down. Time is gone. It's over this one. Great Brit takes the win.
Scores to come through for that last of Great Britain, but he'll take the lead, no doubt. Kevin Cortez with a second. Cody Merritt and Filmar Alapayo. U.S. Virgin Islands and the Philippines into the rapid charge round. We've got more action to come. We'll be right back after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back, surf fans from all over the world. This is the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games. We're live from Surf City, El Salvador. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar, and we are so excited to get into the action. We've got over 60 plus teams represented from around the world. We've got 300 plus surfers, and I'll tell you, the swell today, it's starting to build up. Let's just say it's going to be tricky out there, but what we love is our international pool of talent. Mitchell, these first few days of competition, absolutely my favorite of any surfing event anywhere, because this is where you get to see surfers from every corner of the globe competing against each other. There's a lot of joy in the water, of course, a lot of nerves too, but as we get into it, these first couple of rounds, this is where the world of surfing really shines.
Yeah, well, you're going to have people that have surfed maybe one or two events in their whole life go up against world number one, world number two, and these are the kind of experiences that the ISA brings around worldwide, and we love to see it here in the beautiful country of El Salvador in Central America. And another great heat right here.
Yeah, perfect illustration of what we were just saying. Ryo Inaba from Japan, Jonah Gerard from American Samoa, Matteo Christodoulou from Greece. So 3 nations represented here out of our 63 total that are represented here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Ryo Inaba, 26-year-old veteran from Ichinoya, Japan. He is your 2022 WSL Asia Open champ. So a veteran. He's going to be going up against Jonah Gerard, representing American Samoa by way of Oceanside, California. So he's 17 years old. So right there, you've got some great comparisons, veteran versus a rookie. And then you got Matteo, and his story is incredible as well. Peruvian and Greek. His mother, he's half Greek, half Peruvian. He started surfing contests at age 9. He's a surfer, he's a skater. One of our younger competitors at age 15. And this is where you're going to start to see some of these Cinderella stories develop. Somebody from a rising surf nation can go on a roll and make their way to finals day and put their name on the international map.
100%. We saw him last year during the juniors here at this exact spot, but we could say the same thing for the Finnish surfers, Eli Timpari, Lucas McMahon, only 2 surfers representing Finland. I'd love to see Afridun Amu competing for Afghanistan a few heats ago. I think these kind of stories are very important to share and develop surfing worldwide, but when it comes to talent alone, Ryo Inaba's got it. I had the chance to compete against him a few times when we were juniors, and he is incredibly talented, a very fast surfer, lightning fast on both the right and the left, and really commits to these big sections on the outside, Chris.
Well, a lot of these surfers have probably been here for at least a few days. I know Team Japan has come down early, spent a lot of time training. Surfing here in El Salvador, there's a lot of different challenges to it. And as we wait for these surfers to get involved, let's go down to the beach, down to the beach where Jess Grimwood is standing by.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I'm with Great Britain's Stanley Norman. Congratulations. The team are feeling good after that first heat win for you.
Yeah, it's good to get the first one out of the way, even better to win it. I felt nervous, first couple waves I fell, but it's nice to get the ball rolling and on to the next heat.
You guys always bring such great vibes to the ISA World Surfing Games. What has it been like coming over to Surf City, El Salvador for you this year?
Yeah, it's so much fun. We have such a good crew, vibes are positive, just having so much fun out here, and hot weather, good waves, can't beat it.
And so much coming up today for Great Britain. You've got Luke Dillon coming up later on in this round and the women's in their first round. What's the rest of the day look like for the team? You're just on the sand and on the rocks all day?
Yeah, so it's going to be a busy day. Everyone's surfing except Pat. Got Luke in next, and the girls later on this afternoon, so I'll be supporting all of them. And yeah, we're going to smash it, so can't wait.
And a shout out, I'm sure you've got plenty of fans from Great Britain and all your family and friends tuning in at home, and it's great for you to take first heat win. Any words for them?
Yeah, just big shout out to my family, my girlfriend, all my boys back home. I know they were watching, so cheers for the support, and yeah, sweet.
Congratulations, Stanley, and good luck going into the next round for Great Britain.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, first of all, what a great name, Stanley Norman. A strong name. And Mitch, I know you're like me. I love meeting new people.
Yeah.
And that is probably my favorite part about ISA competition is we get to meet, hundreds of new people from around the world. Stanley Norman, one of them now. And I'm an instant fan. I watched what he did in that last heat. Just by that minute or two interview, I think I'm going to like that guy. Seems like a really top fella. So we'll see what his role will be like throughout the rest of the week as we get into this heat. Just a couple small scores of note. Wave-wise, this is a break that is so consistent. I mean, we're talking 350 days of the year. It can be head high, double overhead. So it is pretty interesting that on a day like today, it's head high. It's still absolutely rippable. This is considered as small as it gets here at La Volcana.
Yeah, and yesterday afternoon we had the chance to surf right before the opening ceremony too, and it was still quite big, it was powerful, and even when this wave's small, it still has a lot of that push because you're only getting ground swells here for the most part. Even the straight west swells too are really tough to manage out there in the lineup, but the good thing about La Volcana in comparison to El Sunsal alone is that we have a peak here, and it does shift around a lot. It's hard to read, but you have options though, Chris, and I think this is where it's really going to benefit people that are adaptable, and more importantly, people that come from beach breaks that know how to experience a wave that moves around so much, like the Japanese surfer Ryo Inaba, who's currently in first.
And I don't mind the opening round of competition kind of having that slow burn to it because I like that the story arc that we could possibly be seeing. Surfline has told us that the waves are going to be pumping later on in the week. So to me, it's always fun to watch kind of that storyline play itself out, right? Today is head high. Tomorrow could be relatively similar, but as we get later on into the week and into the event, it's going to start pumping. We're going to see performances and numbers going up as the waves increase in size. So, if anything, smaller waves like we see today can equalize the field a little bit more, give some of these rising nations a chance to get out there and get some experience. I mean, if it was 8 to 10 feet right now, it would be rough for some of our us surfers just getting into competition. I mean, we have surfers from around the world who've potentially only been surfing a few years. In a couple heats, we've got Hussein Al-Zaki from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He just started surfing in 2020. He's already incredibly improved and ripping already. But those are the kind of stories that make it kind of nice to have I guess more welcoming conditions for a lot of the surfers that maybe don't have the experience. But then of course you've got your QS grinders, your
CT
national
surfers.
champion CT surfers that anything you throw at them, they're going to get out there and do their job. So we see Team Greece on screen now. Team Greece, they've been fielding solid teams for the better part of the last 10 years, and they get better and better every year.
Yeah, Dimitri Papavasiliou, who's going to be coming up with heat number 8. He's a great surfer. I see him quite a bit in Southern California. What a lot of the Europeans have, and I think I saw that with the surfer from Great Britain in the last heat, Stanley Norman, they usually tend to have to surf around different parts of Europe to compete. Portugal, France, Spain, and especially within that Basque country of southern France and the northern part of Spain, you're usually seeing a lot of events develop. And what happens is that you have to compete against different regions of Europe too. So you're honing your talents against the best in the region, but also the best of a very specific country as well. And I think that's something beneficial to a lot of the Europeans. Yes, it's hard to compete in warm weather and warm temperature waters like this, but give it just a week, and I think you're easily adapting to the conditions here. That's what Jonah Gerard's been doing. I mean, the Gerard family, they were here for the ISA World Longboard Championship. They've been down here for at least 2 to 3 weeks now. Lionel, the dad of Jonah, Sive, and Lucy, they've been surfing every day. He's like, hey, I wanted to be in shape for winter. I think I'm in shape now after surfing every day here.
Yeah, so he lives in Oceanside, California. When he's not surfing, he's boxing, so the training coming into play. He was actually the sand pourer for Team America Samoa, and a fixture in ISA competition. Mitchell,
Joe Wilson, ladies and gentlemen.
the man.
Yeah.
Got to be the best
Hype man.
cheerleader, supporter, hype man. I mean, he will be waving that flag. I think he started about 4:30 a.m. He will be here till dark. That guy, we saw him on the beach in Japan. We see, every ISA event that the American Samoa team is involved with. Joe is there. Love that guy. He brings such a good vibe.
Him and Liam were solo in Japan that one year too, right?
That's right. And they were there from morning till dark every day.
Yeah.
So his son will be competing in this event as well. And I hope, if his son ages out, starts doing something else, I hope Joe continues to come. We need Joe at these events. He is part of the ISA fabric to, go for our goal, a better world through surfing.
I saw him, like 40 minutes ago outside, and he actually asked me, hey, is it okay if I actually wave my flag? Can I do that? I'm like, dude, that's the whole point of this event. Go and rep your country. Go and rep your heritage, where you're from. And, surfers from American Samoa, a lot of them live in Hawaii, like the Gerards do now on the west side of Oahu. Liam Wilson and his dad live in Laie on the east side of Oahu, kind of the North Shore. But it brings a camaraderie together when you see these flags and you see these different nations, and you're like, dang, like, I didn't know you had that kind of heritage in you. Like, I'm glad that you're representing your heritage and your upbringing, and it's really cool to see here at this event. I love to see it with a lot of Latin Americans, too, that have different kinds of heritage, but then they tend to represent their country of origin. As we see Sebastián Olarte, he'll be coming up for Uruguay. Kind of a big loss for them in one of the earlier heats of this round. Marco Giorgi went down. He's in the repechage now.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that shows you these early rounds. I mean, you will have newcomers going up against veterans, amateurs going up against pros, a solid mix. Surfers representing 63 countries here in Surf City, El Salvador for the ISA World Surfing Games. It feels nice to just get things rolling.
It does.
We have the build-up, the pageantry, the opening ceremonies. That all adds to the excitement. All the social media leading up to this event, all the Olympic implications. There's so much at stake, and I think once that opening buzzer blows and the first heat starts, a lot of those things that are potentials, they kind of fade away, and it just becomes pure. It becomes about the surfing. It becomes about, the heats at hand. And this is, I'm sure there's some tension and there's some nerves for a lot of the surfers competing, but there's also a lot of joy as we see Rio now throwing his tail, and you could say that chalk that one up to nerves a little bit. Not an easy wave to surf.
Not at all, but based off of his skill talent, I mean, out of 3.27
That's not like
total. No, in the first 13 minutes of the heat, it's uncharacteristic. It's unlikely, as you were mentioning. And I also think it goes to show you how difficult this wave is to surf and really understand as a whole. I mean, he's still in the lead. That's fine. But with 7 minutes to go, you want to get something at least in the fives out there right now. We've seen the first two people, actually three people, get into the double digits to make it out of their heats, and especially with the winners of the heats too. I think right now in this heat specifically, all you're looking at is for one good score and then get a small backup afterwards. So there's plenty of time for both Jonah and Mateo to get that.
So 20-minute heats, top two surfers stay in the main round. Third and or fourth place surfers will go into the repechage rounds. We have double podiums, 2 contest venues.
That was
See
sick.
Rio now. Yeah. That is just good, clean, powerful surfing that we come to expect from Rio Inaba. Your 2022 WSL Asia Open champ. And that's going to most likely be his biggest number. So nothing really of note right now. I don't think that's necessarily the fault of the surfers. They've kind of suffered through a bit of a lull in this heat. But here you see Rio.
Like the deep bottom turn right here. Really digs into the first section. And how's the technique too? I remember when he's, he was young and he used to stay at Wade Takoro's house on the North Shore. Still riding those same boards till this day. Great explosive first turn right there, Chris. And you see, this is something that a lot of Japanese surfers have, and we see it in baseball too. They're very disciplined with their technique and to an approach to their wave. And has to do the double pump. That's usually not something that judges like to see. but we're at a wave that's very difficult to surf, and when you're able to manage a second turn like this, that double pump maybe, you know, it's corrected now based off of the second turn right here. Look at how explosive he was when he actually met the lip line. Coils up as well when he's coming out of it. Great technique, love to see it, and there's the score, Chris, pretty good one.
Yeah, that right there, you said it, technique shining. I don't think he could have done anything better on that finishing move. Score comes through 6-6-7. So that being the high mark, Mitchell, the judges are looking for the usuals: speed, power, flow. They want to be excited. They want to, they want to get hyped. They're surfers as well.
Yeah.
We've got the international judging panel, male and female, and they're looking for what we're all looking for: just great surfing. And I think Rio right there displayed great surfing on an okay wave.
Yeah.
You know, that wave was definitely not easy. You saw he had to kind of have those mid-face reactions to get over some of the bumps and chunks coming up that face, but an easy correction for him. Nailed that end section. I would say 6 points of that 6-6-7 came from that backside vertical snap. So if you're a surfer in an upcoming heat, just do what Rio did at the end of that wave and you'll get a good number.
Sounds much easier
So
said
easy.
than done, right? But you go out there and all you need really is 2 waves. I mean, they only score your top 2 waves. As we see podium 1 here, great drone angle by Aaron Jesse, our drone operator here at La Bocana. What I really think is the key to success here, Chris, is a quick start. We've normally seen it from a lot of the champions. We saw it from Sally Fitzgibbons in the women's final in 2021. We saw it from Kanoe Igarashi, the men's silver medalist in 2021. And luckily for Joan Duru, there was enough time for him to make a comeback and eventually win that open men's final. But I think getting at least a 5 on the board in the first minute or 2 here is crucial to your performance, because you're not in that mode of hunting waves anymore. This is a wave that really you need to be patient and sit out in the open lineup.
Rio, again, 2 quick turns right there, but making a lot out of a little. He's trying to get rid of a 2.77. And Mateo and Jonah right now are pretty evenly matched, just a pair of 2s either way. And these 20-minute heats, they're going to fly by.
Yeah.
All these competitors who have no doubt come up through amateur competition all the way to, you know, QS, ISA, high level, elite level competition. You know, they know the drill. We're probably looking at over half the field being national champions from
Yep.
their country.
For sure.
So they're all veteran competitors in a sense. As you see Mateo now,
Oh.
that would have been a decent number had he been able to hang on.
Well, and I think the one thing that we really need to look at right now is the use of priority there by Mateo. Had a first priority, waited for around 15 minutes for that wave, and if he gets something better than his 2-point ride, you know, that's going to add to his scoreline right now. But Jonah's not going to need much in 3rd place, and I just feel that right now, 2 minutes to go, yes, you want to pull the trigger with something that looks good enough to actually go on, but if your opponent in 3rd who's trailing you only needs something in a 2-point range, maybe a 3 at the most, you should be going on a set wave. You've already waited this long. What's waiting a minute or 2 more? And crucial moment here for the surfer in blue now from Samoa.
Looking for a 1.8. So if he can get up and at least get 1 good turn done, he may have it. All right, so big snap there to start, trying to get around this frothy section.
Well, he got it there, just with the attempt.
Almost gets the finish. So a 1.8, that's going to be a good illustration for the armchair judges at home. You know, you think of a 2 or a 3, right? That's pretty much 1 big turn or a couple turns down the line. I think the first turn he did there showed speed. It showed his power. He
Yep.
did have flow. He fell at the end, but more than likely he will get that number. And I think the judges will be pretty quick about it right there. Yeah, so a 2.20, just enough. Just enough to make his friends and family really nervous at home.
And
Except for Joe, he's still on the beach waving that flag. He is never nervous.
his dad Lionel's probably nervous on the beach right now. His sisters as well. But big moment right here for American Samoa if they could get, you know, their first surfer through and then get the momentum going for both Jason Latham, who's going to be in the last heat of this round, and Liam Wilson is going to be coming up in a few heats. This will be huge for this guy right here, Jonah. Decent opening turn, comes around the section, try to fit in 1 more, and just not enough projection down the line. Had to burn off some speed with the bottom turn, but 25 seconds.
Am I reading this right? He's 17?
He is.
That's a big kid right there.
He's huge.
And I love that. So right now is where the points start accumulating. The further you get in this event, the more points you get for your team. So if you can keep as many surfers as possible in the main podium round, the main round, that just gives you a better chance to rise up through the rankings. You know, at the end of every day, obviously today, you know, early, but at the end of each day, we start to tabulate those points, and then we see a kind of overall leaderboard.
Yep.
These surfers going for individual medals as well, but the team standings will be updated throughout the week. So that's going to be it. Rio Naba pretty handily taking that heat out. And Rio and Jonah will be moving on through. Mateo will be going into the Repechage round. He'll get one more chance to stay in this competition. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more from the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games. Team Japan on the board early. Ryo Inaba, the veteran, your 2022 Asia Open champ. It's a nice victory. I believe his high mark was a 6.6, pretty much on the strength of one big backside hammer. So that shows you right there. You just got to stay focused, stay in the game, even if the waves aren't necessarily coming your way. Everyone in the water is dealing with the same conditions. So Ryo, I think just leaning on his competitive know-how gets through that heat handily. We've got a new one in the water right now. Some big names coming at you. Frederico Moraes from Portugal, Keone Lassa representing Venezuela, and Noah Storhag from Norway. So where else, Mitchell, would you get a heat with surfers representing Portugal, Venezuela, and Norway?
Never.
Yeah.
Anywhere else.
And where else would you see a bona fide global superstar like Frederico Moraes going up against up-and-comers? I mean, Keone Lassa, this kid rips. He's been around. He's been in many, many competitions. And it's pretty clear that he is fired up. What a way to start. So, polar opposite beginning of this heat compared to the last heat. Both Frederico and Keone are going to drop some big numbers in the opening seconds. That leaves Noah out the back. He's just 16 years old. Representing Norway. His mom's Norwegian. His dad's from Argentina. He lives and surfs in Jaco, Costa Rica. He's probably going, oh, welcome to the ISA. Wow, what a start.
Especially at 16 years of age, too. You're facing two veterans. I know Lassa's not that old. He's still actually in the Pro Junior division of the World Surf League, but this kid has a lot of talent. Chris lives in Spain, but originally from Venezuela, and he has a lot of talent. And you're talking about a former top 10 surfer on the championship tour in Freddie Moraes, who starts off well. I really like this pace of this left-hander. Couple of quick snaps, nice variation right there, and good use of the rails. But this wave to me, wow. Love the aggressiveness of the first layback right there, straight up into the lip. This roundhouse cutback, cut short, but then look at this combo right here at the end. Goes up into the lip, generates speed somehow, and pulls off the nice air revo at the end. That was beautiful to watch.
You know, he cleaned up a couple slight errors and kind of, you know, it was a little bit of a magic trick. No, don't look at that. Look at this. And he does the air at the end. And here we go again, Frederico Moraes. What hasn't Frederico done? He's 31 years old in Cascais, Portugal, QS champ in 2008. And, you know, it's funny when he takes off on a wave. For most of us, that's a head-high wave. For him, it's about waist high. He's, 6 feet plus. But he is so good in small waves for being such a big, tall surfer. I mean, he can surf anything. Backdoor, you know, Huntington Beach, anything you throw at Frederico. That's why he's been, you know, a fixture on the international professional surf scene for so long. He brought 7 boards down here to El Salvador, knowing full well that this place will eat your quiver, especially on the previous days. So he's got boards ranging from 5'11 to 6'1". Now we see our first look at Noah Storhag representing Norway.
Yeah, the surfer that lives in Hakol, loves to surf beach breaks. You know, he's in for a rude awakening right now, though, because this guy, Fred, about to drop a huge number right here. Great second snap, and then he just cleans up the finish. And I think for Fred, a huge thing about him is just getting on a roll and elevating his confidence. He looks good so far, Chris.
He's running away with this heat, but Keone Lassa definitely with the chance to catch him. We've got 15 and a half minutes to go here as the surfers make their way back into the lineup. That gives us a chance to catch up with Ryo Inaba with Ben Wei.
Thanks, Chris Cote. I'm down here with the winner of that round 1 heat, number 4, Ryo Inaba, representing Team Japan. Mazu omedetou gozaimasu.
ありがとうございます。
So Ryo told me that he hasn't done an ISA event since juniors in Huntington a while back. This is his first men's event. It's his first time here to Surf City, so I'm going to just ask him what his impression is on the surf here, the scene, and the waves. 今回初めてSurf City に来て、もうすごく波が良くて、たまらないの波コンディションと、すごい暑くて、どんなインプレッションがありました？
思ってたより暑くて結構疲れるんですけど、波も結構サイズあって、レフトもあっちのライトの方もいい波で最高です。
So he said it was a lot hotter than he expected, and so it's a little bit tiring, but he said perfect left right here. The right's been super good. ちょっと日本の夏みたいでしょ。
日本の夏より暑いかもしれない。
He said it's even hotter than the summer in Japan. それに今回もう本当に最後に伊月田中、地元のコーチが一緒に聞いて、マーさんがもう来なくて、そのなんかホームタウンの気持ちがありますか？
そうですね。伊月君は普段からコーチしてもらってるからすごい安心感もあるし、もう他のスタッフマーさんとかも含めて最高なチームで、いい環境でやれてます。
So what I was saying is their normal coach, Masatoshi Ono, wasn't able to make it this time. Last second, they brought his normal coach from Chiba, Izuki Tanaka, along. And since that's his normal coach, he's got a really comfortable feeling kind of traveling with his normal coach here. 次も頑張ってください。みんな千葉のみんな応援メッセージ。
頑張ります。応援お願いします。
ありがとうございます。Back to you guys.
Certified polyglot Ben Wei, always pleasure to have Ben at these events. He is also our ambassador of fun down here in Surf City, El Salvador. Ryo Inaba putting his name on the list of surfers advancing through, staying in the main round. Meanwhile, Federico Moraes having a field day out here at La Bocana. No need to finish that wave, but it could have helped him because he's sitting on a 5.93 and a 5, and the highest single wave score right now being held by Keone Lassa. So Keone with that, I think the finishing maneuver, the air, I think that got the judges fired up, and he's at it again, winding up, but just suffers the bump. That's when you're driving, not paying attention, you hit a speed bump and your head hits the roof. I mean, not as bad, but
or you hit a pothole.
Got to be ready for it.
Yeah. No, but this heat in particular is one where I just feel like Noah has to really surf the best heat that he's ever had in his life. As we see one of our surfers coming up, Hussein Al-Zaki from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Not every day you get to say kingdom in a country's sentence, the way you're introducing it. Nice to see them here, though, in Central America.
Got to have one of the best mustaches of any competitor as well.
Maybe even around the globe, too. Like to see him just shave off the beard and just go solo mustache. Be sick.
If he keeps advancing through, maybe, you know.
True.
I always like, you know, when surfers, I don't want to say unknown. They're obviously known in their respective regions, but maybe unknown to us. It's always fun to meet some of these surfers, so maybe throughout the day we can, you know, sneak in a couple third and fourth place interviews just to get to know these guys and girls a little bit better. 11:40 on the clock. Federico Moraes in the lead. That last wave for Keone Lassa, not going to count for much. A 2-1-0, but here he goes again. Nice pocket to work with to start. Beautiful snapping turn. Almost the huge finish right there. And you know what? I don't mind it. He's still got 11 and a half to go. Get wild out there. Do something, you know, do something huge. You know, this conversation recently about judging, it's, you know, my best advice would be don't leave it up to the judges. Go out there and get 210s.
I agree.
Sounds easy.
It does.
But, you know, if don't make it close. Go out there and smash your competitors, and there will be no conversation about that.
And especially in terms of confidence, too, what this would do for him if he ends up beating Fred at the end of this heat would be huge for him moving forward.
Noah getting involved. That was a nicely placed kind of snapping carve. You know, that section right there, that was just asking to be belted, and I like where he placed that turn. He's got a 170. He's definitely going to improve on that. So he is in this heat. We're just under halfway to go.
Yeah, 2.6, so it's his best score right now. At the moment, needs a 7 for second place. But same thing, you got to start building your scores and find your rhythm out there. Get on the better waves, most importantly. And all in all, you can be the best surfer in the world, but if you're not on the best waves of the heat, you're not going to end up moving through or winning. And that's no secret. And you can see the very best in the world. We're going to have Gabriel Magina coming up later, this afternoon, heat number 12. He's got a great heat, by the way. Romeo Chavez from Colombia. He's a ripper, lives in Ecuador. I'm really excited to see him. Almost landed a rodeo, I think, yesterday or the day before out here on the right. And then Porfirio Miranda, the local surfer, he is sensational. And it's going to be 3 goofy footers out there. I'm really looking forward to that heat. But when it comes down to what you said, don't leave it up to them. If you feel like it needs to be decisive, make it decisive. Go out there and leave no doubt. And in this case, the waves are on offer. You're at one of the best waves in the entire country and within the region, too. You got a canvas, go out there and paint.
Yeah, now I'm fired up for that heat as well. My favorite part of ISA competition, the first 3 days of these events, where you just get to see the coolest mix of surfers from around the world of all different, levels and skill sets and unique styles, as we see Federico Moraes now belting that wave on his backhand, but getting belted back. One thing that's a little bit deceiving about this wave is even though the angles kind of tell us a story, when you're out there, the wave actually bends away from you slightly. And I think that's what happened with Federico as he went up into the lip. The wave just kind of bent out to sea a little bit. The easiest and I would say most kind of fun way to turn is when the wave's coming at you, like a horseshoe effect. But right there, just a little bit reversed, and he mistimed it. It wasn't the wave's fault. It was his fault. But not as easy a wave to surf as you might think. So that's why we give these surfers full credit when they deliver, like we're seeing Noah here. All right, so Noah finishes his wave, snap, float, good combo, solid fundamental surfing there.
And it's a combination, too. That's a big part of the judging criteria here. You want to be getting a combination of major maneuvers in the most critical sections of the wave. Scores in already, drops a 3.43, now needs a 6.17. So slowly, he's decreasing the requirement for second place right now. And what that's doing is adding more pressure to Keone to be very selective using his first priority right here. He still has 8 minutes. This heat's not over. But if you're Lhasa right now with the best wave of the heat at the moment, you still look for a backup that's better than the 6.17. You want to be on a better score than your initial one. And I don't like this. I don't mind this approach from Noah. Slowly, he's been working his better scores. Great snap. And then maybe not as strong as a finish, but it's a finish, Chris.
Yeah. Right. I agree with you. I like that opening turn, nice and sharp.
In the pocket.
Yeah. And sometimes if you're just trying to get your campaign going, just finishing a wave off, even if it's not some spectacular finish, it can really just help confidence. Something about standing tall, riding out in the whitewater, knowing that you've completed that wave can just help between your ears. So 7:14 to go, and I can't tell you exactly what he's thinking, but from what we've seen, Keone Lhasa is looking for a ramp. He has definitely got the talent above the lip. So hopefully we get to see a chance for that part of his skill set to shine. He started off with a nice little front 3 on the inside section. So hopefully more to come for that. I think, if I'm looking at these waves right now, I'm thinking ramp. I'm thinking that, a big air out there could definitely be a difference maker. Well, we do have 2 podiums in action right now. Superstars filling both areas as we look up towards El Sunzal. Now this right here, a long right-hand point break. This is podium 2. We've got global superstar Sally Fitzgibbons out there at the moment. Now, Mitchell, this is one of the first waves ever surfed in El Salvador. Actually, the the set for Big Wednesday.
Gary Busey went out there, scored a couple big waves. As you look at Sally Fitzgibbons here, I mean, she's won here in the past. 2021 was her last victory at the ISA level, but she's always a threat at these events. This format, I think, for her specifically, works out very well. She doesn't mind surfing repertoire heats either. She's just a grinder, a workhorse, and she's out there to get the job done regardless of the cost.
Yeah, and for our kind of visiting championship tour surfers, Sally has already been doing double duty on the CT, on the QS, in every ISA event.
Challengers, yep.
And if you want to keep your eyes on Podium 2, El Sunzal, our women are out in the water. You can find the little tab that says Podium 2, and you can watch the feed from El Sunzal. And while you won't necessarily hear Mitchell or I talking about it, you can talk amongst yourselves as you watch, because it kind of has that ASMR effect, right? You're just watching some of the best surfers in the world surfing fun, tropical style waves. So I'm sure it can be quite relaxing,
It could put some music on in the background. If we're already on the R finishing terms, NPR, Little Desk Concert.
There you
or
go.
Tiny Desk Concert. Put on some Anderson .Paak or something in the background. Be nice. Fred.
We're back to Podium 1 now. Federico Moraes streaking down the line. A little crumble in front of him. Bam. That's that Freddie turn. He's got such good technique. I mean, I watch him and I put him kind of in that class with, like a Bede Durbridge or, just guys that have that ability to always be in the right spot on the wave. They throw tons of spray. They're powerful, but it's also that mix of power and precision where they put their maneuvers that they just seem to throw more spray than anybody else. And it's not just because they're bigger guys, but it's because where they do their turn and how they learn how to do those turns that makes them so lethal on any wave that they ride.
Yeah, and so far in this heat, I mean, his two best scores have been on lefts. Opens up with a 5-point ride here, and honestly, I could have even seen the score be a bit higher based off of the surfing that we saw there. And then the 617 by Keone Lassa. Great surfing right here by the surfer in blue from Venezuela. Just a lot of speed. As I said there before, was looking for the roundhouse, then lost it, but then the recovery right there with the air reverse at the end. That was solid from Keone. And then Fred gets the answer back, a 5.93 his best. Lovely tail slide. And then goes for the right here at the end. Just a 3.07. But you were talking about his technique. The way he draws off the bottom actually does remind me a lot of both Thiago Pires and Bede Durbridge. Has kind of the size of Bede, but more of that drive off of the bottom that Thiago had when he was on top of both the QS and the CT.
I want to surf like that.
You do. I saw you throw the tail like that yesterday.
Oh, thank
on the left. Just maybe, not as big or as strong.
Or as precise.
Or similar.
Just different. Differences is what makes these events so fun to watch. Coming up next, for example, Israel, New Zealand, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Uruguay all represented. So really, you don't get much more international than that. That is 4 distant parts of the globe coming together for the joy of surfing, as Keone looking more ferocious than joyful on this one, and I like it. He's got the end section, blows the fins out, and I will tell you, our judges, they love to see your fins. And when you can finish strong like that, I mean, that right there, a lot of speed, a lot of flow, all the way from beginning to end. Throwing those fins, that's a different type of power, but fully in control there. Looking for a 4.76. That is going to be close, Mitch.
Yeah, and when you look at Fred's 5, I think it's right there. Keone just surfing with a lot of speed, and before he jumped into the booth, Chris, you actually told me something that isn't necessarily in the judging criteria, but it does affect the way you do look at a wave. And you said that style matters. And Keone's style is impeccable. It's really beautiful to watch. It's pleasing to the eye. And that, to me, really does affect the way you view a score. And I think as of right now, that's why he has the 617, the best wave of the heat. And it just seems like he's on his way to get the 4.76 and better right here. He's going to take the lead in the last 90 seconds.
And how good would it feel as an up-and-coming teenager?
Oh, this would be huge.
Take out Federico Moraes. I mean, this guy has been at the elite level for more than a decade. I mean, he was winning junior titles,
Yeah.
you know, and winning Portugal's national titles, winning events.
Knocking out Mick in the CT in Portugal.
Got a second place.
J-Bay.
J-Bay. So
dropped a 10 that event too.
I mean, the dude's already got Hall of Fame type numbers in surfing. So now the scores dropping through. Federico Moraes with a 5.93 and a 5.90.
Well, he drops a 5.9, so the requirement's higher, a 5.66 now.
Just by a point, but that feels very daunting now with the waves being like they are. So the score comes through 5.77 for Keone Lassa. He gets the number and edges above Federico Moraes. So here we're already starting to see David versus Goliath type of situations happening in the water with 25 seconds left.
Look at how close the heat is, 11.94 to 11.83. And then unfortunately for Noah, you know, it's going to be a good learning experience for him coming up against two great surfers in the draw. Keone loading up. You want to see one done right there, don't you?
Yeah, but the damage was already done on his previous wave. So again, the judge is seeing the bottom of his board. He showed him all three fins, got the number, and got a huge win. I mean, we know Keone Lassa has been around. He's been in a lot of events. He's won his fair share. But beating Federico Moraes has to be a huge momentum push. Well, we've got more surfing to come. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2023. The road to Paris is on. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar, and the doctor is in. That's right, surfer in red, Dr. Yoni Klein, representing Israel, will be going up against Dune Kennings from New Zealand, Hussein Alzaki from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Sebastian Olarte from Uruguay. And we're going to start off with Dr. Yoni Klein, 34 years old, from Tel Aviv. And he has been in ISA competitions for many, many years. He likes to get barreled. He likes to cook. He likes to foil. He likes to longboard. And he does all of those things very well. He's one of those people, Mitch. He just does everything at a very high level. And he's a really nice dude.
He is.
Just to put that on top. So here's your international field. Dr. Yoni Klein, Dune Kennings, Hussein Alzaki, and Sebastian Olarte from Uruguay. So Uruguay, I would say Uruguay, although they've been around in sport athletics for a long time, you know, their surfing population definitely growing. And I think the ISA has helped a lot.
For sure.
With, fielding their team. Great start for Dr. Yoni Klein. Well, okay start, let's say. He's way more capable than that.
Yeah, it's a 2.5 that could have been a 4, or maybe, touching the 5-point range if he finishes that last turn. But nonetheless, intention is clear. He wants to be on the first wave of the heat and just really move on through out of this one. When you look at the draw in this heat, maybe it's not necessarily the hardest one to make it through, but in comparison to the few heats that we've had so far this morning, Chris, there's been three people heats. This is a four-person heat right now, so you need to go out there and perform. As we see Dune up and riding. Nice snap on the backhand. One more. This guy seems like he has a lot of power coming out of New Zealand. Ooh.
That was sparky right there, riding his Pizel surfboard. He is part of the Keyhole Board Riders crew. He is a New Zealand national champion. As we see surfer in white now, Sebastian Olarte, getting involved, not in the way we want to see him get involved. We know how good he is. He's a 4-time national champ from Uruguay. Lives in Maldonado. 31 years old, so definitely got some veteran knowledge. This whole heat right here is full of vets. They're all in their 30s. Well, Dune's 27, but Hussein 32, Yoni 34, So maturity in the lineup.
Yep.
And that usually equates to less mistakes, I would say, with more experience. But for Hussein Alzaki, he just started surfing in 2020. Went on a trip to Costa Rica, caught what he calls his first green wave, and the rest is history. He's hooked.
So this is one of those waves that you mentioned in the previous two heats. It has that bend on the left, and you see how it's just running towards him instead of running towards the channel. That's why he gets that last section right there that's bending, and a great finish for Dune Kennings. Gets the best score of the heat so far, a 4.83, as Sebastian just a 2.1. You mentioned that Uruguay has been, a much larger proponent now of surfing just overall. We had Julian Schweizer in the longboard event do extremely well. He was very close to making the final. He's got a lot of talent, but Marco Giorgi's been on the scene globally for a long time. Sebastian's been doing well. And on the women's side, they have some great surfers too. Marcela Machado, who's been in Central America for, I think, around 6 months now. She's up and coming. I'm really excited to see her surf on the women's side. But when it comes to South America as a whole, to me, it's really important that it's not only Brazil just running away with the whole thing. Peru's on the map, Chile's on the map, we have Argentina and Uruguay as well. As we're going to get the slow-mo replay. You see how that wave has that weird kind of crease in that? See where he's bottom turning right next to the lip? You can see that wave about to bend. That makes that bottom turn even so much more important because it decreased his speed. If he would have had too much speed, would have slid out right there, Chris. But how's that form? Rooster tail. Love seeing that maneuver right there. Bobby Martinez made that popular.
Yeah, that was just perfectly placed. Sometimes guys and men and women, their styles match the boards they're riding.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like his style matches that Paisel surfboard. In my estimation, Paisel surfboards are really user-friendly, really easy to ride. And as you can see right there, everything that he did, that line that he drew down the face of that wave all the way to the end, no rails digging, everything just going nice and smooth. That's testament to his ability, of course, but also to the surfboard under his feet.
Yep.
14-12 to go. Dune Kennings in the lead for now as our surfers make their way into the zone. Let's go down to the boardwalk where Jess is standing by.
Thank you, guys. Yes, Keone Las representing Venezuela. That's a massive heat win for you guys, taking out some championship tour surfers, and it must feel good for you putting that on the board first day of comp.
Yeah, feels great to beat these guys from the city. That's why we're here. I'm here to compete against the big guys, so yeah, it feels good to take them out, and yeah, I hope I get another seat in the next heat.
And good vibes for your team. You were just speaking about off air how Venezuela's feeling, and you've already had some wins this morning, and now you have for the women.
Yeah, we have a strong team from Venezuela this year. We've bring some really good surfers, and I think our chances to make it far are good. So yeah, we're confident and we're good. Yeah.
And you've got quite a bit of media following you around personally at the moment too, don't you? Residing in the Basque Country, but representing Venezuela. What does it feel like for everybody at home just cheering you on in such a big event for the ISA Games?
Yeah, it feels really good to be representing both Basque Country and Venezuela for me. I grew up in the Basque Country, but part of my mom is from Venezuela. So yeah, it feels good to be representing both and yeah, feeling everyone's vibe. So yeah, thank you everyone.
Well, thank you so much. We'll let you go. I know the team want to debrief with you and celebrate your early day heat win. So congratulations. Good luck moving on through.
Thank you.
No, thank you. That was really fun to watch.
Yeah.
Pure entertainment from Keone Lassa. Great surfing there. And what a momentum builder. And I love what he said. I want more CT surfers to go up against.
Yeah, no, Venezuela's 2 for 2 so far this morning as well. JJ Lopez moved through in second place in the opening heat of this round. And now the big victory of Keone Lassa. If Francisco Villorin is able to move through, which he has a lot of great experience here in this beautiful country. I expect some big things, and I expect their seed to get better too. I don't necessarily expect them to win the whole thing as a team, but if they're able to better their seed, next year their seed is better. Their opening heats are much less difficult.
Here we go. Sebastian Olarte representing Uruguay. 4-time national champ. Quick snap there. We just saw a brief flash of Hussein Alzaki paddling for that last wave. So remember, this guy just started surfing in 2020, and he's already competing at the elite level here at the ISA World Surfing Games, and that's how you grow the sport in your home country. You know, you wouldn't think of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as a surf-centric type of place, but I'll tell you, I've seen and heard firsthand about some of the wave pool systems that are going in. They're definitely raising their hand a lot when it comes to bringing action sports into the KSA. So, you know, this is I would say this is kind of just the front runners of what we're going to see from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in terms of, you know, surfing, skating, and even snowboarding. They have indoor snowboarding mountains there, you know. So there's you know, they obviously have some good budgets to work with, I would say. So don't be surprised if you see, you know, incredible wave pools going in, massive skate parks. They're already being built. So it's happening in the KSA, and their team, their athletes, they're going to be improving quickly. So do not discount them in the future in terms of surf, skate, snowboard competition. Action sports are getting a lot bigger in the zone over there.
Would you be down to try an indoor snowboarding?
Let's go.
Yeah?
Yes. That's why I try to get out there and make friends with as many of these
so they
people
can
as possible. So
get the free pass.
I mean, literally, when you come to an ISA event and you hang out for long enough, you would have the opportunity to meet at least one person from any country you'd like to go to.
Absolutely right.
And you make that connection, and you think, okay, you know, sometime in my life, I'd like to go to Senegal. I'd like to go to, you know, Saudi Arabia. I'd like to go to some of these places. Well, now you've got a connection because you know someone who surfs there.
I'm still trying to get Leo to invite me to Rome and just like go to a fashion show in Milan one day too.
Well, good luck with that one. I'm sure that invite list is pretty long.
There's Cesar Amador from Nicaragua. Small country. They got a lot of heart though. Close by too. Not a lot of traveling for them. And boy, there are some amazing waves.
Incredible waves all over Nicaragua.
All year long too.
Yeah, so it's you know, it's no surprise that in the past 10 years, you know, after so much visitation from, you know, surfers from the USA, East Coast, California, all over the world, you know, that is quickly going to rub off on the locals. And, you know, when back in the day, surfers coming to El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, you know, leaving boards behind, you know, just kind of showing what's possible. It's like when when a top pro shows up to your local skate park and you go, oh, that's what you're supposed to do on that thing. Like, that's what's happening in a lot of these rising surf nations. Nicaragua, they've been around for a long time. Their talent level already well developed, but it's going to be really fun to watch and see what happens next as Team New Zealand, always a threat when they come into ISA competition. Billy Stearman right there, Olympian.
Paige Harrop.
Kehu Butler.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, their team is solid. They're going to finish in the top 10. I'll say that right now.
No, for sure. And I just want to say that I think they have some of the classiest and most simple outfits too. They have the all blacks, representing, you know, that rugby feeling too. And it's super important to demonstrate why the ISA is so different to a lot of other events. They always allow them to do their haka on stage during the opening ceremony. I think that's one of the most fun parts about this event.
Yeah, these teams bring a lot of passion with them wherever they go. And there's Sebastian Olarte right there from Uruguay. Nice little combo, lay back into a quick little foam hit at the end. So well surfed there. 7:48 to go. You got Dune Kennings, Piha, New Zealand local, ripping his Pizel. Right now he is in the lead with a 4.83 and a 2.73. This heat's still pretty wide open, and you can't help but cheer for Hussein Alzaki. Guy's just starting off in his surfing life.
Here he goes.
And almost, you can't help but cheer for this guy. You know, he's out there, he's putting his heart into it. Just want to see him get one successful ride.
Yep. Just make a drop. That's all it is. There's Team Israel, but they're worried right now because Dr. Yanni Klein in third now needs a 4-point ride because Olarte drops his best score at 3.6. Here he goes.
The doctor is up. Nice little pocket to work with there. Really cool looking snap, but just a little bit overcooked.
There's been a few waves in a row where he's powered for or just been pressured into waves that are unnecessary. Huge moment here for this guy, though, in second.
Yeah, and the doctor gets the front row seat to Sebastian, who's on his second turn to make that 3 all the way through to this inside section with the strong finish. So saves his best turn for last, and he's still going, getting every bit of the potential score out of that wave. I would say that fourth turn, that little snap in the whitewater, wasn't the most critical part of the wave, but it was definitely the most critical turn.
Yes.
That's just going to put some distance between him and Dr. Yoni Klein. And we've seen high-level surfers go into the repechage rounds early and fight their way back to the main podium, but I mean it's a lot more surf.
Way more, and
double
then
the heats or so.
You're eventually going to face a big monster in one of those heats too. That you're tired. You've been surfing so many heats, and there's times where you just can't put it together in the heat, and you don't want to be in the repechage for one of those. As this combination of Olarte probably going to be his best wave. He needs a 3.97 to take the lead. Wouldn't be surprised to see him move up into first place right now. And it seems like Hussein might have gotten his first ride. It's 0.1, but it's a score.
Hey.
So nice to see him up in there on the board.
I'm a fan.
You're getting invited to the indoor snowboarding now.
I'm ready.
We got to write a formal letter of invite.
All right, I'm going to talk to Hussein after this heat. Big snap there for Dune. Another.
Great flow.
Yeah, so a 1, 2, 3
bang,
punch
bang, bang
combo. I mean, just a great illustration of speed, power, flow, right?
Yep.
The 3 tenets of what the judges look for.
3 most important things. That's why they're at the top of the very criteria, too.
And it says SPF on all the sunblock I've been getting, too, so it's getting really popular. 4:45 on the clock.
You better be applying your sunblock while you're here. Even when it's overcast like this, it's still, like, penetrating. You can feel it on your skin. It might actually be even stronger right now than when it's sunny.
Really?
Yeah. Well, because remember, like, clouds are like a magnifying glass. So it goes straight through them, and it almost doubles the intensification, like the intensity.
I'm staying in the booth. There's too much excitement. I got to see everything. 4:19 to go. Waiting for a score to drop for Dune Kinning's last wave. He's got a 4.83 and a 2.73. He'll most likely get rid of that 2.73. Also waiting for that score for Sebastian Olarte. 3.73 and a 3.6. Here we go. Hussein. Up
Ooh.
and riding on his backhand.
His best wave.
Hey, he made the drop. He got to the bottom of that one. Full credit there for Hussein Alzaki. Just started to surf in 2020. And he's out there competing with, some of the best in the business right now.
Surfing on a shortboard, too. A lot of people still either riding a mid-length or one of those wave storms. Big moment here, though. Need to score this guy. Oh,
this is unlike the Yoni Klein we've come to know and love. Making multiple mistakes on his last 3 waves. This is a surfer that you would peg as a guy who's going to make at least, the day before the finals, if not the finals day. He's been right in the conversation, quarters, semis, through the past 5 or 6 years in ISA competition. So do not discount any surfer. 3 minutes on the clock here.
and still waiting on the score for blue, too. You have to be thinking he's going to extend his lead right here, only looking to better a 2.73. Big moment in the heat because Olarte doesn't get the score that he needed for the lead of 3.73, but that, basically helps him out in second place. And now Yoni Klein needing a 4.83. Hussein, I mean, we know what he's capable of, but he's not going to get a 6.86 or better. But Dune Kennings drops a 4.9, his best, just slightly. But now look at what it does for second place. Sebastian needs a 6-point ride for the lead. But now Yoni needing something close to a 5, but with third priority. And this is smart to me. The surfer in white wants to take the inside away from the surfer in red. Any kind of wave that he wants, he needs to block him on. Protect that second place at all costs, Chris.
Yeah, and, nations like Uruguay, they have a really nicely developed amateur.
They do.
To, amateur all the way up to highly ranked QS and, the Pan American Games. There's so many events for Central and South American surfers to cut their teeth in. So Sebastian Olarte, at 31 years old, has no doubt had his fair share of competitions. So he knows the drill here. And we see Hussein there. Obviously a little bit more comfortable on his forehand. Gets involved there. I would say that was a completed wave. Made the drop. Fades into the whitewaters. We see Sebastian now. Takes off in a smaller wave with 1:24 to go. So as I was building up his competitive knowledge and heat IQ,
smart.
You know, he
Where's your point?
identified something that could potentially improve on a 3.6 or a 3.7. The only thing is he did now leave Dr. Yoni Klein out the back up to his own devices. And we'll see if that the requirement for Dr. Yoni will grow as just more solid fundamental power surfing from Dune Kennings.
That guy rips.
Yeah, he's been a joy to watch in this heat for sure. I mean, the waves are not easy to surf, but he's definitely making it look nice and clean. And here's a look back at what we've seen so far in this heat from Sebastian Olarte to start.
Smart use of priority right here. Gets the first opening snap that was, critical. Last turn, nearly loses it. Almost dug his rail, and a huge wave here for Dr. Yoni Klein up and riding. Oh, and you have to be thinking that Sebastian's probably going to better his 3.6 as well. So I would think that the requirement going to be a bit more now for Dr. Yoni Klein. So, low fives, mid fives, don't see it right there. I think he's going to have to, look his way forward to the reprecharge right now, Chris. Ooh, watch out.
Well, the good news for Dr. Yoni Klein, if he does, well, he is now in the reprecharge. The good news for him is he'll have more opportunities. The bad news is for everyone else in the reprecharge round, because you've got a monster coming your way in Dr. Yoni Klein, and now he's upset. So watch out for the good doctor. He is coming into the reprecharge round. A rare third-place finish for Dr. Yoni Klein, but give it up to Dune Kennings and Sebastian Olarte moving through. And also Hussein Alzaki, his competitive debut went pretty well.
Yeah.
We'll be right back with more Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games rolls on.
Wait. I like it. I like it. I like it. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Surfing Games. We are once again in Surf City, El Salvador, taking a look at the beautiful El Tunco, the river mouth that opens up here. And there's so many great waves in this entire region of Surf City. It's been an incredible place to be able to see a lot of the action through the week and over the years of returning here to El Salvador. Shannon Hughes here alongside the 88 world champion Barton Lynch. And Barton, it's been a great morning despite that early wind we see.
It sure has. Things have cleaned up a little bit, and for me, first time in El Salvador, and it's a beautiful country. Reminds me a lot of Bali, actually, the temperature and the geographic sort of features that the place has, and then the waves, they're pretty good too.
Yeah, it's been pretty fun. Swell's a little bit smaller today, but we're expecting it to be building throughout the week.
Yeah, we've got a couple of swells coming that'll see it improve in size. From what I understand, there's always waves. That's what you hear. There's always sort of head high, whatever waves here. So great to be somewhere that's so consistent and gives everyone an equal opportunity.
So true. We're running through our men's heats here at La Bocana today, Podium 1. The women are performing down at Podium 2 at El Sunzal. and you can follow those live scores on the ISA website as we take a look at our current conditions. Barton, out in the water, about 3 to 5 foot out there.
Yeah, at least on the face. South-southwest winds. We saw a little bit of an early morning sea breeze, but the winds are light, as it says there, and definitely cleaning up as the day goes on. You can see a low tide this morning with the tide coming in, so we're heading towards that high tide. And look at the water temp, 31 degrees, balmy out, air temp 27, so it's a little bit like paradise.
It is certainly paradise. Well, as we wait to get into the action for our current heat, which will be heat number 7, we'll go down to the beach, catch up with Jess Grimwood and the winner of that last one.
Thank you, Shannon. June Kennings, congratulations, another heat win for New Zealand. It must feel good with the team down there.
Yeah, definitely. I haven't competed overseas for a long time, and to be a part of an event like this is amazing, and stoked to get a win for the Kiwis.
And the guys are talking about, you just had really solid fundamental surfing out there, just real bread and butter. Do you get to practice much of that during the week? We were just talking off air that by Monday to Friday, you're a chippy carpenter by trade. So how much time do you get in the water to practice before these big events?
Oh, I can surf every day if I want. I always surf. And I've been surfing since I was 2 years old, so I've always been working on it. Yeah, I just stick to my game plan to just get like 3 turns on each wave and get some scores, and yeah, it worked, so I'm stoked.
And what's it like? I mean, the vibe around these events is generally so different to those normal other surf comps. There's so much camaraderie and there's a lot of team spirit going into your celebrations too. Coming up for your heat win, did you feel that vibe down there?
Yeah, definitely. We do a bit of a chant afterwards. We do the haka at the opening ceremony. We got a lot of mana, and yeah, we bring it into our surfing and go hard. So that's our game plan. Just give it to everyone and keep it going.
Well, congratulations. I'm sure there's plenty of people viewing at home, all family and friends. You want to say a big hello to them after your day 1 win?
Yep. All the Keyhole boys and everyone watching. And yeah, thank you so much. Love you guys. Thanks for your support.
Thank you. Congratulations, New Zealand.
The Kiwis taking it home, continuing to take some heat wins out here as we take a look at our new heat in the water. Great Britain, Nicaragua, Austria, and the U.S. Virgin Islands with Luke Dillon, Cesar Amador, Manuel Paulich, and John Ghazi, all with an opportunity to keep themselves in the top 2 advancing through. Either way, they will not be falling out of competition as we have the repecharge round. Taking a look now at this wave of John Ghazi, great finishing turn, able to engage that rail. Kicks out on the finish. He's looking for his first score on the board. Barton, we've got a couple small scores so far, and to set the stage for our audience, a 2.83 for Cesar of Nicaragua sitting in the lead. A 1-point ride for Luke Dillon of Great Britain to kick things off. John Ghazi of who just had that last wave drops in a 1.5, and now Luke up and riding again. Quick start, nice snap off the top. Drives around the bottom of this section. Nice connection with that critical lip. And tail slide finish as he falls.
Yeah, it's the conditions. I love the way John Ghazi surfed that first wave. It was his first wave in the event, and there was a nice, calm, controlled way that he approached it. But that's what ended up with the 1.50. Not much of a score because there wasn't anything big and major on it. We saw Luke Dillon there. He's a big, powerful surfer and was using that power to great effect, but unfortunately didn't get the completion, falling on that last turn, as you said.
Scores to come through for this one as we take another look.
Gets up, starts pumping the board, driving from the back of the tail pad, hits that lip, comes around the section, gets another re-entry off that lip. Looking like most probably the best wave of the heat so far, was definitely going that way until that fall.
Scores to come through for Luke for his second ride, got that first maneuver. He's 27 years old, he's been competing for a long time, and he's really hoping to start sparking that next generation of surfers out of Great Britain to really be able to support that system as well as continuing in his own personal campaign. And I think that's such a great story coming out of a lot of the surfers that we see. Some of those surfers heading maybe into their later 20s, their 30s. Sometimes we got surfers into their 40s in the draw that are here to be able to pour into that next group, that crop that's coming up that are maybe still those teenagers. Like out of Great Britain, we've got Luke Skinner, who has just taken out the Rip Curl Grom Search International Finals earlier this year. So that hope for the next generation out of Great Britain is truly strong, and Luke Dillon's been flying that flag for them for a long time.
Yeah, and Luke Skinner, as you mentioned, second generation surfer. His father, a great longboarder, and passing on the traditions to his son. And I first was introduced to Luke in the Blast-Off a couple of years ago and was so impressed by the surfing of that young man. So all of these nations, as the generations pass and that information is passed down, as you suggest, they just keep getting better and better.
So great to be able to see that. We've got some more familiar names from Team Great Britain that would be paddling out on the women's side. Lucy Campbell, Alice Barton, and Victoria Farmer, all names that we've seen in the mix for a number of years now. Stanley Norman and Patrick Landing Dark as well, that have all been competing at this World Surfing Games level before. So they've got a great crew that have, you know, been used to surfing in these formats. They've been used to traveling together as well across the world, and that adds to that team camaraderie.
Yeah, it's got that impact where you can rise to a whole nother level if the support gives you confidence and creates that. If it gets, I've been a part of teams where the coaching staff have kind of put the pressure on you. We've got to perform, people are watching, and all of a sudden it almost becomes a burden, and you'd rather be there alone without carrying the responsibility of a country and your teammates and all of that on your shoulders. So it's definitely something that comes with pressure, but it comes with a lot of stoke at the same time.
Yeah, and that element, you know, there are those different personalities that come together and kind of going, all right, for this week, we're going to come together as a team, as a nation. Where in any other event, they would be competing individually against each other, and back at home, you know, whether it's on a board riders level up to a QS level, any national level events for championships, they've got their own game plan completely. And now that they've, you know, even for a lot of these teams, they're built of the surfers that had qualified themselves for ISA World Surfing Games through their national championships, which meant they were the finalists. So they would have had the finals together. Someone walked away first, second, third, fourth. Those top three maybe got their qualification to come here. So they're battling out against each other. And now it's a totally different story of them here to work together as opposed to maybe just their own game plan.
Absolutely.
As we take a look at Luke Dillon, once again, great power surfer on his forehand. He's got a 3.67 for that last wave, dropped through without the complete maneuver on the finish.
And he was down the priority roster and had that 1 point ride as a second score, so was just looking to get a second score on the board as quick as he could. A one-turn wave, not going to be a great score. It was a good turn, powerful surfer, Luke, so he's got the potential to get himself to the top of the priority roster now that he's got those couple of scores, and second one comes in at a 2.53, so he adds a 1.5 points to the bottom line.
Now up and riding Manuel of Austria with just a quick look in and out. 27 years old, currently lives in the Gran Canary Islands, but born in Austria, landlocked, and took his first surf trip to France at about age 17, which got him fully hooked on surfing. He's loved being part of the surfing community ever since, spending time living in France and Portugal and the Canary Islands specifically now, and is really looking to pour into a proper Austrian surf team, as he's the only representative for Austria here this week. But his goal for the future is to build that team out, to find more surfers, to get that development going and be able to full out show up with those full 6 surfers on the team.
And what a wonderful responsibility to have that opportunity to start, you know, and I think the country that comes to my mind is Canada when we talk about having good management and then researching and finding the talent that has connections to your nation and who can represent you. So that's the type of situation that Manuel finds himself in, is that there's going to be people out there who have connections to Austria. There's going to be that opportunity to grow the youth up through the ranks there, and with wave pool technology, who knows that they'll have a pool in that country soon and you'll be able to develop that talent that way as well. So we just see the sport growing and going from strength to strength globally. We know there's 63 nations here, which is the most ever, and it's amazing. And congrats to Manuel for being the sole representative. Powerful situation.
Yeah, incredible. And, you know, as we take a look at some live action here, we'll track with Cesar of Nicaragua. Backhand. Looks for that opening section, just can't find it. The lip line just comes down maybe a little too quick.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? It looked like it ran off really fast. And there are sections from the wind that was, you know, on the ocean overnight. It's definitely backed off and cleaned up since first thing this morning. But there is definitely a residual bump and lump in things that make the wave selection even more important, and sometimes hard to find that clean wall.
Now, thinking back to that wave pool conversation in Europe specifically, there's, a littering of wave pools there now that have really helped to develop that. Thinking of Switzerland, thinking of the wave pools even through that Great Britain region just north of Europe, that there's really been that opportunity for surfers that aren't living right on the coast to be able to spend more time riding waves and developing their skills. As we check now with live action, Luke Dillon goes down. As we saw a little paddle there, Manuel looked like he was going to maybe be able to scratch into that wave with priority on the left as well.
Shame for Luke. It's a pretty awkward fall too, and the surfboard itself really in a lot of ways is a dangerous piece of
it
equipment.
Is very dangerous.
With the nose and the tail and the fins, and so awkward fall there for Luke. Got a 367.253. Definitely capable of much better.
Yeah, surfing is a fun sport, but it's not always the safest. I know that coming up in Heat 9, which will be 2 heats from now for Ukraine, Yaroslav, he took a board to near his eye. He's got some stitches down his eye right now that he'll be paddling out with. So there's been, some action in the lineup this week. Those fins are always a bit dangerous. Nose of a board. There's so many things that come into play aside from just that heat strategy or that preparation beforehand. Even making sure that in the temperatures that we're dealing with here in El Salvador, that you got the right wax on your board. I remember being here for the 2021 World Surfing Games, and the temperatures were significantly higher, when you walked kind of outside than they are currently right now. And wax was just avidly melting off of surfers' boards, and they were having to pour ice water on their boards before even paddling out.
Wow.
As we take a look at John Ghazi, goes down on the next section, unfortunately.
And you could see the increased energy in that ride from the first one. You can tell that he deliberately held it back and was just nice and controlled on the first one. And then that wave there, the energy was starting to build, and you were starting to see the performance he was capable of, and unfortunately came unstuck. But good signs anyway, building that energy and building the performance through a heat, although there's only 7 minutes and 20 seconds left in this one, so you want to start getting some completed rides on the board. It's at this point in time when those falls really hurt.
John looking for a 2.17 to get himself into that advancing position. Like you mentioned, just 7 minutes on the clock for the 38-year-old to get himself out of the repecharge rounds. He is a great performer. He's spent 5 different opportunities competing at the World Surfing Games, so he's been in the mix for a while. But he's currently working towards getting a skate park and a surf training facility built back at home. He is leading up the Virgin Islands Surfing Federation and is doing fundraising specifically to be able to get a skate park and some surf training facilities there to continue to pour in. He's got kids of his own that are learning how to surf, young Groms coming up around the region, and he wants to be able to give them the next level when it comes to progressive training opportunities.
Give that guy some money, I say. Support those, all of these regions as they develop, they take people like John. And people come, and Fernando, who runs ISA, leads the ISA. He's one of those guys. Here we go, Luke Dillon.
Oh, huge hit on his backhand. Will he have another section? He has to eject as it closes out in front. But one dynamic hit looking to replace that 2.53, Barton.
I feel like there's every chance he does. That was maybe the biggest face and the biggest turn that we've seen so far. And back to the charitable nature of these people that come to their organisations and have a vision for what surfing can be in their country and go to work at trying to facilitate the opportunity for the future, for the kids of the future. And none of us would be where we are without those type of individuals. So respect, John.
Taking one more look here at Luke Dillon, currently sitting in the lead.
Oh, the super slow-mo drops down. There's a little bit of a pump right there to get the board heading across the wave. You can see it's going to close out, and he recognises there's only one in it. So it's going to be a big one. Goes vertically up the face, straight up, 12 o'clock. I'm calling that's going to be the highest scoring manoeuvre and highest scoring wave of the heat so far. Beautiful single turn. So great to see it in the super slow-mo take it all in.
It's a 4-point ride. You nailed it. Highest score of the heat, and just for the one maneuver. So puts him in a significant lead. As we take a look now at Cesar from Nicaragua. 2 wraps back into the pocket. Sets himself up here, looking for, unfortunately the wave goes so flat he can't get that momentum moving forward. John Ghazi now.
Oh, John.
Once again, just in and out quickly, unable to find the rhythm that he's been looking for.
Cesar's wave was nice. He was looking to improve on a 0.83, so he's definitely going to do that. He's in second place. It'll consolidate that position in second place. John got a bigger wave behind it, but unfortunately it closed out really quickly, didn't give him time to get a manoeuvre in. So we're waiting on the score of blue. That'll give us a good picture of where we're at now, but again, the time, 4 minutes 15, John and Manuel better get moving quickly and just start to, you know, as much as anything, just get up and get riding, and it gets rid of the nerves. And your goal at this point in time really may not be advancement, but finding a comfort level that takes you into the repechage round and gives you some confidence there.
That's right. Even just getting that single score, even if it's not enough to make you, you know, jump into one of those top 2 positions, but knowing, all right, I had a good wave. Now I need to figure out how to find that and find my backup score. But just getting that single wave, it adds so much to the confidence.
It really does. And the more you ride, the more you stand, the more comfortable everything becomes. A 2:17 there for the Nicaraguan. So 4.84 there he needs to win, but has him in a solid position. You look at third place, though, John Garzi only needs a 3.5. And in fourth, Manuel, he only needs a 3.47. So this one's anyone's still with 3 minutes on the clock.
As we take a look at the contest site, this is for La Bocana for podium 1, where our men's division is running today. Way down the beach there is Sunzal, El Sunzal, where our women's division is running today at podium 2. And it's a great setup here. The local crew from Surf City, El Salvador have done an incredible job at building out these facilities and making everything as comfortable as possible, giving the athletes the opportunity to have the physios on site, to be able to have just, you know, everything that they could need behind the scenes to feel comfortable. As we take a look at a great opening wave of Cesar, great opening snap, major 12 o'clock. Now flies through the last one. What went wrong on the in there?
Yeah, it's a little bit too much froth, I think. There was great momentum to that point, and the first turn was magnificent. The third and fourth place surfers are going to really need a big score now. That's going to, you know, he's carrying a 2:17. He's definitely going to improve on that. Let's look at his first backhand entry, vertical. Snaps it nice and high, gets a nice roundhouse wrap. Snaps off the white water cleanly. And here, see how, like, he was quite calm, but then when he hit the maneuver, it was almost like he needed more energy early and less energy later in the turn. A little more composure through the backhand, where he looked a little calm and relaxed, and then gave it too much, a little too late, and overcooked it a bit.
The timing of the energy being absolutely crucial, especially in waves like this that have that energy pocket and then it goes really flat and has that reconnection. All those little moments, you can see those surfers that are performing maybe at that excellent level that have those things as second nature they don't even think about. And then there's a lot of other surfers where they're sort of working out some of those timings in between, and they can be make or break situations in a lot of these heats.
Yeah, I spoke to the Olympian Billy Stanman from New Zealand, who we spoke, you know, we commentated his heat earlier, and he said it's so much harder out there than it looks. From the beach it looks like simple, and there's rights and lefts and there's stuff everywhere, but he said when you're out there trying to differentiate between the good ones and the average ones is a tough thing, and maybe that's what we're seeing a little bit of.
And where we saw him wait, 12 minutes to get into his opening ride. As we got a score in for last of surfer in blue for Nicaragua, Cesar, a 3.53. Has him with a more significant second place position. So he hasn't taken away the lead, but he has increased the requirements on third and fourth, as we see surfers in the next heat getting ready to do the rock dance and paddle out through the shore break. Manuel, currently in the water, our surfer in green, is chasing a 4.83, and John in white is chasing a 4.86. So Cesar has done an excellent job of upping the requirements on those behind him.
Absolutely, and you look at the 3.53, with a completion, that was going to be the highest scoring wave of the heat and most probably take him into first place. He's only looking for a 4.14 to get to first place, so he would have got that with a completion. And I think we've seen that this morning, the nerves are coming into play at the end of rides, where just backing things off and recognising that the hard work's been done and a completion's going to milk everything you can get out of the score. Sometimes people overcook it.
One of the more frothing surfers in the lineup anywhere you go in the world is this guy. Goes down on the first turn for Cesar as the clock winds down to a finish. He's going to be able to hold on to that second place position. The 32-year-old, proudly representing Nicaragua, has booked himself a spot into the next main round just behind Great Britain's Luke Dillon. Very tight between those two for the finish. Manuel and John, Austria and U.S. Virgin Islands heading into the repechage round. We have more action to come Heat 8 for men's round 1 right after this. Welcome back to the action here in Surf City, El Salvador for the ISA World Surfing Games. We've had a few heats run through. We've got a lot more to get through before we call it out for the day, as well as the rest of the week. As we take a look here at heat number 8 for Japan, American Samoa, and Greece, we have Taichi Wakita of Japan, Liam Wilson of American Samoa, and Dimitri Papavasilio of Greece. They'll be looking to put those top 2 into the main round, and the bottom surfer will be heading to repechage.
What a great job we did with that surname.
It's definitely a challenging one, and it's been great to have these guys out in the lineup, though, as we're down to 18 minutes on the clock, and plenty of waves, plenty of action. But you were saying in that heat before, Barton, that our surfer, Billy Stearman, came out of the water saying it's definitely more tricky than what we're looking at from the camera angles, from our view on the couch, where it's always a little bit more simple, as we see Taichi Wakita lightning fast out of that first couple turns.
Great young surfer, second generation. His sister Sarah also. Here's Dimitri though. 2 nice turns. Hold on, mate. Well done. That was a difficult completion, but he made it happen.
Liam Wilson now with an opportunity. Great wrap to start. Looking down the line, sets it up, hits this section well, and he'll finish out. That was a good exchange between these three surfers to start things off.
Yeah, one of the best opening exchanges. Everybody completed their rides, and it's going to be interesting to see where the judges go on that. Taichi Wakita, we were saying, he's second generation. His dad, one of the great pipeline surfers all time, I suppose, referred to and looked at as the Japanese Jerry Lopez, has a part of the reef there, a pipeline that's more or less referred to or named after him. So Taichi, done some coaching with Taichi in the past, great young kid, and has that, you can see the DNA of Dad in his approach and in his surfing, and then his sister Sarah, also a great surfer as we see him on the replay.
Taking one more look at this one.
Floats off the bottom, up the white water, nice wrapping cut back, gets up there onto a final third turn. First turn came, sort of pulled a little short. Dimitri here, oh, Nelly sort of overcooked that one. He leant over at the hips, and when you do that, the weight of the head nearly pulls you down, and we see that there, but completed the first turn, got it into the second turn. Look at this beautiful left.
First of Liam Wilson.
Liam comes through, beautiful last turn. Going to be interesting to see where the scores come in at, but I feel like the power of that last turn for Liam may see him getting the better of the opening exchange. And Taichi representing Japan, Liam representing American Samoa. Both these guys live in Hawaii, so I see them surfing quite a lot, both goofy footers, and drawing on that inspiration that is the North Shore of Oahu, and showing how great that is at a foundation. And you mentioned it earlier when we were talking, as a foundation for your surfing, there are those places that just, you surf there, you can more or less go anywhere else in the world and adapt.
Be able to read the ocean well, be able to just see a quality of surfing in the free surfers around you that is just unmatchable. To be able to paddle out in your local lineup and see some of the best surfers in the world would no doubt have to pour into that mindset. Every wave that you're watching of someone else taking off teaches you something else about their surfing that you can apply to yourself.
Yeah, and inspires you to go to take it to another level. Scores in 4-3-3, For Wakita-san, Liam Wilson 367 and Demetria 3. So can see those scores, and I suppose it was the quantity of maneuvers from Tai Chi that gave him the edge.
Takes Japan into the leading position. You mentioned his sister Sarah Wakita, fantastic competitor. And I was surprised to see that she was not on the team for Team Japan. Then I looked at the list of women. Shino Matsuda, Mahina Maeda, and Amuro Suzuki. Amuro, of course, the bronze medalist from Tokyo. Mahina, an Olympian as well. And Shino Matsuda had that provisional qualification, but it ended up beating out by Mahina. So Team Japan, with other surfers that could have made it into that mix, so strong overall. As we've got a minute in the action, we'll take a look at this wave quickly with Liam Wilson. He's just going to have a quick kick in and out. As we wait for the next one, we'll go down to the beach and catch up with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, Shannon. Luke Dillon, another win for Great Britain on the board. It doesn't seem that long ago we were standing in Huntington and you were putting that Hulk energy behind those big sections. Another one for you this morning. Must feel good.
Yeah, we were just talking before the interview that I've been feeling ill for a couple of days and had about a couple hours last night of sleep. So didn't free surf this morning, came down and just put what I had into that. So yeah, happy to just go through and take the win as a bit of a cherry.
And being one of the competitors that's been around the events for quite a while, how is it watching those new nations come in, people like Latvia and India for their first round in the games? Are you feeling those extra energy coming through from those new teams?
Yeah, for sure. I've seen them the first few days. I missed the opening ceremony yesterday. And it's just a tribute to surfing in the community and how well Fernanda and ISA have done with bringing everyone together. There's definitely been my favourite event for the last 3 years. So yeah, I'm stoked to see every country bring new athletes and new countries come in, and yeah, it's just great for surfing.
Well, it's good for us to watch you surfing as well, and best of wishes. I hope you recover really quickly and we see you back for the next round of that explosive surfing. Thanks, Luke.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks so much, Jess. Great to hear from Luke. Unfortunate getting sick right in the lead up to a huge event like this. So challenging traveling, being away from home, new environments, and not being able to be in your own bed to go through that.
Yeah, it happens. It's something you just have to get used to. And the fact that he managed his energy, managed his way to a win, proves that you can do it regardless of the circumstances around you. But it takes real confidence.
Scores in for those first exchanges. As we said before, we have Wakita sitting in the lead, Wilson in second, and for Greece, Dimitri currently sitting down in third place. A paddle there for Liam Wilson. He won't get into it. Now, Dimitri, you're already talking about, Japan and American Samoa actually having surfers in the water right now that live in Hawaii. They're, representing their home countries proudly, but where they're spending their time surfing is different in a different location. Dimitri from the U.S., but has that Greek and U.S. citizenship, so half Greek, half American. And he resides in Malibu, so used to surfing those lovely right-hand point breaks. I'm sure he'll be stoked even to get a heat out at Sunzal, just that familiarity of being on a right-hand point. But he's done a great job of, surfing around the world, loves surfing at Pipeline as his favorite wave, so spending some time on the North Shore as well.
And I suppose given the Malibu connection, no surprise to see him going on his backhand on that opening ride and going to what you know and what you practice the most, always a good strategy.
He spent about 4 months last winter in Greece visiting the surf community there, felt really welcomed by all the locals, and really I love that sort of story of him being able to travel over there, getting to surf a bunch of spots, being able to experience Greek hospitality, which is part of his home culture as well, but being that he grew up in the U.S., and so really connecting back to his roots, getting to see the surfing community there as well. And that could raise that awareness to other Greek surfers that are growing up surfing in the Mediterranean Sea specifically, to know that there's an opportunity for them to be able to come out and compete on a global stage.
Yeah, it's that northern hemisphere winter, and the storms come up the top of Africa into the Mediterranean and create the opportunity to surf that ocean. Not something that I've ever done, but it's definitely something I'd love to do.
I'm with you on that one. Tai Chi now up and riding, looking to back it up. He's already got a 4.33. This is just his second ride, so patient selection. Nice couple turns to start. Little flat on this next section, hoping for it to stand up here, but keeping that move more smooth until he slips off the wax on the finish.
Yeah, it looked like great wave selection at the start because you knew it was going to stay open and run, but it did go a little bit flat on the inside, unfortunately, as we see the Greek team applauding.
And a paddle here for Dimitri. The Greeks down on the beach, watching him drive through that opening turn. Little transition maneuver to start, goes for the second and can't finish.
It hurts me sitting here because that was nice fluid surfing. He got nice rhythm going and it was like it was going to all connect perfectly, and the judges like it when you go seamlessly from one turn into the next. An unfortunate fall at the end there for Dimitri. And Tai Chi as well, actually. He fell at the end as well.
Taking a look down at podium 2 at El Sunzal. This is where our women's division round 1 is running for the day. They'll be running through their first 24 heats of opening round 1. We won't be able to finish out men's or women's round 1 today. We'll be continuing that on tomorrow. The women have had a good day of action as we take a look at a couple of the waves being ridden down on that side. And
that looks like Mahina Maeda at a guess.
Great looking right.
Beautiful looking right. Yep, Mahina.
Yep, you nailed it. Mahina, Team Japan. And nice and bowly. That wind is maybe helping it have some good shape bending back in on the reef today.
Well, don't show the men that wave because they'll be wishing they were on that bank. That was a beautiful right-hander, and you can see the quality of that right point as it just bowled up on the inside. Mahina looked confident, looked strong. She's an Olympian. She's represented her country at that highest level. Talking about people who live in Hawaii. She was, grown up there in Hawaii. Mother from Japan, moved over there early days, and she is more or less part Hawaiian with that Japanese heritage, and chose to represent that in respect of her family and bloodline.
Well, that was currently heat number 8 down at the women's division at El Sunzal. We also see Felice Astacio of the Dominican Republic and Yome Wu of China that are in the water down there right now. And you can take a look at all that action. You can follow all the scores. And through the week, we will be switching divisions between podium 1 and podium 2. So we'll be able to see the men down at Sunzal through the week. We'll see the women up at La Bocana, where we're currently running our broadcast from. So we will be seeing lots of footage from both sides of it through the week. Our team, our directors upstairs in the judging side of things, our contest directors will be doing a fantastic job to get it as even as possible between all the divisions for men's and women's, between those main rounds, those repechage rounds, to be able to get both surfers competing across both sides.
Looks like the women got the better of it today, though, I dare say. That right looked fantastic, and so good to have 2 waves. I suppose the good thing about this break, La Bocana, is that we've got lefts and rights. So it's a good break in that sense. Down there at El Sunzal, right-hand point, so only one way you can go, but it's a good way. A good way to go.
That's so true. We had the ISA World Longboard Championships here at El Sunzal just about 2 weeks ago. And it was massive. I mean, it was that full Big Wednesday idea of, what our pioneers of surfing came down to explore years and years ago. And it was huge 10-foot sets, surfers getting incredible nose rides out the back for so long, really challenging sections, some of those windier days, but just put on some incredible performances. We're likely to see that swell increasing into that same range that we saw from the Longboard World Championships a couple weeks ago here. And we had a lot of sand that was filled in. Just 2 weeks ago, La Bocana, El Sunzal had sand, the whole beach was sand. There was no rocks exposed really at all.
Wow.
And then that swell came through halfway through that event, and it just cleaned out all that sand that had kind of built through the season here. And now we're getting that real cobblestone reef element that's come back into being, where that sand has disappeared. It's really helped to define the break at La Bocana specifically, and I'll be curious to see how it shapes up through the week. So far, it's looking really good down at El Sunzal.
And that's based on the rainy season or the wet season starting in around May, and those rivers breaking open and clearing the beach out, defining the break as much as that big swell. And great to see that we get waves so close to each other. As you said, the management between the banks and for the teams, I suppose they most probably got a coach at either end, someone looking after the women's division, someone looking after the men, so that you're not running back and forwards between it. But again, needs good management to pull this off.
So true, so true. Mahina Maeda in that heat currently down at Sunzal is sitting with a 7.00 as the high score, so found a really great score on that last wave.
Oh, I'm stoked we got to see it because the way it bowled up on the inside made you want to go surf it, is what it did. We see here too a 5.33 from Taichi Wakita, so the Japanese in the water at the same time, speaking to that management and the coach down there for the women, coach up here for the men.
Yeah, and actually rounding it out so where they have to be completely split. And that's a great thing about the team's dynamic here is that we've got those coaches, we've got team managers behind the scenes as well. Some of them have maybe their parents, their spouses traveling with, and so there is that dynamic to be able to split the responsibilities, make sure that they understand exactly what's happening in those schedules as we take a look back here at La Bocana.
We're on the other side of, you can see the contest structure there. It's we're on the second floor of that, commentating from the second floor of that white building. The judges are on the top floor, and you can see some free surfers down by that rock, and then on the other side of that, the competitors.
Now already through today on the women's side of the draw that we haven't really called through much here on the webcast, we saw Sally Fitzgibbons down there, Teresa Bonvalot, Rachel Presti, Sophie McCulloch, some really solid surfers. Vahine Fierro for Team France will be paddling out in the next heat down at Sunzal, heat number 9. So some really amazing surfers that are represented across all the teams with, you know, huge accolades behind their names, which is really exciting to see in the draw this year.
Absolutely, and another thing that's exciting is that Greece has overtaken American Samoa. A 3.17 and a 3 there for Dimitri. You see the 5.33 dropped in for Tai Chi, so he's got a strong lead, and Dimitri needs a 6.99, so basically a 7-point ride. Liam Wilson only looking for a 2.5, but again we've got 3 minutes to go, Shannon. You know, you go to the other bank, you look at a few waves, and all of a sudden 10 minutes is gone. 20-minute heats here, best 2 rides are scored. So for Liam Wilson, the 3.67, at the start you wouldn't want it to have kept a score of that value, but at this point in time you realise you have to. Here he goes, this is his chance.
All right, chasing just a 2.50. Great opening forehand wrap. Ooh. On the left, goes for a spicy second turn. Nice, controlled, speedy in the section.
And a 2.5 for sure, I would
100%.
say. So he's going to go into second. He's going to speedily make his way back out there and try and get rid of his lowest score.
2 minutes, 20 seconds to go.
And Dimitri, he's got the first priority, which is, that's scary for the American Samoan. Tai Chi having a look at that one, because when you've got that priority, he's going to use it right now.
Now he's just jumped down to third. Falls on the turn, scores in for the last wave of Liam Wilson. It was a 2.77, so it does come through as the second highest, gets him the 2.5 requirement, now puts a 3.28 requirement on our Greek surfer Dimitri.
Oh, he really needed to convert that priority into something of consequence. Here's the replay. Tai Chi, couple of massive backhand re-entries for the 5.33. So you don't need a lot, you just need to make sure that what you do is big. Another pumping snap out of the whitewater. So you can see those first couple of rides Tai Chi went to the forehand, didn't really get scores that he was happy with, and just switched it up and started going backhand, got better scores. I mean, okay, that was the recipe. Now I know what that recipe for today was. Surfed a good strong heat. Still time left for Liam and Dimitri.
That's right, a 5.33 and a 4.83 on the board for Wakita, holding him in the lead. A 6.49 is the requirement now for Liam Wilson to be able to take away the lead. So for Wakita, he's done a great job to increase that requirement on second place, keep himself in the advancing position for sure, and maybe leaving the question mark on who takes second, as we see a nice opening snap from Tai Chi. Looks for more connection here. That wave's going a bit soft on him, but that opening section was so beautiful.
He's got such a lovely style, hasn't he? He's so casual, relaxed, but when the wave stands up, he's so capable of just creating fireworks.
20 seconds on the clock. Liam Wilson with a shot as well. We're not sure what happened at the beginning of that wave, but he's looking to do anything possible to increase on the 2.77 as his backup score. Try and get Dimitri into a much more challenging position. although for Dimitri Barton, a 3.28 requirement will be the biggest score he's looking for in this heat. Now up and riding, this wave will count up before the buzzer. Goes for that first turn, gets a second in. This wave's not going to give him any more scoring potential. Is this the score that is his highest in the heat to also get him that advancing position?
Oh, I don't think so, no. I think this is Liam Wilson's one before that, looking to improve, as you said, on that 2.77. Nice big backhand re-entry. That may improve on that. That last turn was critical in a tight section, but either way, the left of Dimitri's wasn't going to be enough, so pretty solid there for Tai Chi and Liam Wilson.
Now scores to come through, but safe to say Taichi Wakita with the lead. Liam Wilson advancing through in second, does increase with a 3.53 for his backup score. Puts a 4-point requirement on Dimitri. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back with more action. Heat number 9, Jean Duru, ISA gold medalist, paddling out right after this. Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Surfing Games. Taichi Wakita with the win, Liam Wilson in second, and Dimitri Papavassiliou heading into the repechage round for Greece, but he'll have another opportunity, and he may end up surfing that repechage round down at Sunzal, which is a right-hand point, and he's from Malibu, California, so he could be loving it.
Yeah, he looked comfortable on the backhand. Here's this heat in the water.
Jean Duru, Jack Scott, and Yaroslav Dombrovskaya of Ukraine, Ireland for Jack Scott, and France for Jean Duru. Jean now up and riding, former championship tour competitor, 2021 ISA gold medalist who won right here at La Bocana. So he's going to be feeling great in the water. Nice couple turns to start things off, feeling comfortable and ready to take another gold medal.
Well, that looked easy, didn't it? He just made that look so smooth. He's a great surfer in all types of conditions. Incredible, lethal on the backhand, great tube rider, big or small waves. He's so well rounded, and one of France's finest, and a gold medalist, as you said, at the same spot. It's always so cool to go back to somewhere where you've had success, you know. Just there's little things about the place that you remember and you connect with, and it looked like he just got started where he left off.
As we take a look at his opening ride.
Cut back there to the wide water, a little wind rib came in front of it, drove out onto the face, got another wrapping roundhouse, and it stands up a little more on the inside here. Snap out of the top, calm, casual, into the layback gaff on the closeout section, and pulls out. Very nice opening ride.
Taking one more look at it here.
I like this camera angle. See how he wrapped it, kept it high on the wave face so he could hit that white water, get as much speed as he could down the face. That cut back, the way he held that rail through the whole length of that flatter section was beautiful. And the timing on that wave wasn't rushed. There was no stress, just looked calm, collected, and it's going to post a good score. 4.67, maybe he was too calm and collected.
Maybe. Jack Scott with an opening ride. He's got a score to drop in as well for Team Ireland, and Yaroslav of Ukraine has a look at that one, can't quite get himself into position on it, and he'll be looking to get his first wave. A couple paddles though sets him into second priority now behind Jean Duru.
Yeah, a little bit surprised by the score of Jean Duru, but we'll come back to that in a minute. I thought it was going to be higher, but maybe it needed more energy. Maybe they want to see a little more fire.
Well, we'll get back to that conversation. Jess Grimwood is down on the beach with Japan's Taichi Wakita.
Taichi, great heat from you. Opening round for the men's today, and a nice win for Japan. It must have felt good.
Yeah, thank you. Felt good.
And you travel a lot with your fellow teammate as well. You guys, Rio and Inaba, travel on the Challenger Series together. What's the difference when you come over to an event like the ISAs versus those individual events?
A lot more support from the team. When I was on the CS, it's like, I mean, it's more individual. We're helping each other out, me and Rayo. But yeah, over here we have more support from the Japan team. It's cool.
And I'm sure you've got so many people at home tuning in, supporting Japan's team's results as well as your own. Is there anything you want to say to everybody tuning in and cheering on for Taichi?
Yeah, thanks for watching, and could I say in Japanese? 応援してくれてる皆さんありがとうございます。まだラウンド1なんで、もっといいサーフィンできるように頑張ります。
Thank you so much. Congratulations and good luck going on through.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jess. Great to hear from Taichi. What a sharp surfer. That was well surfed heat. Can't wait to see him for the rest of the year.
And a calm, cool cat too
Oh,
under the interview.
yeah.
Yeah. So sort of
keeping everything hidden.
Exactly.
Right behind those cards.
Exactly.
All right, 16 minutes on the clock. Joan Duru drops in a 5.57 for a second wave, a 4.67 for his first wave. So he's now up into the lead. Jack Scott with just a 1.67 and a 0.9, and still waiting for the Ukrainian in Yaroslav to get his opening ride.
Yeah, I suppose the opening scores of Jean Deroux are great from a coaching point of view. If you're a coach of a team and you got to watch this, you'd really understand where the judges are at. This is the last wave, and there was only 2 turns in it, but it was that turn there. You know, the first wave had 4, and we'll see that right now. Let's watch this from front on. Now this is like a judge's angle because they're right in front of it. First turn's nice of a snap, gets pumping along the face here. A long, drawn-out roundhouse cutback. I suppose a little slow through it, but still perfectly timed for the wave. Inside snap into a last turn. You go, well, 4 turns, clean, smooth, silky, lovely. This is the second score. This went in higher. First turn, not much, just a wrap, similar to something on the first ride. But this turn builds the speed, drives the rail, flares off the top, and that comes in at a 5.57. So more or less 0.9 difference, 4 turns versus 2, but the 2 got scored higher because of the volume of that second turn. So as a coach of a country or as a competitor in the event, you watch that and go, okay, I think I know what I've got to do now. Less is more as long as the volume is turned right up.
That's right. And what a great difference in the wave quality as well. I love being able to see that, like you said, multiple turns, but the wave quality in that second wave so much better as well. As we see Yaroslav unfortunately go down on the takeoff. Good effort he's put in so far. Now needs to get up to his feet, Barton, to have that opportunity to just wash off the nerves and to be able to set himself up with some momentum moving forward.
And again, great Ukraine's one of those countries that you see when you look down the list of 63 nations and you see Ukraine, you go, well, it's just another one of those signs of the sport growing and evolving into something truly, truly global.
36 years old, born and raised in Kyiv. As we take a look here at Joan, just a quick kick in and out. Jack Scott was also having a look at the left but decided not to go. Yaroslav, born in Ukraine, spent a lot of time in the by the Black Sea in Odessa and Crimea, but now has been traveling the world, lived in Barcelona for a couple years, currently resides in Los Angeles, and spends more of his time away from home. As we take a look at Jack Scott now.
Or to be sure, Jack, from Ireland.
Good couple of snaps from him on the backhand. He'll throw away that 1.67. Now, Jack's got an interesting story. He worked as a deckhand offshore for 2 years on the boats that brought technicians to and from the wind farms. Right. He's currently back in college studying nautical science, but he also is working as a judge, also in surfing as a competitor within the Irish Surfing Association. So great bit of fun behind the scenes for him, while being straight into the working force as well.
Absolutely. And how are the waves we see in Ireland now? Mullaghmore. You see waves that are beyond your comprehension, that are as scary as the scariest waves in the world over there in Ireland. So we can imagine with time and development, that nation could be a powerhouse in global surfing as well.
Yeah, some very heavy waves, some fun beach breaks as well, smaller, easier waves for those beginners, some great surf schools running there on the West Coast. But with that opportunity to, on your drive down the coastline, off the cliffs, to be able to peer down and see some of the heaviest slabs in the world and know, okay, one day, maybe, that's my goal, to make it surfing in a spot like that. Today, start off on the beach break.
Yes, we went to Bundoran back in the early 2000s for the Masters events when they used to run those there, and it was a great time, great town. As we see the Irish there supporting their teammate.
Geroid and Lorcan competing on the men's side. We've got the women that'll be in the mix down at Sunzal today for Holly, Maya, and Una on Team Ireland.
And the Lynches, I suppose, the Lynch background is there from Ireland, and I know we have our Lynch coat of arms that I've sort of checked out, and so something feels great about going there, and now that you've seen the quality of the waves that they've got. We didn't really get the chance at Bundoran at the World Masters. It was when you're there for an event, you don't really get to see too much. You're there with the focus. Love to go back there on a surf trip, and we got to see Nathan Florence on his slab tour, as he called it, through Scotland and Ireland. He's just got some amazing waves. So the world's just full of surf, and now with the wave pools, it's getting even fuller and fuller, which is a great thing.
So true. With the majority of the globe covered in water, we've got to have surf spots all over the place, and it's so fun as surfers, and to be able to see that, the heart of the ISA, to make the world better through surfing, to be able to see that development coming through, to be able to see these nations, some that are landlocked, some that have coastlines that maybe you would think to be unsurfable, whether they're just hidden in those cold corners of the world, or maybe they're those wind swell opportunities like we would see through the Mediterranean Sea and other spots like that. There is so many opportunities to be in the ocean, to learn how to ride waves. We've seen it happening for centuries through different cultures around the world, through China, through Peru, through Hawaii, and now to be able to see the development of surfing growing to the Olympic level, the professionalism of the sport and where it has come to, and the reality that it's a tangible goal for those young up-and-coming surfers to be able to be an Olympian now, which was not a tangible goal for any of the surfers currently in the lineup when they were growing up as kids.
Not even on the radar. It was something you couldn't even imagine happening, and there's been decades spent by founding fathers and mothers of our sport trying to create respect for what we do. And I know when I grew up surfing as a kid, it wasn't something that was respected. They looked at surfers as no hope, a beach bum, drug addict, whatever sort of stereotype they could put on it. And, there's been people working for this moment, working for respect for surfing for years. And to look back at the lineage, and as you said with China, who knew that they would ride tidal bores so far back in history through to Peru and Hawaii? And the roots are deep. They're really deep, and they're multicultural as well.
Taking a look at some live action now. Jack Scott was second priority into this one. Just can't find that smooth rhythm and flow to start things off.
Yeah, it's well put. It was a little bit rushed, wasn't it, right from the very start. There wasn't a need to rush. Could have slowed it down and taken his time to hit that big section that was coming at him, but unfortunately caught that inside rail and came unstuck. So I think for Jack, it's about just calming things down, mate. Just breathe. and that's one of those things in the ocean. That's one of the gifts of it. If you go out there and you're frantic and you're intimidated and you're moving at a faster pace than it can be an uncomfortable experience.
Coming up next for Iran, Russell will be paddling out in the green jersey. We've got Carlos from Costa Rica, Ricardo from Puerto Rico, and Teva from Morocco that will be hitting the water.
I'm looking forward to seeing Irosala. How did you say that word? Give it to you. From Ukraine?
Oh, Iroslav.
Iroslav. That's all I needed
Sorry
to hear it one. Iroslav. I'm looking forward to seeing him surf a wave. And that's one of the amazing things about this event is the ability to pronounce all of the waves from all the different nationalities. Here he's up.
And he's up and riding, quick in and out.
Was just on the edge of the white water there. Iroslav needs to get a little bit deeper on that peak perhaps. Had the priority. Didn't manage to capitalise on it. 0.3 for that one. We want to see you get one, mate. We want to see you surfing. Still 7 minutes. So plenty of time. Just got to get more into the peak of the wave and give himself an opportunity. Obviously, a goofy footer, looked comfortable on his feet there.
Loves skateboarding, plays guitar as well. Took away a second place at the Ukrainian national competition, national championships, which would have qualified him here for this event. And Jess Grimwood was sharing with me this morning that he's got that cut on his eye, surfing accident this week. So out there just, you know, having that injury niggling at him, as well as now trying to just get things under control. First heat of the event, first heat for Team Ukraine as well.
You can see he's in the third priority there. John Daru with first, Jack Scott with second. So in the third priority, he's sitting off to the side, which is most probably a good strategic move. No use sitting there right next to first and second priority. They're going to get the wave when it comes because of that position they have with priority. So some good positioning strategically.
Plenty of space for the different teams to be able to set themselves up down the beach on the south end of where we're currently sitting on the main kind of podium, the judges tower here. The river mouth is just south of that, but there's that great strip of rocks where you can see all those teams with their flags being able to set up and being able to get an idea of if those surfers are going to be taking off on the rights. They can sit down that way, be able to use those flags, give some direction in the water as well sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely.
For those surfers, as we've got Team Iran getting ready to paddle out next. And they've been a team that has been growing in participation. They're the very first female competitor for Team Iran who will be here this week competing. It'll be great to see her in the mix. And so many other great developments within the sport globally.
Absolutely. Got to meet her yesterday and have a conversation. She's so excited to be here and have the chance to be a part of what is an international celebration of surfing. See Russell there about to put the leg rope on.
Setara Mazhari, who will be competing on the women's side. Incredible to see a girl who just dreams of being in the mountains and being in the ocean and just, sharing her experiences with others. And I think that that can be something to be brought back home for them, that, she lives and resides in Tehran, and for her to be able to share her experiences and to be able to give those young women there an opportunity to dream of something like this is incredible.
It sure is. It's, and the cultural differences between us all is the amazing thing that you experience at these games. I actually, when we met yesterday, I went to put the hand out to shake her hand, and she goes, I can't do that. And I was like, there. And it was one of those cultural differences that I absolutely love. The fact that we are all different. We've got our own cultures, our own beliefs, and we can bring them all together here and share in the stoke of surfing. That's the common denominator for all of us, is that we love the ocean, we love surfing.
And there's that element of respect, as well as just kind of the fun side of going, okay, we're here to learn. We're from different places in different parts of the world, and to be able to do that in a way that is fun and encouraging and hospitable to others. I think that's one of my favorite things about the World Surfing Games. And then to see that surfing has united all of us.
Totally.
So many different places.
Yeah.
People from different backgrounds that we would maybe not expect to come into a close friendship with.
Yep.
If there wasn't something like surfing bringing us together and paddling out into the ocean, we're all the same. We're just people out in the water trying to catch the waves.
Right, mate. The ocean doesn't care where you come from, what you think, what you believe. It's the great equalizer and the great teacher for all of us.
Well, one of the amazing things we're going to be able to witness this week, out of the 297 athletes, the 63 nations present, is that we will be qualifying 8 surfers for the Paris 2024 Olympics. We'll be getting 4 men and 4 women those qualifications. Specifically for this week, it will be the highest ranking eligible man and woman per continent from Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Oceania regions. We'll be talking through that qualification process more as it goes, but if you're one of those people that's back at home, one of the surfers, maybe a family member that really wants to understand the whole process, check it all out on ISAsurf.org, and you'll be able to read through all the fine print, all the details for the qualification process. But for right now, we'll let you know that we will be sending 4 people to Paris 2024. 4 men and 4 women, so 8 total out of this week's event.
And they'll be going to Teahupoo in Tahiti to run that event, which is an amazing thing. And I believe I heard yesterday, it's only the second time that the first time was the horse equestrian events in 1956 at the Melbourne Olympics, where they stayed in Sweden and ran that because of quarantine and that sort of thing with the horses. And so surfing going to Tahiti is only the second time in the history of the Olympic Games that a sport will not be held at the primary venue.
And incredible to see that our sport has been one of those countries, as we see Joan Duru with a quick kick in and out, that has gained that recognition from, the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, that there is that opportunity to get the surfers, especially summertime in Europe.
Yeah.
Where are the waves going to be at?
I mean, you can score, right? It can happen, but it is rare, and nowhere's better than Chopu. Like, we went to Tokyo and you see Olympic surfing in Japan, and then 3 years later you'll go to Tahiti and see it at Chopu, and people will really understand the consequences of high performance surfing when they see that.
That's right. It will be, I think, a big wake-up call to the world to be able to see the world's best surfers at one of the best waves. Joan Duru, he's just picking the eyes out of the lineup here, but hasn't been able to get anything of scoring potential past that 5.57.
Well, this has been one of the slower heats for waves, hasn't it? We've seen a low wave count and some problems finding open ones. Jack Scott's got a chance here.
All right, now up and riding on his backhand, looking to solidify that second place position. Chasing a 7.74, isn't going to get any decent score out of that to put more pressure on third.
He'll consolidate his second place and his advancement through to that second round. And Yaroslav, he looks like he'll be going into the repechage round. But as we said before, what a fantastic component of this event to have that repechage round and to be able to go to that and have another chances. Just helps build the base of experience for these countries.
And that's what so much of this week is about, the development of nations from around the world. Mitch Salazar was mentioning it in the previous heat, the idea that some of those teams, they may not be in contention to walk away with the gold medal, but the better they do, as we see Duru go down on that huge opening turn, goes incomplete. For a lot of these teams, they're not necessarily going to be in the fight for the team medals, gold, silver, bronze, copper, but they're in that fight to get their rankings higher so that on the team standings come next year's World Surfing Games, they're higher on the seedings and they have an easier matchup in those opening rounds. So they're not going to have to place up against the gold medal nations, but they're going to have a little bit of an easier walkway through those middle rankings. So there's so much going down behind the scenes. We've had a blast calling the action. Joan Duru with the win for France, looking for another gold medal here at La Bocana. We'll see if he's able to hold it together towards the end of the event. We've got more action to come. We'll be right back after this.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back. Surf City, El Salvador. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We are right back in it. Another stacked heat in the water. Carlos Munoz, Ricardo Delgado. We got Teva in the lineup. Bochgua from Morocco, as well as Russell from Ireland. So 4 surfers enter the lineup. 2 surfers will advance through and stay in the main round here on the main podium of La Bocana. 2 surfers will head into the repechage round. Mitchell, so far conditions really staying as they were when we first started. Tide not really affecting the contest area too much. The good news is there's plenty of waves out there to surf.
Yep.
And so that is good for surfers just trying to cut their teeth in competition. Excuse me, Russell is representing
Iran.
So again, another example of
The
depth of field we have here.
The eyes are confusing,
Yeah,
though.
and the
There's-
colors of the
Mhm.
colors of the flag. Here we go. This is Ricardo Delgado representing Puerto Rico. This guy's been around the block, 31 years old, from San Juan. His home break, Machucas. He is. I love his statement on the ISA website. His bio. He says, "Surfing has given me the opportunity to travel and become a better person." So he is taking the mantra of the ISA, which is a better world through surfing, applying it to himself, therefore emanating the positivity that has a way of being infectious around the world. And that's why I love these opening rounds of the ISA World Surfing Games, is because you get to see and meet a lot of new faces. You get to see a lot of old friends coming back to surf. So this is going to be a fun one. Heat 10. And Carlos Munoz will be the man in red. These guys have a long, illustrious career. He is one of the world's best surfers, as exemplified by that opening turn. Big, nice snap to finish. So that right there, a solid combo. Just the kind of the perfect illustration of how Carlos Munoz surfs. He's super smooth, very powerful, always knows where to put his board on the wave. Lives, trains, Playa Hermosa. He's got every Central American title you could want. You know, he's had an up and down go, which we'll definitely talk about in the next 16 or so minutes. But before we get there, let's go down to the boardwalk. Jess is standing by.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, I mean, you've got a gold medal out here before, Joanne. You're one of those competitors that I think for a lot of the other competitors, they enjoy surfing heats against you. You're one of the best in the water. How did it feel for your first round here this morning?
Yeah, it's good. I'm stoked to be back here after 2 years. Wave have been pumping all week. Today it's a bit windy. We're not used to because there is never wind here, but have to adapt and have fun and try to make some hits too.
And we were just having a little chat about how good this place is. I mean, it is called Surf City for a reason. There's waves all and up and down this coast. Are you going to have a chance to explore a little bit of El Salvador on this trip?
Yeah, we'd love to. Last time there was COVID, so we didn't move here and hotel. So this time I hope I can move, enjoy the beautiful waves everywhere. And it's a crazy place. Even here there is many waves just around like here. So I hope to move a little bit.
And for Team France, of course, it's got to feel good taking out a nice early heat win and getting you guys on the board. How's the vibes in the team camp?
Yeah, we have a good team with some young guys and older guys like me. So it's good to mix. Kaoli is getting some joy with us, so it's cool to have a good team. And we try to be focused and enjoy at the same time. It's good.
And I'm sure there's so many people tuning in at home. You're such a great surfer, such a pleasure to watch. And any words for everybody watching you?
C'est simple, oscillant.
Thanks so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. And yes, I would say Jean Duru has a great relationship with El Salvador. Came down here a few years ago and just blitzed his way through the field. And, you know, I would say earned the spot where he belongs to be.
Yep.
Top. Such a good surfer. Spent some time on the championship tour. And, you know, that's exactly where he wants to be, on the podium here at the ISA World Surfing Games. And do not count him out. He is that good. Meanwhile, surfer in white, Tiva, representing Morocco. Probably feeling good to go left. Morocco, known for long, beautiful right-hand point breaks. He comes from the Carcans Plage, the Safi area. Was surfing under the French flag, now surfing for Morocco. And Ricardo Delgado from Puerto Rico. I'm sure you've seen a lot of heats from Ricardo in the past.
Yeah.
Did you get to the replay of Carlos Munoz?
Wow, that first carve was incredible. And we're still waiting on the score for this wave, but that opening carve might be one of the best I've seen all day long. And then Teva got a second wave right here. And Bushqua, who's, as you said, he's competed before at big events for France and now competing for Morocco, as Carlos also had a second ride. Just the one turn, solid snap though. What's so interesting about heats like this, especially when we've seen, you know, quite a few three-person heats today so far for day number 1 of competition, Chris, is that the way you perform in a heat with 4 people in comparison to 3 people is quite significant. There's a drastic difference with positioning, the use of priority that you're going to have, and more importantly, the way you're really being able to use the entire lineup as well. Right now you see Munoz, who's further over towards the left. You see Bushqua way deeper than everybody else. That's really where the best left is out here at La Bocana when it's on this size. I wouldn't be surprised to see Carlos go for a right here, one of the deeper ones towards the beach break side that go into the left where Bushqua is over on the deeper end. One thing I will say, though, Munoz has a great relationship with this wave. He has won out here before, an Alas event a few years ago. But this guy's looking great so far. I like his style.
Yeah, Tiva in the white. You knew he was going to have a good backhand.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I just mentioned Morocco, the right points, you know, Ramzi Boukiem. So if you're a strong, powerful, goofy footer, living, surfing in Morocco, you're definitely going to have a good backhand. You better have a good backhand or you better move somewhere else. There we saw a quick look at Team Iran. Team Iran have been fielding surfers for the last couple of years. So it's, you know, it's always cool to kind of see who they're able to gather up and put on their team. Russell Shamarati, 35 years old, loves reading books, watches a lot of documentaries. He loves to learn. Former basketball player. He likes volleyball. So all-around athlete.
Tall guy.
Yeah, he's a big guy. Yet to get involved in this heat. But we must remember that for a lot of these, you know, countries competing in the, you know, either their first time or only after a handful of times, they're just starting their path in competitive surfing. So, you know, you can clearly tell that Russell, like on a bigger board, more of a beginner type surfboard, but full credit, he's out there, he's getting in the mix, and he's surfing against some incredibly talented surfers like Carlos Munoz. Not a stretch to say that Carlos is one of the world's best.
I still think that, you know, that injury at Pipeline, he ended up with a quarterfinal finish there. It just put him off track for a great year and his debut on the championship tour in 2022. And it was unfortunate to see him have that injury and not be able to come back the way he wanted to. Also competed last season at Punta Roca, was able to get an injury replacement spot there. But this kid so far, I'm just loving what I'm seeing. Drops a 5.7 on this ride here. His best score. How about the technique to go into the lip line? And that small direction change going into the whitewater there for the great finish was strong as well. Just a one-turn wave for Carlos right there going on the back end. But just going back to his story, we're talking about maybe the greatest, well, no doubt the greatest Central American surfer to ever come about. But might as well be also one of the greatest Latin men to ever compete in surfing. You know, you have Luca Messinas up there, Sofia Milanovic, who, by the way, is in our Spanish broadcast booth.
How cool is that?
Yeah, it's
we have
awesome.
multiple world champions on the commentary team. We better get to work.
Yeah,
get
well,
ourselves a title to fit in better.
I can speak for myself personally. That's not going to happen anymore. Maybe if we have a Masters division, you can get in there now.
You're saying you're going to beat Barton?
No.
Okay.
No. I mean you. I still got a ways to go for that.
8:20 to go as we see Ricardo Delgado now. Puerto Rico getting on the scoreboard. He's already got a 4 and a 3.37. So while it doesn't have that feeling of electricity, you know, we saw Carlos with a few good opportunities early on. It's kind of has that mid-range feel to it, but all the surfers involved now. We're still waiting to see Russell get away. We saw his team on the rocks cheering him on, trying to give him a little, you know, direction where to go. You got to think that this guy hasn't had a lot of competitive experience. So we see Carlos now. Beautiful display of speed.
You're kidding.
Wow. That came out of nowhere. Carlos goes to the air again. Multiple rotations. I'm giving him the 5 on the opening air. Gets the 3 on the finish. Are you kidding me?
That was amazing. And I told you before, that's what happens when you move forward towards the beach break. You know, on the other end of the left, he was looking for that right that's going into the deepest part of the left here at La Bocana. That first air was incredible. Team Netherlands warming up. That's kind of new. They're using an electrolyte bottle right there to warm up. Usually you see a tennis ball or a baseball being used, maybe a football too.
Got to use what's there for you.
True. That's true. That's Kaspar Haminga from the Netherlands coming up. How about this first air, though?
Boom.
Completely brings it around. I mean, the tail was above the lip when he rotated as well. And then just adds one more for good measure, too.
Different maneuver.
True. Variation, combination of major maneuvers.
Extremely radical.
We haven't seen somebody break the 8-point range so far today. Would not be surprised to see it right here.
You wanted progression? You got it. Carlos just provided. And it's cool that he's, you know, he's getting older, but he's still surfing like a grommet. You know, right there. That just showed you the elasticity that he has in his body. He's able to contort in kind of odd ways to get that board up and underneath him. And fling 2 frontside airs. And you said it, 8.15 for Carlos Munoz. I believe, at least here at Podium 1, that's the highest single wave score of the day.
Yep, and
warranted.
He's getting close to a 13-point heat total, which today to me is a great heat score. When you look at the conditions, not easy. If you're getting 2 6s out there, you're doing a great job. But just dropping an 8 in general, this is really good for his confidence. And it exemplifies that the experience here out for him specifically is noticeable. And I think a lot of surfers have to be watching this heat in terms of positioning, the way they approach these heats, and the way they're going to compete in 20 minutes in comparison to 30 minutes at the bigger events afterwards.
Yeah, I think from now on, Carlos is going to be in a league of his own, kind of having a fun free surf after dropping numbers like that. He does have a 4.57, so that's not
it's a good backup right now.
Deal sealer, but it definitely puts some distance between him and the rest of the field. But I will give it up to Tiva, hanging in there tight, 5.7 and a 5.5. That is no easy feat out here today. If I'm Ricardo Delgado, knowing that he's a veteran heat surfer, looking for a 7.20. That's got to be a little bit of an ego blow to start, but, you know, 5.50 to go.
The way I would break it down, there's enough time, but a 7 is not an easy score to come through right now. What I will say is that the way you need to be thinking about it, you need to be looking for your best wave.
Yeah.
So don't necessarily be looking for the 7 just specifically on one ride. Break it up into 2 scores. I mean, if you need 2 5s, that's what would be getting you up into second place anyways. That's what Teva has right now in second. As we look at our surfer from the Netherlands, Kaspar Haminga. He's a great surfer. He's competed at the ISA World Surfing Games before. Last 2 years we've seen him.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Kaspar in the past, and 30 years old, 5-time national champion in the Netherlands, and he's also a coach, the Dutch Surf Academy. So
they have waves in the
Netherlands.
Netherlands.
Fun to watch him surf. Yeah. Talk about a fun cultural experience and as a surf trip.
Yeah. Be down to go.
Let's go.
I'm really looking forward to going to Europe for the first time and going to Amsterdam and just exploring.
Well, reach out, Kaspar. I'm sure if you
We
say
could-
enough nice things about him, and if he earns your respect in this next heat, you can make friends with him.
What we're going to do is we're going to exchange goods. I'll go over. I'll kind of coach a little bit. And then in return, you know, free place to stay for a few days. Maybe, you know.
Dutch secret spot.
Yeah. Introduction to the best food around. You know, a little, I scratch your back, you scratch my back. But Netherlands so far, I think they've improved a lot. Steven Sawyer's on the team, originally from South Africa.
Former world champion.
Yeah, and a great longboarder too.
4 minutes to go here. Heat 10 belongs to Carlos Munoz, Pura Vida, Costa Rican. Always puts on a show. Has had a run of bad luck, like you said, since his injury at Pipeline. That was going to be his debut on the championship tour. Unfortunately, things didn't go his way. So good to see a rebound, and so far Carlos is on it. Here we go, Tiva now. Surfer from Morocco, speeding down the line, has a section inside, blasts the tail, lip slide, gets a little bonus section on the inside. Great combination there. Powerful, nice style, throwing tons of spray. And you know what? That's another kind of simple equation. The judges like spray.
They do.
They like proper spray like we just saw from Tiva. I know it's not in the books, it's not on paper, but spray is exciting. Spray gets you fired up. The judges, they're surfers, they like to see it too. Speaking of that, Carlos throwing a lot of spray himself.
Yeah, on the right, surprised he went on this one, especially with where he was out on the priority rotation. Decent combo right there on the forehand, looking to better a mid-4. This wave right here, though, excellent use of priority, I felt. The setup snap, How's this Spoli section, though? Just burns off some speed, comes around it, straight up into the lip right there. That's a major maneuver, and then gets one more for good measure as well. Looking to throw away a 5-5 and improve on that. But Delgado, though, we've mentioned Puerto Rico before in the past. He's a great surfer, 31 years of age, has a lot of experience at this level. Can he get an opportunity, though? That's a big question. They have another great team. Brian Toth is in the draw for them. Dwight Pastrana as well.
Whoa.
Who's an explosive aerialist.
You got my interest now.
Yeah, but as of right now, I mean, making it out of this heat and elevating kind of the props for them as a whole, as a team, improving their seed, going for a gold medal. Like, these are things that Puerto Rico has in their mind, and they know that are achievable. You know, you want to get into the mix, at least in the top 10. He needs to make it out of this heat, though, for this to happen, and he has 2 minutes to do so.
Well, there's a couple ways it could go, right? Your teammate loses early. That fires you up. That means, okay, I got to hold up my end of the deal and more. Or your teammates keep advancing through, adds a different kind of pressure. I got to keep up. I got to keep up with the pace being set by my team. With 1:45 to go, Ricardo Delgado still looking for a solid number and potentially 2. And with time winding down so quickly, he is now most likely thinking, okay, who else of my level is in that repechage? Because when you do go to the repechage round in these early rounds, you are going to be going up against, you know, for lack of a better term, multiple beginner surfers.
Yep.
These are surfers, again, just starting their path. So there will be heats that, for a guy as talented as Ricardo, that are going to seem easy, but beware. We're seeing incredibly talented surfers relegated to the repechage round, including, for example, Dr. Yoni Klein, one of the best surfers in this draw, already in the repechage. That's like putting a shark in your fish tank at home.
Marco Giorgi already in the repechage too, and dude, you know, I can't overstate this enough. The heats that you think that you should be advancing from tend to be the hardest ones to surf.
Yeah.
And the most difficult ones to compete in. You need to approach every single heat the same way. Go out there and look for the lead, control the heat afterwards, move on through, whether in first or second. This heat in specific, I felt like Carlos Munoz was able to do that. Great surfing from Teva. Ricardo still has 20 seconds. At the moment, we're still waiting on the score for Bushqua in the white jersey, looking to better at 5-5. Big props to Russell. First time competing at this, 35 years of age. You come from a country that is not known for surfing, different sports kind of guy. You have the bars here on the men's side as well, Sean and Daniel. It's going to be a learning experience for him.
Yeah, full credit to our surfer representing Iran. And he, along with your surfer from Puerto Rico, will be heading to the repechage. Carlos Munoz, a masterful way to surf that heat. Did everything right. Did 2 of the best airs we've seen of the entire day. Pura vida. Carlos Munoz back at it in a big way. Do not go anywhere. Coming up next, Mexico, Netherlands, India, Maldives. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2023. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. You're watching international surfing at its finest. We have 2 podiums in play. One, Volcana. Just up the road, on the other side of that rock you see on the top of your screen, is podium 2, El Sunzal, a long right-hand point break. We have men's and women's competition in the water. If you want to check in on what's happening right now with the women on podium 2, there is a tab on your home screen you can check out. But right now we're going to be staying with men here on podium 1. This is round 1, heat 11. Sebastian Hernandez Williams, Kaspar Haminga, Sivaraj Babu, and Ahmed Agil. So our first look at Team India. Welcome to the ISA. Team India fielding a team of solid surfers. They have been training hard. So again, if you're just joining us from anywhere around the world, welcome to Surf City, El Salvador for the ISA World Surfing Games 2023. We're looking for some surfing Olympians. At the end of this week, we'll have four names for you who will be competing in Paris 2024. And we urge you, there is so much going on with the ISA. ISAsurf.org has all the information for you. If you want to know, how this contest format works with our double podiums, if you want to see what heats are coming up, all the information is readily available for you. We will say the ISA, our main goal, is a lofty one, but we're already achieving it with every heat that is served.
Well, just look at the heat in the water right now.
Yeah. A better world through surfing. And I think there's a song that goes along with that is our kind of our anthem, which you can also check out. Get that thing in your iTunes.
It's my ringtone.
Bump it. Yeah, I bump it every morning when I wake up and get excited for the event happening. So in the water right now, Mexico, Netherlands, India, Maldives. 4 places that I think we'd both like to visit very soon.
Yeah, Maldives for sure. Waves are good there. And Ahmed comes from a place that's quite good. Favorite surf break is Cokes, 31 years of age. Got some amazing colorful water over there too, Chris.
Yeah, they got a big event coming up in just a few weeks in the Maldives, so stay tuned for that. But right now, stay tuned for Jess, who's standing by on the boardwalk.
I am. Thank you very much, guys. Carlos, incredible to watch you surfing. You are such a pleasure and such high performance out there. You found yourself an 8.17. Must have felt good to score something like that on the board.
No, for sure. I'd say this full year I've been having kind of like a choker. Been losing the city and the challengers, and finally here break it down. And I was a little nervous, because it's my first hit, and you have pressure because you want to do good for your country. But yeah, I find that right. And why let it go? And I know I can do airs. So, I haven't do airs in a little while, so I was a little surprised. So I'm stoked. I have that in my bag of tricks, and it worked me to make this hit for sure.
Well, it's so great to see you to return to such high condition and high performance for us. When we talk about the ISAs, of course, for Costa Rica, you guys always bring such great surfing vibes. We have teams like India in the water right now having their first heat. Have you had a chance to engage with some of those new teams and feel the energy and stoke they have for surfing?
Yeah, I think in the ceremony I watch a lot of Chinese, and from others I say hi to them. It got me good memories when I was a little kid. I had a lot of support from the ISA when I was a little grum. And of course, the surfing is getting global, and more countries are coming in, and for a better surfing future, So, yeah, I'm stoked to be sharing waves, and also, I want to say to my kids, because they always say, oh, when you going to win? So finally I win one hit. So I love you guys. Thank you for being my support. And pura vida.
Beautiful. Well said. Thank you so much for the performance. We look forward to the rest of the rounds, Carlos.
Pura vida. Thank you very much.
All right, that's it. The shocker ends now. Carlos Munoz is back where he should be in that winning circle. Love to see and feel what he's saying. He's such a passionate human. He loves surfing. He loves Costa Rica, loves his family, right there giving them the shout out. It's not easy traveling around the world like he does, leaving your friends and family at home. And leaving Costa Rica. Who would ever want to leave Costa Rica? That place is incredible, but full credit to Carlos. He's in the driver's seat looking, I would say he's looking like a champion right now. Definitely the informed pick of the event so far. So congrats to Carlos Munoz. Pura vida, 18:10 on the clock.
Kind of an interesting situation right there, Chris. Sebastian looking for that wave right there. Already had the one right, so he wasn't in the priority rotation at that moment. But it seems like they deemed it a block on Sivaraj, and he's going to have a pick to go on this one now.
Well, this kid's a star. I mean, he's been at it for quite some time. I think I met him when I was editor-in-chief at Transworld Surf when he was about 8 years old, already being called a super grom. And, you know, he's put together incredible video parts, contest results. He's definitely, I would say, he's in that international superstar category. 23 years old from Puerto Escondido, riding those Firewire Dan Man boards. Here we go. Surfer representing India, Sivaraj Babu. His home break is called Mahab Beach Break. He surfs all around in Sri Lanka. That's where the team was training. This is their first ever national team being fielded in ISA competition. We're so happy to have Team India here. And, you know, we've seen recently in the last, you know, decade or so, you know, Sipping Jet Streams, the Taylor Stewart film, that had an incredible section in Sri Lanka and India. And, you know, there's more coverage coming out of that region, which is really cool. It makes you want to go there immediately. Quick snap there from Kaspar Haminga, representing the Netherlands. Mitchell, I've been to 2 of 4 of these places, and I want to check the rest of the spots off. India just looks like such a beautiful, vibrant country.
Good food?
Oh, come on.
You into spicy food?
Not super spicy.
Okay, but like you could
I'll
do curry.
Explore. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll explore.
All right. Yeah. Well, I'm obviously from one of the countries out there in the water, so I have a lot of experience traveling to Puerto Escondido, Chacagua, where Sebas is originally from, one of the best right-hand point breaks in the world. As you see, one of the guys that's great at some of the best right-hand point breaks in the world, Felipe Toledo.
I've heard of him.
Yeah, former ISA gold medalist in the men's U16.
2 greats of our sport. There's our president, Fernando Aguirre, Felipe Toledo. And it's so nice to see Felipe, of course, just in there, in the mix, representing Team Brazil. And anytime you see that Brazilian flag waving on the beach, you know this whole place is going to be electrified. We've got Tatiana Weston Webb there in the background. So it's pretty cool that, you know, you've got faces and names that we've never heard before or seen before right there mingling with bona fide superstars, Hall of Famers of surfing. I think right on the other side of Tatiana Weston Webb,
Tyler Gunter.
Instagram.
Yeah.
Coming through for Team USA. I like that Tyler's kind of come through as the dark horse pick, but do not discount his abilities. Okay.
What?
All right. Wow. So Sebastian Williams is pretty good at doing airs, and that right there shows you.
My goodness.
That was a 540, Mitchell. Fight me. 14:30 on the clock. The crowd was silenced right there, but woke up a little bit from Ahmed Agil, representing the Maldives, your 2023 champ of the Devehi Surf event. 31 years old. And we're about to watch a bit of a video. This would be a video part ender for most people. This wouldn't be some kind of mid-heat, you know.
For Seb, it's an Instagram reel.
Yes.
So it's just another day highlight for him. And, look, all I got to say is that you give him an opportunity, he'll take it. So, you know, expecting a huge score right here. Kaspar has a couple of decent scores right now, but this is going to be one of the highest waves of the event so far. And there comes
Gabriel Medina.
Another huge threat. I mean, he's been a multiple-time medalist at these events, Chris. I'm really excited to see him compete out there. And this is a huge heat coming up. Romeo Chavez from Colombia, no joke. And the local boy, Porfirio Miranda, a great heat of 3 goofy footers coming up.
So I almost have goosebumps just preparing myself to see what Gabriel does. He's that exciting. He's that unpredictable out in the water. And he probably saw what Sebastian just did and go, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So there's ramps. You want it, you got it. Gabriel Medina coming up next. Can't wait for that. But we still have time in this heat. And Sebastian Williams is putting on an air show. Look at that. You can just see that right there is what we call air wind And so far, we wait for these scores to come through. I mean, that's got to be toward the top.
Yeah.
Right? That was a proper 6-foot, fully rotated air, and he's back at it. A little tougher of a wave to surf for Sebastian. He goes down. Will definitely not go into his score line, but as we kind of wait, holding our breath to see what the judges throw out there. You know, there's been a lot of talk about progression, and doesn't get much more progressive than that. That was
not at all.
about as good as the air gets. Nicely done there for surfer in green.
Sivaraj, yeah, well, currently in fourth. This heat right now as the score drops for this wave right here, Chris. Wow, that was huge. It was clean. And how about that landing to the highest wave of the event so far?
That was incredible. 877 comes through on the strength of a big frontside air for Sebastian Hernandez-Williams.
He found the
in
section
that order,
too.
Sebastian Hernandez-Williams.
I think it's
Sebastian Williams-Hernandez.
Williams-Hernandez.
He can pick. I mean, when
he
you
can.
do airs like that, you can call yourself whatever you want.
Dude, and you're saying that when you were editor-in-chief of Trans World Surf, which for a long time, by the way, you saw many different generations come through surfing magazines. I remember when he was 10 years old, we did a course with Coco Nogales in Puerto Escondido on water safety. We were able to use the ski. We did toe-outs and we did toe-ins. Seb was maybe 10 at that time, so 2010, 2011. The way he's been able to improve, grow as both a person and as a surfer, man, all it takes is for him just to get on a roll during one event, and I think he'll put more people on notice of how good he is and how talented a lot of people are from that region of Mexico in specific. Oaxaca, plenty of good waves, but plenty of great surfers too, Chris.
100%. I mean, it's almost like you hate to even say it, but Mexico underachieving.
For sure.
You know, I would say just because of the talent. You know, you go from Kale Carranza, Dylan Southworth, all the way down.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's so many marquee, incredible, superstar names coming out of Mexico. It's nice to see that the team is starting to come together, the team camaraderie a little bit. I feel like Mexico, the surfing scene, is similar to the USA. East Coast, West Coast. You know, people tend to stay in their regions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they represent, okay, I'm Puerto Escondido. I represent Porto. I represent, Oaxaca. I represent different areas. And it feels a little separate. I mean, you'd know more than me, but I feel like if they can just unify their team and put together that collective effort, they're a top 5 team. They're that good. I think it's just about bringing up the team as a whole.
Yeah.
I think nurturing the female rising surfers
That's
from
the
Mexico
most important thing.
is a big thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, on the men's side, Johnny Corzo, first time we've ever had a world champion in surfing.
Gold
Huge
medalist,
moment in 2017. The people that he beat in the final, Joan Drew was really close to getting a score right at the end. Johnny was able to come through. He was actually the high seed in the final, so it means that he never lost a heat in the main rounds either. Huge moment. I think Johnny's a great talent. He's gotten better over the years. He's much stronger, been putting in the work in the gym too. Love to see him here. Alan Cleland Jr. from Pascuales, second-generation pro surfer. Have to say one of the most complete surfers in the world.
Almost won the WSL World Juniors.
Yes, he did. Got second in Huntington. And then you have this guy who just throws that into every wave he surfs.
And somehow
rides
out of that.
Yeah. And not to say that Ahmed isn't, capable of doing that, but not as consistently as Seb would. But that was a great combo right there.
Love to see that from your surfer from the Maldives, Ahmed Aguil, completing this wave from the outside all the way to the inside. Still going. Great showing there from Ahmed.
Only needs a 317.
I mean, that's
the score.
Right on the line. And you think of a place like the Maldives, I mean, that is a dream destination for surfers of any level. One of the few surf destinations in the world where you could go as a beginner, you could go as a top pro and find something to your liking. Mm-hmm. It has a Indonesian feel where get on a boat in the Maldives. I know our co-commentator Barton Lynch just spent 3 weeks there, and he's always smiling, but the smile seems to be a little bit bigger after he returns from the Maldives. So that's telling you something. But a great look here at Ahmed Aguil.
Yeah, so gets the first carve in. That's an incredible second snap. somehow he was able to recover out of that too after losing a lot of speed and fits in one more too. And the score's in, Chris. It's just enough for second place. Really like the recover here after the second snap though. Into the lip, right in the pocket of this wave, in the most critical section of the wave. And for somebody I've never seen before, very impressed. Really love to see new nations coming through. And obviously you can see that they have a lot of talent as well with the waves that they have on offer in a country such as good as the Maldives.
Yeah, and I really like his style. It's pretty unique, nice and flowy. He would definitely be used to warm water, but more, I would say, used to surfing perfect waves. And the good news for him is it looks like it's cleaning up out here. The wind has died a little bit. You know, I feel like there's a little bit more consistency in these latter heats than we saw earlier this morning. So that just is good news all around for these surfers, regardless of where they're from. They all have opportunities for multiple reps. And I will give full credit to Babu, surfing from India.
Yep.
You know, he spends a lot of time in Sri Lanka, Maldives as well. And for him, you know, coming through, competing for the first time ever, Team India. I mean, he's definitely got a lot of weight on his shoulders, but also, you know, freedom of being a rookie. You know, you got to give yourself a little bit of leeway. Don't buy into the pressure. You know, you're going up against former junior world champions. You're going up against the best of the best.
That's that animal right there.
This guy is just flying all over La Bocana. This wave looks like it's tailor-made for Sebastian.
Make sure you keep yourself and your board in one piece, though. This Caspada, this is a big wave for him right here. 6 minutes to go, Chris. Now trailing in third, and same thing for Babu. Doesn't need a huge score of 4.69. But I don't know about you, but to me it's very surprising that we've never really had a team from India, you know, really showcase more of a diverse talent. They have waves. It breaks almost year-round, really. They have a decent coastline. They travel a lot, and their population is huge. So that, to me, is the most surprising thing. You know, the fact that maybe they needed an Olympic push to be able to get a team over here and some World Surfing Games in order to maybe promote the sport more in the country. I understand that, but I think, you know, having more exposure within through social media, there's people that will share things, you know. I'll share something on my Instagram for sure. Text me, DM me. And I think in order to promote things within those areas of the world, especially, you know, the Middle East, South Asia, like it is in India, let's go ahead and promote these kind of stories, because in order to get that movement to go even further, these people need to be able to share their talents and showcase them too on a worldwide stage.
Yeah, and I think the O-word Olympics definitely has had global ramifications. If you look at what India has done in past Olympic Games, I mean, they've been competing since 1900, so they have a lot of experience in the Olympics. They've had 10 gold medals, 9 silver, 15 bronze, and it's not going to be too long till we see an Indian surfer flying through the air like we're seeing our surfer from Mexico, Sebastian Williams, doing right now. And if you're a fan of the Indian surf team, you can go to ISAsurf.org, check out all their bios, see where they're from, see how old they are, you know, if they have sponsors, where do they surf. It's so fun to dig in to all the information that we have at our fingertips on the ISA website. 4:10 to go, and just a reminder, if you want to see what's happening right now with Podium 2, we do have our women in the lineup right now. You will see a nice, peaceful, single camera stream. You'll get all the action there. You'll see all live score updates. You just don't have to sit through Chris and Mitchell. But if you want to sit through us, you know, if you have 2 computers at your house, that's the best of both worlds.
Yeah, you can put us on mute and just have the other one running as well. No, but I think, you know, overall, great start to the event so far. I know it's a bit bumpy and tricky out there. La Bocana's already a tough wave to surf, but look at the heat total in this heat, Chris. It's obviously attainable out there for these surfers to be able to go out and get some excellent scores. Highest heat total of the event out there in the water right now by the surfer in red. Highest single wave score by the surfer in red as well.
Yeah, I was going to say second place is attainable.
For now it is, but just overall, you need to be looking at what's achievable. And I always tell this to a lot of surfers that I work with. if you are just looking to advance, keep your ego out of it and go for second place if you need to. That's the single highest wave score of the day so far. Beautiful rotation, clean, complete. And I like the posture that he had when he landed the Sair right here. And then drops a 7.57 as his backup. How's that section? It wasn't easy. It was tough.
That was not an air section.
No, he had to push through it.
That was wild.
And just to be able to have that strength in your legs to ride out of that as well. Tough job there by Seb.
You know, for Babu out in the lineup right now, he's got to think about and lean on the history of India in the Olympics. They have one of the most dominant men's field hockey teams in the history of the Olympics.
Yep.
So many gold medals for their men's field hockey team, and they've got recent medals in London, Rio, and right now, surfer from the Maldives trying to play defense in that second place spot. He's got to be careful because we do know how good Kaspar is.
Yeah.
He's a really powerful surfer. If he gets that opportunity, I think that 3.3 will come easy to him.
Well, he pressured him into that wave too. So good use of pressure right there by Kaspar. And he has a shot right here. Chris needs a 3.3. Oh! You did not need to go that big that early on that wave. And he had the wave.
Yeah, that was, I was surprised by that. I mean, we talked about Kaspar and how many times we've seen him in ISA competition and how he's thrived here. But it's a matter of thriving within that 20 minutes you're allotted. And looking like potentially we're going to add another big name to that repechage round. I wouldn't want to be in there.
No.
That's scary.
It is.
That's your final chance.
Well, and especially with the people that have already lost today, would not be stoked to be in there myself either. Still has time though, 50 seconds, and look at the separation between him and White at the moment. There's enough space to go out and catch a right. That's a bit further off of the main peak right now. And Babu, I mean, needing a 4.06, that's attainable as well.
Ahmed has to channel his inner Gabriel Medina right there and just try to fend off both surfers in blue and green. And 30 seconds left.
Just a bit far off.
Sneaks underneath these guys. There's Sebastian. He's gone. I don't want any part of this right now. I'm going to go ahead and go over here. I'm good. I don't want to risk anything weird happening. 15 seconds.
Might be one more wave, maybe.
You know, with the weather we have right now, the sky and the ocean is blending, and you know, with so many bumps and chops coming up, it could be pretty difficult to identify the wave. But there we go. Sebastian Hernandez with a convincing victory, has the air of the event so far. Kaspar Haminga third. Your surfer from the Maldives coming through, Ahmed Agil. Keep that name on your radar. An absolute ripper. Your 2023 Devehi Surf Champ, making his home break of Cokes proud. We got more surfing to come. Guess who's up next? Gabriel Medina. He'll be going up against surfers from Colombia and Spain. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Wait. I like it. I like it. I like it. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it.
welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2023 edition. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Big heat in the lineup. Well, they're all big heats. They're all filled with international talent, but this one feels a little bit different. That's because one of the GOATs of our sport, Gabriel Medina, has entered the chat. He'll be going up against hard-charging Romeo Chavez and Porfirio Miranda. So Spain, Colombia, Brazil represented in this heat. Do not hand it over to Gabriel just yet. These two surfers he's going up against are wily. They are rippers. Both, have multiple titles and national championships under their belts from their respective home regions. Gabriel, he's already done pretty much everything. I think the one thing that Gabriel wants more than anything in the world, an Olympic gold medal. He's said it. He's been vocal about that. That's what he wants. Right now, he's in the hunt for that. He's in the hunt for a WSL world title, and he's not taking it lightly right now. Love to see that. And boom, big start there for Porfirio.
Okay.
AKA Heathcliff, representing Spain, but he's kind of a global citizen, isn't he?
You mean the host nation, El Salvador? Yeah.
Yes.
I know.
Boom.
See, the E's get you too. It's the I's and the E's that get us.
It's my poorly written notes that are getting me. That's Gabriel Medina. I know him. He's from Brazil. He is a WSL champion. He's won multiple ISA medals. He has done everything there is to do in the sport of surfing except for one little thing. That is get Olympic gold. But right now, with this first wave, he's on his path to Paris, Mitchell.
Yeah, he is. I mean, technique, speed control, just recognizing the section before he even got there as well. And just incredible poise throughout this air. You can see the rotation, great positioning on his board, awesome distribution on top of it as well. And just being able to control all that white water coming down on him is basically an avalanche when he rode out of this thing. But the amount of speed that he had to carry in order to ride out of it, impeccable. And I really like that in your notes for Gabe, you only wrote GOAT.
Yeah.
It's so funny that
no notes needed for Gabriel.
You just know some surfers and you're like, okay, like I can talk all I want about you, but I feel like you're just going to add something more every time I talk about you.
That back three from Gabriel right there, I mean, that is akin to me waking up, getting coffee, pouring the coffee cup, putting my Bubs Naturals collagen in there. It's just my daily routine. That's his daily routine.
Yep.
He didn't have to think about that. He didn't have to try. He just does it. He's that good. I don't think there's ever been a surfer who's been more of a competitor. I think
for sure.
Kelly Slater is in that conversation. You would put Mick Fanning in that convo.
Andy maybe as well.
Andy Irons, tenacity. I mean, Gabriel Medina can win in a litany of ways. I think what he likes to do most is just win through his surfing. Sometimes he can kind of hide and play that game, takes off on inside waves, doesn't bother anyone. Other times, he's paddling over your neck to get the wave he wants. He's got every weapon there is in surfing.
He is, one of the most complete surfers I've ever seen in my life. Might be the single best competitor I've ever seen. He redefined the sport, and in 2011 when he qualified for the championship tour, after already winning an ISA World Junior medal in 2010 in Piha, New Zealand, he went on to superstardom, and he has changed the sport. He put Brazil on the map, and he's a 3-time world champ because of it.
That's right. 15 minutes on the clock as we see a quick look. Porfirio Miranda from right here in El Salvador. I will never get that wrong again. He is your 2022 national champion here. He's defending his home turf. How cool must it feel for Porfirio to be surfing against Gabriel Medina at his home break?
One of the best feelings ever.
Pretty awesome. And don't forget about Romeo Chavez, surfer representing Colombia.
That's
so
great.
Just in terms of the feel and look of the waves he's surfing right now, he's got to be feeling right at home. Speaking of feeling at home, Jess is loving that boardwalk. She's standing by with the winner of that last heat, Sebastian Williams.
I am. How is the performance just going through the roof at the moment? I mean, Sebastian, that was an incredible performance from you. You look so at home in the air, and just being able to pick apart the conditions. You were saying just before, you didn't want to take it too easy. You always just go your hardest out there, regardless of the heat that you're up in.
Yeah, I do. I do surf like if I was surfing against like the toughest opponents every single heat, regardless of who's in my heat. So I mean, I knew that I had an easy heat, so obviously that does factor in and like makes you surf a little like looser. but I definitely I always surf like that, like as hard as I can. So.
Well, it was an absolute pleasure to watch. You had the highest heat total. And I mean, eyes were kind of drifting a little bit at the end of your heat towards, of course, the global sensation that is Medina. But you brought everybody's attention right back with that aerial performance, and for Team Mexico. You guys have been growing in your talent as well. The depth in your team is so deep this year. You must be feeling good about that for the team.
Yeah, thank you so much. We definitely surf with all of our heart on our sleeve every single time. And I surf every heat like if Medina was in my heat, or John, or those are the guys that when I'm free surfing, when I'm in a heat, it doesn't matter who's in my heat, that's who I think I'm surfing against. And I think, yeah, that's just the way I surf.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure to watch you. Well done for Team Mexico as well. And just for everybody watching at home, I'm sure you have some words of support coming through and you want to say hello.
Yes, of course. Firstly, of course, I'd like to send a really big hug to my dad, and he watches all my heats all the time, so thank you, Dad, I love you. And all my friends and my family in Mexico, I love you guys. Thanks for all the support always, and yeah, let's keep it going.
Thank you so much, Sebastian.
Thank you, Jess.
His dad, a ripping surfer.
Tim.
Great
Yep.
dude as well. So we're sending you hugs from here as well.
We are.
Sebastian's dad. We did get a report of some bad news for Team Mexico, though. On the other podium, Mexico's Ana Laura Gonzalez apparently had an injury in her heat. She's fine. The medical team is treating her. Perfect response from our safety team. We'll keep you updated on that. Meanwhile, Medina going full back five, no problem. Too easy for one of the goats of surfing, Gabriel Medina. I mean, it's almost, it's rare, right? You see an air like that. Anyone else does that, we're jumping out of our seats, freaking out. It's Medina. We're used to it. It's still radical nonetheless. But speaking of radical, Porfirio Miranda going off. That right there was powerful. That was precise. He did it all on that wave. And at the right time. As you can see right now, Porfirio Miranda's name is on the top of the list right now, above Gabriel Medina. Of course, we're still waiting for that score, but how awesome for a local threat from right here in El Salvador to be taking it to the champ, Medina.
Yeah, and he already has two of these during this heat so far, Chris. We saw the first one came in as 4.83. This one, a much better section. They didn't really have to battle that one section and ride out a little dirty at the beginning. That's just stock for Gabe. And how about the landing, too?
Perfect.
Complete rotation. It's clean. Always well balanced on his board. And I don't know about you, but to me, it seems like every time I see him, he puts on a bit more muscle, too. He looks big. He looks strong. And obviously with the goal on his mind, too, looking for the win here at the end of this week. And another angle, the drone shot right here. It really goes to show you the recognition of the section on the outside and how easy he can just spin that board around. People always ask me, easier to do backside airs or frontside airs. I think the rotation specifically, when you turn your shoulders and your hips, it's usually much easier to do on your backside. It's still very complicated, though. When I say easy, I still mean difficult. But on your forehand, you usually have to do a different type of kick, and the second has to actually be a bit steeper, in my opinion. On your backhand, you're using your rotations, your shoulders specifically, to rotate out into the flats, whereas on your forehand, it needs to be the best of sections in order for you to actually get the pop out of the lip.
Yeah, and I think, obviously for surfers of Gabriel's caliber, which there are not many, but for most surfers from the, let's say, the amateur ranks on up, the air referred to as a air reverse or, 360 air, where you land kind of backwards and you let your fins engage and flip around. Those were so cool in 1994, but this is 2023. If you're not doing a fully rotated, spin, you're not going to get the credit.
Yeah.
Because we're seeing airs like Gabriel just did more often, and definitely by no means desensitized to what I would call a full backside air 540. The fact that, Medina knows that doing an air that's not fully rotated is relatively easy, especially for him.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost like you want to see the quote air reverse almost taken off the board.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's a fun trick to do. We should all try to do them. We should all learn them.
Yep.
But most people know how to do them at this point, at this level. So I love that Medina is just going all the way around, going full fives with relative ease. The judges are loving it too. They know how hard that trick is, especially, I mean, even for Gabriel Medina. That's not an easy way to do an air. An 8.10, big number for Medina. He's back into the lead. Porfirio hanging on there in second place with a 5.33 and a 4.33. Romeo Chavez getting left behind a little bit. He's got a couple of threes on the board, but only needs a 6.33 to get up into second place. Remember, top 2 surfers advance through here on the main podium, the main round. Third, fourth place surfers will be going to the repechage, which is their last opportunity to stay in this competition. Here we go again. Little air wind puff up for Medina. He's got an interesting looking wave to work with here, building tons of speed. Now fading left. Nothing doing there. Either way, that was a pretty cool, weird, unique looking wave. And here goes Porfirio. Salvadorian.
Wow.
There we go. All right, and all those things I said about an air reverse, I do take that back a little bit because that was pretty critical. How he landed backwards, how he spun that around. You know, if you're going to do an air reverse, if you're not going to spin it all the way around, at least make it look and feel radical, which I think Porfirio did a good job because you can't force the full spin.
No.
You can't force the
And it looks
air.
bad.
Yeah, and that was a proper air reverse right there. A lot of action in this heat. Romeo Chavez back at it, leaning on the power.
He needs something better than that at this point of the heat now. Porfirio drops to 6.23 on that last. And it's really important to state that Porfirio went out there and was looking for the lead the whole time. I mean, he really brought it to the other 2 surfers. Was on the first wave of the heat. Did not want to let Medina go for that first wave of the heat. He took it away from him. But as of right now, the kid that's in his young teenage years, by the way, Romeo Chavez, way younger than both of the other 2 surfers.
He's 14?
He's 14, yeah. Representing Colombia, lives in Ecuador. As you see, Team Brazil right there. Luana Silva, Tati, Weston Webb, Felipe, and Joao Chianca just out of frame too. Might be the best.
Recognizable faces.
Yeah, might be the best team ever assembled. You know, I mean, 3 surfers that are in the top 10 on the men's side, and you have 2 surfers that are easily capable of winning on the women's side right there.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I think that was the one weakness you could apply to Team Brazil in the past is they just didn't have the depth of female talent. That's all changed. You know, you go back to what they've been able to accomplish in the junior ranks for the women in Brazil, and it is
they're getting better.
A quick switch, definitely getting better, and you know we're seeing that on all levels of all tours. So as it stands right now, Medina in the lead, Porfirio in second, and you know what I like, Porfirio. He could have gone out there and been starstruck, but he reversed it. He struck at the star. You know, he went out there and is all business. You know, maybe when he comes in, he'll go, wow, that was pretty cool. I got to surf against Gabriel Medina, but how much better would it feel if you got to beat Gabriel Medina?
Yeah.
That's like...
Statement made.
That's a championship right there. Either way, I mean, to be a 14-year-old from El Salvador, a rising surf nation, and be pretty much neck and neck with one of the greatest to ever do it, you're doing something right.
Yep.
6 minutes left. Here we go. Medina coiling up, building speed where there is no speed.
Just come in already.
No,
oh my
stay out,
goodness.
do more. That was
filthy.
It's not shocking. It's not surprising. It's just awesome. Medina is on one right now, as always. Felipe showing us the moves. I mean, Medina does make it look so easy, and the way he's able to generate speed. If you grab one of his Cabianca boards too, that's a big board.
Yeah.
I mean, it's way thicker than you might think. It's got kind of some hidden girth up under his chest.
Yep. Paddling
And
power.
It's definitely an interesting shape. It's an interesting look to a board, and I think he's a bigger guy in real life than
He's
you
huge.
might realize.
Yeah.
And so kind of put all that together, it doesn't really make sense how he's able to float. He must have hollow bones or something. There's something different with this guy.
Well, I mean, just look at the way he generates speed here, and it wasn't a very good wave. He was just able to identify one section where he's going to be able to manufacture a score. The way he gains speed, though, look at his back foot. It's above the traction pad. So he's not even on the tail pad at that point. When he gets here, though, he'll shift his foot back just slightly right there. He goes back to the back of the tail pad, and look at the way he uses his arms to project down the line and gain some more speed and gain that momentum to project himself down the line. But when he's on top of the board in the rotation, he never shifts back or forth. The one thing I will say, he nearly loses his footing on the back foot and somehow is still able to garner enough of that weight to be able to hold on and ride out.
That's masterful.
It's
I mean,
incredible.
Look at this wave. That's not a good wave.
Whoa, and look at the height he had on that thing too.
So if you look at the technique too, the tail high, the tail high whip that he got, that is one of the most difficult things you can do in surfing. Inverted. Yeah, we'll watch this all day. I wish we could add another 30 minutes to this heat because the Medina show is amazing. Right there, I mean, that's just skateboarding. It just does a little chop hop whip for fun.
He's so quick,
And
too.
now where do you go with the score? Because I'm thinking that might have been the best air
I think
so far, right?
It's around there, and the judges agree with you. There's the score.
Oh, I love being right. I mean, Gabriel makes it pretty easy to say that he's going to get a big score when he's surfing like that. 833, 810, highest heat total of the day. Probably one of the high heat totals of this entire event.
Yep.
And we're just getting started.
Well, if you're Chavez right now, I said before, leave your ego out of it if you're looking for the lead. Still needs something excellent for second place. And I think right now, I was actually talking to Johnny De Cesare, one of our good friends, actually a filmer for Kai Lenny and the World Surf League. Romeo's been ripping. He's been on point here at La Bocana during the free surfs. But in this heat, it just seems like he might have gotten a bit too starstruck and felt the pressure at the beginning of the heat, Chris. Only a couple of threes in the scoreline so far. He almost landed a full rodeo the other day. And I think in this heat in specific, he just went out there thinking that he might have needed to do his best surfing when, as of right now, he just needed a pair of sixes to move through. He's capable of that. So I'd like to see him go back to the repper charge, just put a good heat together, and erase this from his memory. Big opportunity for him, especially with only 3 people out, but I think this one's done and dusted for him right now.
Yeah, the waves, sometimes the waves just don't come your way, and there's not much you can do about it. We give all these surfers 20 minutes. There's 3 or 4 surfers in the lineups. Everybody has the same playing field. Just, when you've got a guy like Gabriel, well, I don't even want to say a guy like Gabriel Medina. There is no one like Gabriel Medina. He just showed us why. And when you're watching the Olympics in 2024 and Gabriel Medina is wearing a gold medal around his neck, you can say, oh, I was there at the beginning when Gabriel was winning heats in El Salvador. Remember that? You can sound kind of smart to your friends.
He's one of the front runners for sure. And actually right now, he's out of the running because both Felipe and Joao are further ahead than him. But, I mean, still.
What if he gets a win here?
Well, theirs would go CT rankings, though. So he has to do better than the other 2 based off of their CT rankings.
So Gabriel's got a little bit of a hill to climb.
Yeah.
He's looking pretty solid right now. And both him and, make it.
You're kidding.
Gabriel just filmed a video part for us. Thanks, Gabriel.
In 20 minutes. In 20 minutes.
Where do you go with that? I mean, that was arguably further traveled in the air. Maybe a little bit more speed. Didn't get the full road like he got on the first 2, but
the height was there, though.
Either way, I mean, that is just inspiring, spectacular, brilliantly served. I mean, what more can you say about Gabriel Medina? And taking nothing away from Romeo Chavez and Porfirio Miranda. Give it up to Porfirio, your local threat, hanging in there with one of the GOATs of our sport. More surfing to come. Olympic qualification on the line. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
World Surfing Games. We are once again in Surf City, El Salvador. We've already crowned gold medalists here on the World Surfing Games stage back in 2021 right here at La Bocana. And we've had the juniors here, we've had longboarding, we've had SUP. This has been a region of the world that has been flourishing in international competition on the ISA side. Of course, Gabriel Medina just took out a win in that last heat. Did okay, got a couple waves, had some fun, Barton.
He went nuts, really. He left the surf ranch, blew the internet up, and it looked like out there that he had something to prove. And he just showed how incredibly dynamic, how futuristic, and how he, and along with his fellow Brazilians, and then you've got to throw some others in there, John obviously, are leading the charge when it comes to progressive surfing worldwide. Medina was on fire.
Yeah, what a great way to start things off. Now you will notice we're going straight to heat number 14. We're skipping 13 because we did have a surfer withdraw from that. It was just going to be 2 competitors. So rather than surfing just the 2, we'll save that extra 20 minutes for the end of the day.
Okay.
And we're heading into heat number 14 with Santiago Muniz of Argentina, Guillermo Sat of Chile, Sean Barr of Iran, and Abu Bakar Baoura from Morocco, known as Bob. We'll call him Bob for the heat.
I'd be calling him Bob for sure. You did very, very well at pronouncing that.
Thank
Great
you.
job.
Thanks. It's Mitch Salazar. You get a quick word in with him in between heats and go, can you help me out with this one? It's incredible to have those linguists as part of the team is always a really essential thing for us here for the ISA world. Any ISA event, really. Just seeing surfers from so many different countries, so many different cultures, that in professional surfing, some names we're really familiar with and others that we're just getting to know. And I think in this heat specifically, I'm really excited to see a Moroccan, aside from Ramzi Boukheim, in the water with a chance to try and get himself that African continental qualification that is available this week for Paris 2024.
Yeah, we know he missed out on the WSL injury wild card, which was a bit of a blow for him. But it would be great to see him qualify. I'm actually working on a trip to go to Morocco towards the end of the year, somewhere I've never been, but the culture, the waves, everything looks like such a fantastic place, and great to have them here. Sean Barr in the green from Iran. Met him last year at Huntington Beach, and someone who's just frothing so hard on surfing. And then Santiago Muniz and Guillermo Sat, we've heard and seen those guys before, both amazing surfers, so this will be a good heat.
Yeah, this will be a good one. Just a small 3.83 on the board for Santiago. He's got a couple of gold medals in the past for the World Surfing Games. One of those surfers that's found a lot of success in the history of Argentinian surfing. As we take a look at Bob from Morocco, nice quick work to get done for the opening ride.
Great signs early, fantastic style, great technique, the energy was high, no sign of nerves. So the Moroccan came out of the blocks really fast and is making himself known as a threat in this heat early.
16 minutes to go. Big day of surfing. We've been tracking with men's action here on Podium 1 at La Bocana. Women's action has been down at Sunzal. As we take a look at Sean. Quick in and out for that first wave. Didn't have much energy to keep him carrying through.
No, those guys were down for the longboards and have been here ever since. They decided this was a good place to stay. Look at this. Snap there on the first turn, drives into the closeout section. This kid looks like he's got the style of a champion, the way he rides the wave. Look, beautiful flaring style, quick and fast, high twitch fibers at work there, and a beautiful floating closeout re-entry for an opening ride.
Great start for the Moroccan. Scores to come through now. We're just waiting for it, and as we do, let's go down to catch up with the great Gabriel Medina with Jess Grimwood.
For you to come back into the ISA games, it must feel so good for you to be competing at this team level.
Yeah, it feels good to be back here with ISA and to have the Brazilian team with me as well. It's amazing, and especially in this place, the people here are really lovely, and it feels good to be back. And we have great waves. It's always fun to come here, and yeah, I'm just stoked to be here.
You look so calm and relaxed, and obviously reflects in your performance at such a high level of surfing. When we talk about the Olympics, of course, that's what everybody's here for, those top nations battling it out for their spots. And Brazil, arguably probably one of the best teams of all time put together for this year. What's it like looking into the Olympics for 2024?
Yeah, I mean, this contest means a lot for surfers. Uh, and yeah, with Italo winning the first gold medal, the last Olympics, was pretty big for Brazil, for the sport. And it's just good to be included, in this generation, there's so many good guys coming up, and feel good to be one of them, and just helping each other, living this life of traveling and winning, losing. It's like a roller coaster life, and it's good to have like them as a friends and people that are, we always learning with each other. It helps in the progression of a person or of surfing, and I know it's been fun.
Well, I know for you, particularly with your performance, you just ask so much of yourself personally, and that forces so many other surfers to lift their own performance as well. For the locals too, El Salvador, they had their young guy, Porfirio, in his heat and his level of performance lifted. Do you feel that pressure on your shoulders of having to pick up the whole surfing community and push their level of performance, or is it just you in your vibe, looking towards the Olympics and doing it for Brazil?
Yeah, I mean, that's why we go through so many things, I know there are people watching us, and I talk to many kids when I'm on the beach, when I'm having a food in the restaurant, and they looking up to us, and that's why we have the patience, to go through losing, winnings, just this crazy journey, really. And yeah, it's all for them, they're little guys that dreams just like we did back in the day. So it's good to see surfing El Salvador getting really popular. To see these new kids coming up and dreaming, so they have like a motivation to keep up, having a good life, with training, healthy, being surfing, being out there, it's really good, and I'm happy for them. I think surfing is growing up here in El Salvador, and this is good for surfing.
Well, thank you so much for your energy and your time and your performance, of course. It's been a pleasure to watch you for Brazil so far, and good luck. I'm sure there's so many Medina fans tuning in too. Would you like to say hello and thank you to them?
Yeah, thank you guys. Thanks for the support. Obrigado a todos que estão assistindo aí no Brasil. Feliz de estar aqui. E é isso, time do Brasil. Espero que vá longe aqui.
Thank you so much, Gabriel. Good luck.
Thanks so much, Jess. Great to hear from Gabriel Medina. Solid surfing, great performance, but also sharing that opportunity to influence the next generation. Just down here on the ground this week, connecting with those that are around and sharing that time together, as we see Bob now up and riding once again. The backhand attack just lightning fast, getting another wave down. He got a 4.83 for his first one, Barton, and he set himself up in the lead now with a score to drop.
Yeah, that was a good score for the first wave. He won the opening exchange, a point ahead of a much more experienced Santiago Munoz. So I think that the signs are good for this young man. I can't wait to see the front-on angle of that one. It's always a little difficult from the drone to judge performance. But speaking of performance, Gabriel Medina, he, of 16-plus points, couple of 8+ rides, incredible airs on waves that were fours, double, turned them into big scores. Showed how professional, how calm and relaxed he is in this state, enjoying surfing with the team. And, for me, he's been my favourite on the CT, on the World Championship Tour for a long time. I love the passion that he has. I love the way he competes and how hard he goes, And obviously success has mellowed him as time has gone on a little bit, but he's still there at the top of the game.
Well, 10 minutes on the clock, and great to see some men surfing throughout the day here at Podium 1 for La Bocana, but we've also known that Sunzal has the women's division round 1 running throughout today. There is a webcast option just to have that single standing cam to be able to tune in for those of you that are back at home watching. It's El Sunzal cam on the ISA website. As we see Carissa Moore now in the lineup with a good-looking wave Barton opening up in front of her. Now we were frothing on the wave that we saw earlier on today from Mahina Maeda that was into the 7s. Now Carissa with an opportunity here, driving through a wave that's maybe a little bit flatter, giving her just those opportunities for some cutbacks outside of that opening steeper section. And this might start to stand up for her here to really run with. You can see all that power of the gold medalist from Tokyo 2022 coming through.
Great ride. It's a fantastic right-hand point break. The gold medalist, the world champion, multi-time world champion, and one of the absolute greats of women's surfing. And we will, the men and women will switch banks, switch podiums, so to speak, day to day. We've got 8 days of competition. This peak here at La Bocana is the main peak, but it might be fair to say that the waves might be better down at that other break, particularly today they are. So the women getting better at the conditions today, but we will flip and flop and switch as we go through the 8-day period, so everyone will get a chance to surf at both breaks.
That's absolutely right. So we'll have plenty of live coverage for the women's side with commentary included as we see Dominic Barona, another Olympian in the draw this week. Mimi had a great opportunity on that wave, couple quick snaps, as well as Genesis Borja from Ecuador. So this heat up against the gold medalist Carissa Moore is the two of the strong surfers coming out of Team Ecuador in Mimi Barona and Genesis Borja.
Yeah, unfortunate they're in the same heat, isn't it? And then you go, well, we've got Carissa Moore. Are we surfing for second and third? And there's a battle between the two of us for advancement and to avoid the elimination round. But you never know. Even the greats can slip up, and there's opportunity for both of them to beat Carissa Moore. But after that ride we just saw, that was a strong ride from Carissa, so I'm sure that's going to score well.
So they're going to have some great scores dropping. Again, you can track with all of that information. Carissa in that heat, she's already got a pretty solid heat total of a 16.00. She has a 7.67 and an 8.33, Barton.
Yeah, just a pretty high total. That's an amazing high total, and as we said, the Ecuadorians will be surfing for second and third there, given that lead that she's already established down there at podium 2. The camera's a great angle. I've got to say that camera we've got down there shows you it very well. The scores are there, so the opportunity to watch both peaks, both divisions on hand.
It'll be fun to be able to call some more of the women's action through tomorrow and through the rest of the week. As we're taking a look back down towards our podium 1 at La Bocana, you can see that little river mouth there right at the top end of the contest site here. If we get some heavy rains this week, we may see that really open up. But it's been great to see the quality of waves over the last few days, where that swell has been there. The sand that was here just a couple weeks ago for the ISA World Longboard Championships has cleared away. It's really helped specifically for La Bocana define those peaks and really help them shape up for this wet season coming ahead. So it's great that it came through just in time for the World Surfing Games opening up. So we're in for a real treat this week, especially with more swell that will be coming through. Sean Barr now up and riding. He goes down. Sean currently sitting in 4th. To give our audience a situation update as we take a look at some replays with Bob sitting in the lead, a 4.83 and a 4.7.
Oh, beautiful snap there. The 3.3 for the right-hander before. He's eclipsed that with the 4.7 on that wave just there. I love the way he surfs. He surfs fantastic, got a great style, great energy, and the foundation is there for that young man to do anything he wants with his surfing career, given the way that he's surfing already.
Structuring it well. He's already got that backup score to help improve on the situation. Guillermo Sott now up and riding. Foam climb to start. Little rail to rail here as he wraps into a great nugget. Little bend in that wave opened up for a good pocket.
And it was a difficult wave to read, and it kind of changed its complexion in front of him as he went, and he interpreted it really well. Unfortunately, a short ride. I don't see that being too much of a big score. Definitely not going to challenge that 4.7 of the Moroccan that is at this point, along with his 4.83. Oh, well, there, Santiago Munoz has also had a 5.17.
So Santiago, the 2-time ISA gold medalist, he first won a gold medal for the World Surfing Games in 2011, then backed it up with a second in 2018. So a few years spanning between those. Great to see him keeping his tools sharp and keeping himself in those final rounds over the last few years within that conversation. So he's going to be a tough one coming into competition. His brother Alejo Muniz putting together some fantastic heats in his lifetime as well.
Absolutely, Alejo we've seen on the World Tour, seen both those guys all over the qualifying series, and Santiago's been a great surfer for a long time, very experienced, and how would we say this? Abu Bakar?
Abu Bakar.
Oh, I got it. Unbelievable.
Nice work.
Abu Bakar. For this young goofy footer to be in front at this point in time of Santiago and Guillermo is testament to how good this kid surfs. And again, for his nation, he could fly the flag for Morocco and take them to great things in the future. I'm super impressed.
That's so true. I'm having a look at his bio right now on isasurf.org. There's these fantastic bios for those of you listening in. You can go and check out and get a little bit more of the backstory for some of these surfers that might be newer to you. Abu Bakar Bob is a European champion as well. So he's been competing in that European region through Morocco and Northern Africa, getting himself just across the way there, across the oceans to Europe, and has been competing at some of the world's best. So that's where we're seeing that skill, that style really that has developed within him. Ooh. For the 23-year-old, as Santi drops in a huge hammer for that finishing turn. Yeah, that was a giant turn, and looking for a 4.36 to go to the lead. He may very well get it. Now up and riding. Bob with a great forehand wrap to start. Goes in for the second, drives through that rail as well. 23-year-old. 23 years old. Young man. Beautiful. Again, the style and the technique is world class. Looking sharp in these smaller waves as well. Now Guillermo saw it from Chile. He's currently sitting in third with second priority. We are waiting for scores to drop through for first and second, so we'll see if that requirement even increases over the 6.83. Last of White, a 3.77, doesn't factor into his top two. Now Santiago Muniz, though, with a score to drop, could be improving on that 3.83, which could make it slightly harder for Guillermo Sot. Guillermo, 32 years old, and he is a fantastic surfer all around, but loves bigger waves, loves getting barreled, loves charging on stuff that's a little bit more solid. So he's going to be frothing with that swell on the forecast. Even if he gets knocked to repecharge round, if he can hold himself through a few on that side, he's going to get the opportunity to surf something a little bit bigger than what we're seeing today as he is up and riding. Still with plenty of opportunity, though, to get himself into the spot, and the commentator's curse sends him down. Yeah. Well, 4.36 for Santiago is the ask. Still waiting on the score, but I feel like he might get that. There was a big last turn. We kind of missed the very start of the wave, but the last turn was massive. And if he gets better than that 4.36, goes into the lead. He does not. Gets a 4.20. So a Moroccan hanging on, 2 minutes on the clock. And that increases the requirement on third, now a 7.2 for the Chilean. And for Sean Barr of Iran, an 8.57. Like you said, we've seen Sean and his brother competing for the World Surfing Games for a long time now. Both businessmen. Sean specifically works in tech. He's the weekend warrior living in San Francisco, so he doesn't get to surf every day of the week because of work and location, being just too far from the coastline. But great to see him out in the water and improving his skills every year that we see him show up. Absolutely, and they're great characters, great personalities, and one of the, having Iran here represented, having a female joining the team this year is just a sign of that growth and development that we see globally in the sport. Beautiful shot here, overview from the drone of where we are. You can see that's the river that Shannon was talking about that breaks through in the rain when the rains come down, and we've had some rain in the evenings, particularly at night. Kind of got a little stormy overnight, and when that does, it helps to develop the shape of the waves out here. So good. Great to see all of the different camera angles around here. And you were mentioning the woman Satara Mazari, who is competing for Team Iran. It is the very first time that an Iranian woman is competing on the World Surfing Games or any ISA event. So it's an incredibly huge breakthrough for their surfing community. And she's coming up in heat number 15. So we were just checking out some of the action at Sunzal in heat number 13 with Carissa Moore. She's coming up in 2 heats time. Now, I ran into her just on my way into the booth, and she mentioned she's been having some shoulder problems. Yes. So I'm hoping that she feels okay. She said she's going to sit wide, make sure she gets in position for the good waves. But paddling is going to be really difficult for her with that right shoulder. But she's proud, she's excited to be here, and she's going to give it her best effort nonetheless. And we feel the same way. Win, lose, or draw is irrelevant, really. It's participation that counts and that matters, and the fact that, for the very first time we have a woman, as this one counts down. It's Santiago on a last-minute ride, but it's over. That's right. Well, this wave will be a scoring wave, but chasing that 4.36, he's not going to get it on those 2 turns, but he does solidify himself in that second-place position regardless, seeing that Guillermo and Sean were unable to get themselves another opportunity. Another small score to drop through for Bob just is a throwaway, and it will be Morocco and Argentina advancing through into the main round. Bottom two surfers, Chile and Iran, into the repecharge round. We have more action to come here at La Bocana for the ISA World Surfing Games, and we'll be right back with more.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to action here at the ISA World Surfing Games. We are in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. And the waves have been a little bit smaller today, a little bit of that wind. We had that storm rolling through early on today, which has really kind of thrown a spanner in the works in comparison to what we were seeing the last couple of days. But the surfers have been rising to the occasion. We're more than halfway through our opening day of competition, as we'll be getting through 24 heats in total. Currently in heat number 15 on the men's side of the draw for round one. Spain, Indonesia, Guam, and Guatemala in the water as we take a look at our Guatemalan surfer, Victor Velazquez, with a great backhand attack to start things off, Barton.
It looks like a young kid, but definitely a good starter. Nice style, goofy footer. Guatemala, again, another one of those countries that are starting to surprise the world with the talent coming out of there.
Having a look there, our surfer in white, Noah Mendiola from Guam in the water as well. From Spain, Aritz Aramburu, and from Indonesia, Haril Anwar. We know him as Oni Anwar. He's been a strong force coming out of the Indonesian crew for a long time, and they put together a very stacked team on both their men's and women's crew this year, so it's been great to see them. They've been in the country for a few days already, getting acclimated to the time change and ready to pounce on some great waves as we take a look at Noah. Nice hit to start on his forehand. Just that single maneuver, but we'll put a score on the board.
Bigger outside wave. The Indonesian, we know he can take to the air. He's one of the great aerialists. Oh, he doesn't need to go to the air on this one. 3 big turns on the outside. Great opening ride.
Yeah, definitely didn't need the air there. Nice power attack. Seamless transitions as well through those maneuvers.
Lots of space on that one. Other waves, we've seen smaller waves and then tighter sections with wind ribs in them, breaking the line of the wave. That wave stayed open, stayed clean, allowed him to just open up and do nothing but big turns, 3 of them. And I imagine that's a 7+ ride to me.
Born and raised at Lakey Peak. Absolutely loves surfing out there. Took out the win at the Curry Pro. So he has found that success as well on a winning stage, not just making it into the finals as we were talking about earlier this morning, but that difference, that defining moment in an athlete's life of actually walking away victorious, not just making it into the final rounds.
Oh, absolutely. It's a life changer, a game changer, and it has been for so many people in this sport, where they're from a country that you don't know much about, or they're from a family that doesn't have a lot of wealth, and they've decided that they're going to try and pursue an opportunity in surfing to change their life and their family's life. And we've seen it happen so many times, and surfing really does just, it changes lives. And we know that. Here we go, having a look, 2 guys paddling.
Noah up and riding on his forehand. We'll track with him. Another left goes down, just a 217 for his first wave. So gives him, an idea of where the judges are going to go with a single maneuver of that quality. Oni Anwar of Indonesia drops in a 4.67 for his opener, so that's really set himself apart from the rest of the crew.
Yeah, but it's way down on what I thought it would be. 3 big turns on the outside face I thought was definitely going to create a massive score for him. But then when you consider, I suppose, the aerials that we've seen in the heats preceding this, Gabriel Medina, for example, and they go to that 8.5 point range. It's hard to go much higher with just the standard surfing on the wave face. You need to go to the air to get to that 8 excellent plus scoring range. So that would make sense, and that would be the reason why that score is where it is. I still feel like it's a little low, but that's why I'm a commentator.
So you're not in
Here we go.
that's why we're sitting on level 2, not level 3.
Let's have a look. First one's just a snap, so there was nothing critical in the lip. Beautiful backhand turn there. And a third. I suppose the wave appeared taller to me at the start of this heat, given the other rides that we'd seen on some smaller waves. Again, 3 nice turns completed. I still feel like it could be a little bit higher, but 4.67 is a good score. And that, the scores from other heats don't compare or have any influence. Essentially, you do set a scale for a day, but every heat is individually scored, and so there's no relevance of what's happened before it to what happens now or after it. And so the judges concentrate on keeping a scale based on the heat that they're judging. So that's the wave that's going to set that scale. And I imagine it's going to be hard to get far, what scores above 6s and 7s in this heat, given where that score kind of sits.
That's a great bit of insight as we take a look now at Oni once again. So the 4.67 to open. He's going to take to the air on this one. Finds that lip line, goes for the front grab as well. Rides out clean. So he's understood that message maybe from the judges.
That's unbelievable. That is fantastic experience, knowledge. And you can tell, he's on the championship series. He's been competing for a very long time. As you said, he's won events. He rode that wave. I feel like he most probably thought it was better. He heard the 4.67, reflected on what he'd seen before with airs from Gabriel and other people in heats, and went, okay, I think I need to go to the air, and immediately did so. And it just shows how professional this guy is, mate. That was great adaptation and taking of information on the fly and turning it into a good result.
We'll have another look at it here. Frothy section, but takes the air.
Yeah, look at the bump and the lump in that wave. A hard wave to pick the perfect line. It does. Oh, look at the little ribs running up the face, even into where he's going to hit the lip. But the timing was perfect. He gets the height, grabs the rail, spins around, lands tail first, gets the final rotation in the whitewater, comes out cleanly. This is going to be an interesting score. And what we've seen today for our opening day is the judges set a tone. And look, there it is, a 6.67. 3 turns on the first, on the open face, 1 turn on a mushy, not a mushy, but a foamy, whitewatery wave, as we see a Ritz Aramburu finish there. But the information from the judges is clear and concise. They want to see progressive surfing. They want to see people going to the air. And when you look at that 2-point difference, all of the coaches, surfers around the place would have seen this moment and gone, okay, we get it. It's clear. We know where we're going.
Message is sent.
And it's good for us because we love seeing that type of surfing and the progression being encouraged.
That's right. And also seeing what that wave has to offer and matching that. That wave had a great section and speed for him, even though it was frothy, to be able to find that lip line to launch off of, where the other wave with those 3 turns, great turns, but it lacked that critical pocket or that really steep section for him to maybe push that turn into a 6.
Yeah.
Great, beautiful surfing, but the wave lacked that quality to really help him elevate it.
Absolutely. And but even if we just looked at those waves, the 4.67 as a wave was most probably a 6 or a 7 as a wave without a performance on it. The 6.67 was a 3 or a 4 as a wave goes. It was a very average wave, but it shows that you can, regardless of the conditions, regardless of the wave you're on, with the performance that lifts that wave up, you can create a big score on a less than perfect wave, and that's what Oni did on that one,
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see moments like that as we pick our way through the draw. We've got so many days of competition, 8 days ahead of us. Well, we're in day 1, so we'll be finishing out another 7 days after this. Next Wednesday, And there's going to be some big moments like that where we really see those defining factors within what the judges are looking at, what they're rewarding, and the surfers rising to that occasion to match it and gain that understanding. So at the moment, Oni Anwar sitting for Team Indonesia with a 6 and a 4 in his score lines. We've got Aritz of Team Spain, has had such an incredible career so far. He would be a great competitor to represent Spain once again on that elite level of surfers. So it's great to see him here for the World Surfing Games. And he's opened up with a 5.73, which means he only chases a 5.62 to take that leading position away from Oni.
And we're seeing the experience manage and control the start of this heat. Victor and Noah less experienced, and 2s in their score lines generally. So a lot of pressure on them early. Great experience that they're in, but Aritz and Oni Anwar are very experienced competitors, and they've shown that early.
Now, speaking about that Olympic qualification, knowing that this week we're going to be qualifying 4 surfers on the men's side, 4 on the women's side, as individuals, but as continental qualifications for Africa, Asia, Europe, and Oceania. Aritz, former championship tour competitor, walked away with a 3rd place at the Tahiti Pro years ago, semifinals. As we take a look at some live action here. Noah from Guam, quick look, that wave doesn't amount to anything. But for Aritz specifically, I feel like a surfer like him, who's got that experience of semifinals on the CT at Teahupo, for him to know that this week, as a Spanish surfer, he could gain that qualification for Europe to the Olympics to surf in Paris, he's got to have that hunger, knowing specifically the wave that he would get to perform at in the Olympics.
It's a massive opportunity. You look at qualifying through the WCT, difficult, complicated process, a lot of incredible talent there. Here, in these opening rounds, surfers of Aritz's level and quality, they get the opportunity to build momentum. And that's what you can really take advantage of your experience by building that momentum and peaking at the right time. And he would not be out of place there. And as you said, he's already had success at that most challenging of all waves. Terrifying, really.
Very terrifying.
There's most probably some people that don't want to go to that Olympics.
I would say there's quite a few.
Yeah, there's most probably people that go, well, if it was in Japan again or at a beach break or some other style of waves, everyone would want to go. But Teahupo is one of those waves that can take a life. It's an incredibly dangerous, incredibly serious wave, and it's going to show the world in that Olympic Games what surfing's all about when we go there, and it's really only a spot for the very best surfers.
So true, which is why it takes the very best to qualify. Taking a simple look at the qualification process, we're going to see surfers out of this year's WSL Championship Tour taking out the top spots in ranking. That's your #1 way to qualify in the hierarchy. So the top 10 eligible men and the top 8 eligible women from this year's 2023 WSL Championship Tour will be getting that qualification. So there's a few surfers in the mix this week that are here that are going to get their qualification through the CT, but they also need to be present here to kind of keep and solidify that qualification, being present for the ISA World Surfing Games, which we're seeing from the likes of Carissa or John, the Brazilian contingency, a lot of those surfers, Joanne Defay of France, that are here this week to represent their country proud, but their qualification specifically as CT surfers is going to come through the championship tour this year.
And for clarity, only 2 from each nation.
Right,
correct?
Only
so
2 per nation per gender.
You might have 3 Brazilians, as we do at this time, maybe more at this point in time, 4 in the top 10, but only 2 of them will qualify, the top 2.
Exactly,
right.
Which is where that eligibility, that's a great clarity point of it, because it doesn't mean that the top 10 men at the end of this year's CT tour are going to the Olympics. It means the top 10 eligible, which means if there's 3 Brazilians as the top 3 rankings, only 1 or 2 are going, which is what we saw with Team USA on the women's side back for Tokyo 2020, where we had Carissa Moore, Caroline Marks, and Lakey Peterson going right there, and Lakey finishing 3rd in the world meant that she didn't quite get that qualification spot, where she beat out the rest of the women's tour to get it, but from a qualifications of just the 2, that's how it went.
Yes.
And then, of course, for this year, 2023, the ISA World Surfing Games will be qualifying 4 men and 4 women for 4 different continents, Africa, Asia, Europe, and Oceania. Now in 2024, we're also going to be qualifying 5 men and 7 women for the Olympics out of next year's World Surfing Games. Victor now with an opportunity. Nice carve back. Snap up into the lip to finish. And he's putting himself back in the mix with just a couple twos so far.
Long wait with the priority for that wave, and he did all the hard work, and that little fall at the end, or it was almost like a jump off, but needs to clean that back end up and tighten that just to get milk every point out of the judges he can.
So scores to come through for last of green. Now the 2022 World Surfing Games and the 2024 World Surfing Games, so not this week specifically, but last year and next year, we did see the winning teams by gender. So Team USA on the women's team won by gender, and Team Japan on the men's team won by gender. They then qualified one place for their country. So Team USA is already guaranteed one spot, but it also allows them the opportunity to have 3 women present in Tahiti.
That's a big deal.
And that's one great adjustment that was made after Tokyo, is that inclusion, where it could just be a single nation, say Japan, if Kanoa or if Reo or any of the other competitors trying to qualify don't actually get that qualification, Japan knows they've got a spot in regardless.
That's such a powerful opportunity, and you think of Kelly Slater, for example, in the USA. If he was somehow to get into the Olympics and have a chance at Chopu, he could win that. But he's most probably not going to do it out of the CT rankings at this point in time. And if they like the women did at Huntington, if in 2024 America won that, they may choose to give that spot to Kelly. So there's a lot of interest in that, the way it's structured, isn't there?
I think the surfing world would be pretty excited to see something like that unfold, that's for sure. Down to 4 minutes on the clock, and situation remains the same. Paddle here for Noah. He hasn't had much luck in his wave selection so far, just a 217 as his high score for Guam. And it's been great to see Guam in the mix, gaining some more experience here at the World Surfing Games once again.
It speaks volumes to a good start, and being able to manage the start and win the start, because the people that won the start are actually leading the heat. And it's been a little bit slower, this one. There hasn't been as many sets as there has in other heats. And the start of Haril Anwar, or Oni Anwar as we know him, 6.67 and 4.67, just sitting tight on those 2 rides. He's only ridden 2 waves, he's in the lead, and Aritz has only ridden 1 wave, and he's holding on to that 2nd place. So definitely showing their experience, but the management of the start, setting up the back end and allowing those guys are in 1st and 2nd priority now, so they're able to just sit, wait, and build on the base that they've already started. Where Victor and Noah in 3rd and 4th, they've got to scramble. They're in that mode where it's like time's ticking down. They've only got 2 minutes 50. They've got to find something. And when you're in that position, the pressure's on. Some people rise in that situation, others don't. But you're not going to get the best waves because those guys with the priority are. So you're sort of up against it.
Paddle here for Noah once again, like you said, in the scramble, up against the pressure.
And you can see it, starting to bear on the young man right there.
Aretz being super patient, using all that experience through his career, sitting on a single score of a 4.73. Lets this wave go unridden by himself, so Victor decides to have a go. Nice big open wrap, but it's a tiny wave. Great punch on the finish.
And it was a tiny wave. It was never going to it's in that 2 range, the same place he's kind of scored already, 2.23, 2.43. What I see is a lot of potential in his surfing. Fast, fluid, nice style, able to turn that little wave into something, and he just needs to put that performance on better waves, and this experience will help him moving forward. Here goes Aritz on his 2nd ride.
All right, sat patient, used priority well, now banking himself a 2nd score to hold off that 2nd place position. 2 turns connected together, and he'll definitely be increasing the requirement on both Victor and Noah.
They only needed 3s, mid 3s, 3.31 for Victor and a 3.57 for Noah. But even if Aritz scores a 3 for that wave, it's going to go to a 6 or a mid or a high 6. If he scores better, it's going to make it really difficult. 1 minute and 15.
And it's a 3.27 for Aritz, so now the requirements up to the 6s for both Victor and Noah, and that's going to be a tough ask.
High, 6.57, 6.83, so you're almost talking a 7, to guarantee it, and that's got to be a good wave. That's a certain type of wave to get that.
It's so true. The highest wave of this heat as well from Oni was a 6.67 for that single air. So you're thinking it's got to be a wave that's as good or better than that single one.
And I suppose, that wasn't that good a wave, so you've got to have an incredible performance to be able to, and again, here we go, wave selection-wise, it's that scrambling that we talked about, but I suppose for this young man, it's, well, there you go, a lot to like, mate, a lot to like about Victor's performance, and I'm sure the coaching staff will be going, hey, it was, put that on better waves, control the wave selection, which comes with experience, and, he could threaten.
Yeah, that was definitely some impressive surfing, takes to the air, and we've got maybe an opportunity for one more wave, down to 13 seconds to go. Oni now on his backhand, nice snap to start, looking powerful, drives off, releases the tail, can't maintain control of the last turn, but he'll hold on to that leading position. And what a great heat for him. Made that adjustment. I mean, that was such an early turnaround from the 4.67 to the 6.67.
Clever.
And in 5 minutes of that heat.
And we sort of talked to it, didn't we? We were kind of, I was a little bit like, oh wow, what does he do if that's a mid-4? What does he do? And he knew exactly what to do. Straight away, boom, into that air, and you went, okay, we understand it now. He understood it before I did. It was great strategy.
Well, that was the 6.67 of Oni Anwar of Team Indonesia. Great looking air, and lands it out, gets the highest score of the heat. We're going to be right back with more action. Cody Young hitting the lineup for Team Canada right after this. And we're back nearly, more than halfway through opening day here at the World Surfing Games. Surf City, El Salvador. Cody Young now with the paddle for Team Canada on his opening ride. Quick in and out, won't be able to find the open face, but he's gonna shake it off. We've got our surfer Daniel Monterosa of El Salvador, the local in the water, wearing the green jersey, up against surfer from Senegal, Sidi Kamara. This is going to be a great battle of three fantastic surfers, top two advancing through.
Yeah, I remember watching the Senegalese in Huntington and being surprised at how good they surfed. They've got some talent coming out of that African nation. Cody Young from Canada lives in Hawaii. His brother Levi's in the team with him, and he is a super talent. This kid's got so much ability. I did some work with Canada leading into the Olympics and Olympic qualifiers, and they've got a great structure, great management. They've resourced really well to find the finance and then the surfers that you need to put up a challenging team effort. And I can see Canada going a long way. Erin Brooks is in their team, and then the Olin sisters as well. So there's a lot of talent in Canada, and Cody's leading the charge for them.
And I think with a team like that, looking at a name like Erin Brooks being still so young, she has yet to even start trying to qualify for anything major in her life in the world of surfing. But thinking through Paris 2024, beyond that to LA in 28, Team Canada is going to have a medal, 100%. Whether it's Erin Brooks winning a gold medal at some stage or she's on that podium, I guarantee you that girl is going to be walking away with an Olympic medal between Paris 2024, LA 28, or Brisbane beyond that.
Yeah, and when you look at talking about the women's field, and you look at Caitlin Simmers and the young girls coming through globally, those older ladies on tour, the more established guard, they're in some trouble because the talent coming through is next level good.
And that's going, 5 to 15 years ahead of us, what we could be seeing as we take a look at City here from Senegal. Nice pumping through that section, generates his own speed that he needed to make it through. Now has this little reform nugget through to the inside, gets one little tag to finish, and he'll be putting down his first score.
And it'll be the best score of the opening. He will, win that opening exchange. As a coach, it's something I always sort of suggest is that's all you know. All you can manage now is the start. So he's done that well. Only a 2-5, so maybe there's not even really a score of consequence yet.
Well, the last heat, Onyanwar got some great waves, but so did the rest of the surfers out there. And we're down to 16 minutes on the clock with City Cameroon dropping down that 2.5. And now waiting to see if there will be any more waves rolling through within this one. Having a little paddle to get himself back out to backline. And we're going to go down to catch up with Jess Grimwood on the glass.
Thank you, Shannon. Onyanwar, congratulations. When I think about the ISA, it's so much about the enthusiasm and the love and the passion that the teams bring for each other and for surfing. And you particularly are one of those guys. How are you feeling on the ground here back at the games?
Coming here, surfing in this ISA event is like one of my favorite because you bring the whole country with you, and represent my country in the world it's a blessing. And coming here with the whole Indonesian team, you feel solid. You just feel like you're here because you love surfing, So yeah.
And Team Indonesia have been putting so much into their pathways and their development as a nation and as a surfing powerhouse. Have you seen all these grummies back at home just looking towards these things like the ISA Games and training to get to these events like yourself?
Yeah, since the Olympic are in the game for surfing, we are like Indonesia's coming in hot. So really it blows my mind how everyone pushed their limit in Indonesia, and they are starting to travel now. So getting used to the wetsuit. And luckily we're surfing nice board short here. The whole team really into it. We stay in a group with Omaria, TP, and Dylan. All these coaches are just a big frother, who just love surfing and who has that discipline of Indonesian mindset. So, we brought our coach, one of Omegi. He just made us some Indonesian food the last couple of days, but he left. But we missed the Indo food, but give the spice, So, but hey, look, the waves is fun. I'm really happy to make it through.
And for everybody tuning in at home, your young family as well as the rest of Indonesia, some words for those guys.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm gonna be a dad in 2 more weeks, and that will be the next Indonesian generation. I hopefully he can serve as well like me. But just there's a lot of generation coming up in Bali, Lake Peak, Sumbawa. The island is full of talent. And next we have Ketut and Rio competing for Indo. So we're really motivating each other. He's in the CT, and then qualify for the Olympic. And this is my shot to try to take his spot too. So we're really good, We have a rivalry, I guess, and that's all about being competitive in the ocean and love the ocean too,
And we love you and watching you perform, Oni. Thank you so much. Congratulations and good luck going on through.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Oni. Congratulations on the baby, just about ready to join the world and become the next great surfer of Indonesia.
Yeah, great character. I know he travels with Carlos Munoz from Costa Rica. They spend time together, and they're like a couple of good vibe warriors. Those two are traveling the world, spreading the stoke. And tell you what, I'll give you a couple of names. Dylan Wilcoxon. You watch out for that young kid. He'll be representing Indonesia at some point. Joaquin Tariq from the Mentawais as well. That kid's incredible. There's amazing talent coming out of Indonesia. They've got incredible waves, and they're going to have a world-class team that could dominate and challenge at the very top level in the future for sure.
As we saw this for Cody Young.
Late to the lip, but pulled it beautifully. Neil Salvadorian, Daniel Monterosa on this one into a nice closeout turn. Oh, how was that whitewater come back up at him and flipped the board up, but he handled it really well.
The beach went wild for that one.
So they will. We're going to hear some. Oh, look at the speed generated there. Nice big wraparound cutty. Is he going to get another turn? Yep, nice. That's when the beach went wild, was that one. 3.5 and then 3.23. Yeah, 3.9 for Cody Young.
Couple of scores on the board. Cody now up and riding. Nice snap to start. Throws a lot of spray. Goes for that second one. Similar turn. And gets the job done. Looking to improve on a 3.9. City now up and riding. Comes from behind the section. Generating some speed here. Up into that corner. Now wraps it back. Nice. Can hear the beach. Feeling it. It's great to have that team energy from so many different nations, Senegal being one of the best, as we see a paddle here from Daniel. So great bit of action within this heat. Judges have some work cut out for them. Great wave selection from Daniel. Drives through that opening turn, puts so much power into it. Let's see if he can find a good finish, connects the dots well.
Yeah, the judges are going to have to look at all of that because there's a flurry of activity, and it's going to give us a really good idea of where things are sitting after this exchange. The replay pumping down the line, snaps out of that section, gets caught behind for a little bit. The snap almost went too big. The 2 round gets the last turn in, completes it. Still waiting on scores. Cody Young having a look at this one, Shannon.
Cody for Team Canada. He's already sitting on a 3.9. We're waiting for his second score to drop, and now he drives quickly out of this one. So we're still waiting for one before. Daniel, impressive surfing from the locals so far, just from the beach down the way. And has the goal one day to be a world champion. He's on his way there. He's surfing really well, been developing a lot of his skills through the Latin American Tour, the Alas Pro Tour. Has made it into the semifinals at those events, so that's a great way to get himself into that conversation, and be able to put the jersey on multiple times in a single event is always so important for that heat knowledge, as Cody Young shows his heat knowledge here.
Couple big turns there. Obviously the drone angle, it's a big, the judges don't look at that angle because they need to see stuff straight on, so it's a little hard to tell, but it looked powerful, looked like maybe the best wave of the heat so far. Look at the energy right here.
Great surfing from City. Couple good turns.
And Daniel from La Libertad, just down the road.
Yep, just from this area.
Classic.
Putting some time in surfing here. City from Dakar in Senegal. Place that you may be familiar with from the endless summer. Getting some great waves over there. He is 24 years old, but he started surfing when he was about 11. And has had, a lifetime of that so far. More than half of his life has been spent in the water. And that's something that the ISA is really passionate about, and showing for these more developing nations on the surfing side to be able to pour into the next generations. The ISA just recently joined forces with Olympic Solidarity for the second time and ran the ISA Continental Youth Athlete Development Program. This time it was in Senegal in Africa just a few weeks ago. They had 20 boys and girls from 10 different African nations that came together to get coaching and training and to be able to help them maximize their mindset, as we see a huge air there from Daniel. Love what we're seeing from the local.
Yeah, really. I think that's, the information from the judges as we've watched today was that's what they want to see, that progressive surfing. And an example is the last wave of Cities at a 2.43, and his energy was great, he built speed, but there was nothing big on it, nothing exciting on it. A 5 dropped for Cody Young, still got another score to come in, but that 5 best wave of the heat so far.
Putting himself in position once again. He is sitting with first priority. He's got plenty of time. Still on the clock with just under 8 minutes. As we see the Jamaican team getting ready for Ika to paddle out in his next heat. It's been great to see the development of Team Jamaica as well, and to see them showing up at multiple events for the ISA. As we see Tyler Gunter for Team USA.
How are all those flags? The colours, the wave of the breeze, you recognise it's symbolic of where we're at and what we're doing, and it's just a beautiful thing. The opening ceremony yesterday was great. Cody Young.
Cody with a chance to increase that lead, goes down on the first turn. But yeah, the opening ceremonies yesterday were awesome. It's so fun to see those nations come together, to be able to see who's going to be the flag bearer and the sand pourers for different nations, whether it's, you know, maybe their team captain or one of their really strong surfers, or maybe it's a younger one up and coming for that opportunity. As we're waiting still for this score to drop of Cody Young.
Well, it's going to be the best of the heats, my call. Judges taking some time to think about it. It's the one that we saw from this drone angle. The first turn, powerful, just drives and throws spray into a big closeout turn. He liked it. You could tell he liked it just the way his legs went together and he cut off with style. Here we go.
All right, up and riding, City. Looking for a 4.53. Great opening section. Just a single maneuver, chasing near a 5 to get the advancing position.
Yeah, had a 2.5, a 2.43 and a 3.07. That may very well be, even though it was one turn, may be his best wave of the heat so far. 6.67 dropping for Cody Young. So the Canadian into a strong first place position at this point with the 6, 6, 7 and the 5, 2 good scores.
Impressive. Of course, lives on the north shore of Maui. Spends so much time surfing out at Honolulu Bay. Great right-handers.
Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you spend time out there as often as possible?
And again, it is one of those waves that doesn't break all the time. So it's a rare place that needs a certain swell direction, certain conditions to come together, and but when it does, it's world class.
He spends time volunteering with Surfers Healing. He wants everyone to check them out online. They're a nonprofit organization that work with kids that have special needs to give them the opportunity to surf and to enjoy the ocean. Him and his family organized the Maui chapter, which is an incredible way to pour back into the community.
Great job. The Young family, passionate. They love their surfing. And we're going to see Levi come up later.
Great looking team for Team Canada. Couple of siblings in the mix with Levi and Cody, as well as Matea and Sanoa on the women's side.
Temple
Aaron
Alden.
Brooks and then Wheeler Hasberg.
Tell you what, at Huntington last year for this very event, Wheeler Hasberg, he was one of the standouts for me. I was like, wow, that kid's got game. So again, a great find for Team Canada. They've got that youth. Yeah, even you know, Cody is the established guard of the team. He's only 24. So they've got a very young team and they're building for the future.
Senegal.
Yep.
Looking still for that score to move up into the advancing position. Last of City was a 2.97, so he stays in third. He did improve on his score line, a slightly higher 2 to the other ones, but he's now chasing a 4.53 to get that position over Daniel, who's got a 3.5 and a 4.1 on the board. Coming down to 4 minutes on the clock, and you can see our surfer in blue from Senegal trying to get himself away from our surfer in green, but that priority is absolutely coming into play now.
And as it does, there's that point in a heat and 3 minutes or 4 minutes on the clock. Ordinarily, the priority has defensive qualities, but it's all about that offensive opportunity to get the best wave. So you kind of focus in that space. But as the heat starts to wind down and you know the situation, and if you've got that priority and there's someone who needs a wave or could get you and overtake you if they catch a wave, you're obliged to use the defensive qualities that come with that priority and use it to control the situation and make sure you don't get overtaken. I don't know that anything feels worse than not doing that, because sometimes you don't want to be the bad guy and you don't want to sit on them, you don't want to do that, and so you know, some self-conscious reason stops you from using that defensive part of the priority. You don't use it, and then the person you should have been blocking gets the score, overtakes you, you lose. Not much feels worse than that.
Yeah, you've got to be able to just use it in the right moment. Great snap to start for City, chasing that 4.53, but needing to find that second turn, a wave that's going to offer him that opportunity for multiple.
Yeah, and when you've got the priority, you can sit there and go, you can have this one. Like he was allowed that wave because Daniel knew it wasn't going to be anything. And when he caught it, Daniel was like, sweet, pressure's off. I don't have to sit on him and he's going to waste a little more time.
Cody now up and riding again. Snap on the backhand. Wave lets him down. Sitting with a 6, 6, 7, and a 5-point ride as his high scores. Getting into that, you know, close to a 12-point heat total. And those have been pretty good heat totals for opening day of competition.
Daniel didn't really need that wave right there. It wasn't going to improve on his position. It's not, he fell on it anyway, so it's definitely not going to improve his position. And it gives City the priority. Cody's got first priority, but Cody's in a position where he's not going to really worry about who gets second or third. So he's not going to get involved in any blocking. He's just going to stay focused on his own performance and try to build on his scores. But City now has the second priority, has that priority over Daniel. So Daniel can't do anything to affect him. And with 1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock, it's an opportunity. The door's open. He only needs a 4.53. It's not such a big score, but it needs to be a set wave, and it needs to have enough time for 2 turns in it. So that's what he needs to focus on.
All right, so directions have been given from Coach Barton, and now we'll see if the execution can come through. 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. A 4.53 is a requirement for City. His biggest achievement in surfing was coming away as a 3rd place finish at the African Surfing Games, and it's been incredible to be able to see the growth of surfing across the continent. There are so many waves in Africa, both the East Coast and the West Coast, and it's been incredible to be able to see those level of performances grow. As we take a look now at Daniel. So under priority, now he opts into this wave, looking to increase on a 3.5, goes for that air on the finish, pops that tail out, and he'll ride complete. The whole of El Salvador feeling stoked on the sand.
And that was strategically very smart. He knew that, you know, if a great wave came, that City was going to control that situation and get it. He moved away, created some space, and managed to get that to improve on the what do you call that? 3.5 is not a difficult thing. Look at this one for City, though. Cody Young up and riding as well.
Cody with a chance to just have a victory lap here. Nice into the lip, but he'll go down. And scores to come through for our surfer in green. It's a 4.53 for last of Daniel. It does increase his 2nd place position and increases the requirement into the 5s for City.
Great play, great strategy, smart surfing. And time's done. It's nearly done for the last 5 seconds. So Senegalese surfer City Kamara, he'll be in the repechage round.
And had he been able to connect those turns he was doing on the first section with a 2nd turn, he would have been there on every wave.
Yeah, he's definitely got the potential and the surfing ability. The wave selection let him down, and again, that's a standard. The quality of the wave determines the quality of the performance you're allowed to do, really.
Well, a great day of competition. We've just finished out heat number 16. We've got 8 more heats to get through until we round out competition for the day. Tyler Gunther for Team USA coming up in the next heat. We will be right back with more action with Cote and Mitch coming into the booth.
Wait. I like it. I like it. Wow. I like it. Yeah, I like it. Wow. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Hey, surf fans from every corner of the world, welcome to beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. This is the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games. We are in El Tunco, El Salvador, a city that got the name Surf City because, well, there's a lot of surfing happening here. 2 incredible world-class breaks within about a half-mile of each other. There you see the overview. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell, your first reaction here on day 1 of the ISA World Surfing Games. What are you thinking of the field we have here this year?
Off to a hot start by a lot of surfers, and I think more importantly, diversity is the name of the game. Great to see it here at the ISA World Surfing Games once again, Chris.
All right, here we go. Team USA represented by Tyler Gunter, a.k.a. Instagram. This is his second wave of the heat. He's already got a score on the board. The buzzer blew. He went to work getting the call up for a star-studded Team USA. And while Tyler Gunter, I mean, he's a household name around California. Pretty cool to see him coming up through the ranks. Got the call up to go against this guy, a legend from Jamaica, Ika Wilmot. I would say one of the first names you think of when you think of Jamaican surfing.
For sure.
The Wilmot family has been just welcoming and showing the world Jamaica is a incredible surf destination. And here we go. This is Yu Chia Chi. Nicely done there. Great start for this young surfer. So everybody involved there, stylish finish. Chinese Taipei.
Yep.
So USA, Jamaica, and Chinese Taipei. What an awesome mix that is. You couldn't have three more different surfers, style-wise, you know, what they bring, their repertoire of tricks, and where they come from. How you just feel that, you know, you see that Jamaican flag flying, the vibe is up. Love to see it.
First thing I think of when I think of Jamaica, Cool Runnings. It's one of my all-time favorite movies. You saw right there, Eli Shama Beckford, he'll be coming up, I believe tomorrow. I think out of the men from Jamaica, it's only him that surfs today. Ika Wilmot in the water at the moment, but you said it all, Chris. Comes from a strong surfing family. I would have to say one of the original surfing families from Jamaica too. And the Caribbean is known for a couple great surf destinations, Puerto Rico being one of the best and most consistent ones, but the Dominican Republic as well. And Jamaica's kind of always been under a lot of people's radars for great waves, consistent waves, and warm water year-round. Love to see them. They always bring a lot of good spirit. Had the chance to actually surf against a few of their surfers during the ISA World Juniors several times. Garen Price, we call him Nick, and you know, having these guys here brings a lot of excitement to the draw. And for Ika Wilmot, this isn't his first rodeo either. I think he's been in maybe 10 ISA World Surfing Games before. This kid, though, dropping a 717 here. First wave of the heat, straight up into the lip for Tyler Gunter, and then one more for good measure. That was a great combo to start things off, a 717. And I believe this is his backup score, the 417, just a little setup. And up into the lip right there for the second turn, coming from Newport Beach, California, in his early 20s. Great surfer from Newport Beach Board Riders Club. And then Ika right here, a three-point ride. Decent combo there for Wilmot on the backhand. And the surfer in blue, Yu Chia Chi, 16 years of age, this kid. Loves to surf beach breaks. Looks like he's treating this wave like a beach break right now. Great combo at the beginning of this one. Carved a snap, and then a small little layback to finish off. So good exchange, but this kid right here, Tyler, you see the one little setup. This is the 4.17. That Jeff Doc Lausch board looks good underneath his feet. And getting the call up late for Team USA. He's taking advantage of this opportunity. How about technique right here? Goes under the lip. You see him bottom turning right here, waiting for the section to stand up. And once he gets to the whitewater, just explodes into the lip line section. Great technique. Surfs with Dylan Hoare, Nolan Raposa all the time. It's paying off surfing with those guys.
He runs with the fast crew, and you watch some of this, some of Tyler's clips at the infamous Wedge in Newport Beach.
Swell there the last few weeks.
He's fearless, fun to watch out there, and you know he's been competing for a long time. You know, you might not see his name next to Gabriel Medina, Italo, Felipe, etc. But I'll tell you, I mean, he's spent a lot of time in a jersey, so do not take this young man lightly. He is an amazing surfer, and his scores are showing us that with a 717 and a 417. 13:15 on the clock. Surfers get reset in the lineup. Gives us a chance to catch back up with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, Chris. Cody Young, congratulations. Another win for you in your career overall. You've had so many good results. Must feel good to take this out for Canada this morning. Or this afternoon, sorry.
Yeah, it's a good start to the event. Yeah, didn't didn't put up huge numbers or anything, but yeah, stoked to get the first win, and yeah, just keep the pace for the rest of the event.
Now you're kind of like, so you're still very young, but you're kind of like the leading charge and one of the older guys on the team with such a young crew coming up under you. What's that like being in that leadership position for Canada?
Yeah, it's funny, I'm only 24, but I guess I'm kind of the team captain now. I got my brother, he's 19, Wheeler is 17, and then our girls are 17, 16, and then I think Matea's 19 or 20. So yeah, it's cool. We got a young roster, so a lot of time for them to develop and get really good. And yeah, a couple years ago I had Pete DeVries on the team. He's in his 30s, so it was cool to kind of learn from him. And yeah, now I'm just glad that I can represent Canada and kind of lead the team, and hopefully we just keep getting better and better results every year.
Well, you guys always have a good vibe. What's it been like, feet in the sand here, all the pebbles on the shore for Team Canada? Is the energy high?
Yeah, the energy's really good. We're all staying in a house together, and we've all spent tons of time down here. Prior to the event in 2021, we came and spent like a couple months, so I feel really comfortable here in El Tunco, and the waves are so sick. Like, honestly, this is about as small as the waves get here, so that's pretty incredible, to always have swell. And this is probably one of the more average days here. Even the last few days have just been like absolutely pumping, light wind, really good surf. So it's a little stormy out there, but it's good to surf something different.
Well, congratulations moving on through. I'm sure there's heaps of people tuning in at home supporting you in Canada. Anyone words for them?
Yeah, shouts out to my family at home, my girlfriend, my trainer Scott, Pedro, and yeah, just all my friends and family in Canada as well as Hawaii.
Thanks, Cody. Good luck.
Thank you.
Team Canada,
They're
saying
stacked.
it right now, top 5 finish in the ISA World Surfing Games 2023. You can write that down, Mitch. By about Saturday, I'm going to be looking really smart. It's rare, but I'm very confident in Team Canada's abilities. Erin Brooks flying the flag for their female squad, and from what I hear, she has been absolutely ripping. I mean, obviously she rips every time she surfs, but she's really thriving here in El Salvador.
She won here last year, remember? U16 for the girls at the juniors.
That's right. So she's got that El Salvador mojo with her. 10 minutes to go here. Heated hand, Tyler Gunter with a hefty lead. 2 sevens, a 7-4 and a 7-1-7. He did that within the first minute. That means your surfer representing Chinese Taipei, Yu Chia Chi. So if you see on the screens and then you see it on paper, Chinese Taipei, the names can go forward to back depending on whether they're said out loud or in print. So it could be Chia Chi Yu or Yu Chia Chi. Either way, it's a fun name to say. He's a rad kid. He's been in ISA events before. We've seen him in competition. He surfs, lives in Hengchun Beach. It's a South Beach in Taiwan. He is your under 18 Taiwanese champion.
Yeah.
So no stranger to the competitor's jersey. Second place for now. Ika Wilmot. I mean, somebody's got to make a documentary. I'm sure there are documentaries about the Jamaican surf scene, but for Ika, 36 years old, 3-time Mako Pro champ. His sister's on the Jamaican team as well. He's a ISA accredited judge, which is a pretty cool program we have. So, a lot of conversations about judges around the world, but ISA does have an accreditation program. And Mitch, I know you've judged your fair share of. You're not ISA accredited yet, I believe, but in looking at this wave from Tyler Gunter, why does he have such a big lead right now? What has he done in this heat?
Well, this score came in as 7.4, pushes a lot of water, incredible bottom turn, top turn combo for the first one, but it's been the steep sections on both of his 7-point rides that have garnered the majority of his scores. Look at the way he identifies this section right here, times it perfectly too, deep bottom turn, goes up into the lip line, and just excellent execution once he reaches the lip. So the degree of difficulty of this turn, he's completely upside down, under the lip snap, and the way he has to ride out of this section right here with all the white water exploding around him, just sensational the way he can ride out as cleanly as he did. He's more known for his left-hand work. Goes left mostly in Newport Beach, especially in the summertime when you see a lot of 56 and 54th working. But in the wintertime, Chris, I live in Costa Mesa. I surf Newport quite a bit. Lower jetties there. We tend to have a lot of good real rights at the beach breaks. 28th Street, 32nd. Blackie's gets good when it's big too. And we had a pretty good winter in the months of December and January. Tyler was out there every day at dawn.
Well, I think for Tyler, I mean, anyone that lives in Southern California knows, I mean, this is an afternoon in Newport Beach. This is what it's like more often than not with the wind coming up like this. So, you know, he's definitely no stranger to this. He's competed for basically his whole life. You know, we've seen him competing in Huntington, all up and down in California. So he, I feel like he's probably going to thrive in that kind of underdog, no pressure situation. You know, Griffin Colapinto coming through as the alpha on Team USA definitely has a lot of pressure on him right now. So it's going to be really interesting to watch Tyler's run through this event. I'm excited to see it. And right now in the water, I think he's got a really tight lock on that top spot. So this is going to be a battle for second place for Ika Wilmot, who has been around in a lot of competitions, 36 years old. You know, he's kind of one of the most I would say one of the most well-rounded humans we have in this event.
For sure.
Brilliant scholar, an insane musician, a bass player for a band called From the Deep. I mean, that's a guy that you'd like to be stranded on a desert island with. I mean, you will learn from Ika Wilmot. Here we go. This is Yu Chia Chi. And already we're seeing a lot of improvement than we've seen from him in the past. He's one of these, you know, young up-and-coming surfers that is going to come through every year in these ISA World Surfing Games, bringing what he's learned, and his learning curve is steep. I mean, he's already looking really solid, kind of firmly in second place for now, with a 3.77 as his high mark. So he does have work to do.
Well, he'll get a backup score right here, but Ika's not going to need a lot to move up into second place after this one, and still plenty of time, 5 minutes, 45 seconds. Seems like he's looking at a wave here. He's going to let it go by. What I will say about, you know, both the surfers from Chinese Taipei and the surfers from Jamaica, the weather here is actually very similar to where they're from. El Salvador to Jamaica, maybe on the same line, you know, in terms of latitude. And Chinese Taipei, it gets very warm. I mean, we're talking about a country that is warm year-round in terms of the water. They have waves year-round. They have a diversity of waves, too. A lot of beach breaks, a lot of point breaks, and a lot of cobblestone breaks like here at La Bocana. So I would think that the comfort level for them is quite high. But we could say the same thing for the Jamaican surfers. Their best wave, one of the lefts, the bottom is just like here at La Bocana, too.
Yeah, that's just a comfort thing, right? When you're kind of, I'm sure there's a lot of surfers that don't spend a lot of time out of a wetsuit and booties.
Nope.
So for these guys in the lineup, they're right at home. And Ika,
that's more like it.
Surfing like a teenager. I mean, he's still looking so loose. He's only 36. He's still a young man, so, you know, bright future ahead of him, of course. But he's looking loose, and he's looking like he's feeling it right now. That Jamaican flag's flying just a little bit harder. I believe that's his sister on the beach flying the flag.
She surfs pretty soon at El Sunsal, too. Oh. So missed opportunity there from you. But going back to Ika, I mean, he's 36. He looks like he's 25. And then he acts like he's maybe, you know, 22. He surfs like he's 18, though. And this was an incredible wave right now at a crucial point of the heat, too. Needs a 3.51. It would have to be his best score. And I think he gets it easily. So we'll see a situation change right here. And Team Jamaica should be very happy if he's able to move through and just add some points to a team that is definitely looking to better their seed going into future events here at the ISA World Surfing Games as well.
So you've got other surfers on Team Jamaica, Javon Brown, Elishama Beckford.
Yep.
Love that dude.
Shama.
He is so awesome.
Great skater, too.
Oh, yeah. They're an incredibly talented team, you know, not just surfing. We got Imani Wilmot, 32. They all surf Bull Bay. Bull Bay is kind of like the La Bocana of Jamaica, if you will. 3 minutes, 10 seconds to go. This heat, you know, it feels like when a surfer gets a big start like Tyler got, time flies even faster. You know, I think definitely for him, he's just at this point probably having a lot of fun.
He is.
Well, he was until he went over the handlebars right there. But there's the rest of Team USA. Shane Dorian coaching from the deck.
Tracy Axel right there too. Dr. Tracy Axel.
So they have imported physical therapists?
They do. So Tracy actually works with USA Surfing, does a lot of great work for them. I know Andrea Swain and everybody back home watching on this heat for Tyler. Big for them, especially as a team event. They want to go for gold as always.
Big for us. Coming up, John Florence. A surfer so good they had to name him twice.
And I think just based off of talent alone and how complete he is as a surfer, I don't even think I need to say that I'm going out on a limb, but I consider him the best surfer in the world, the most complete surfer in the world. And it's going to be a pleasure to watch him compete here at the ISA. Man, he can do everything, Chris. Big waves, small waves, airs, barrels, turns. He's got it all.
Olympian.
Yep. 9th place finish that year when he wasn't even 100% either.
Right. That was a stretch for him to even compete. There you see, cool part about John too is all these sponsors that he has. Of course, he's got his own sponsor, the flag you see on top, Florence Marine. He's deeply involved with all the sponsors that he has via the traction that you see right there, traction and leashes, board bags. So he's started that company. Paizel, the name synonymous with Paizel surfboards, John Florence. And this is a cool moment. I love seeing John get in the spirit. Part of the rules that we have here in the ISA competitions is you've got to have your nation's flag on your board, and you also have to have basically like the ISA seal of approval, that little blue sticker that shows that you are a competitor. You don't just hand those stickers out to anybody. I didn't get one. Did you get one?
I got one when I competed.
Okay,
it's been
did you save it?
11 years since then.
Can I have it?
I can find my old board and I'll give it to you.
48 seconds to go. Tyler Gunter got this one early and held on to it for a full 20 minutes, and now he's just staying loose. Throwing tail high. Love that. If you're going to do a backside reverse, that's how you do it. Whip that tail up, get it above your head.
It's like Devo said.
So fast, so nice looking. That's how you want to finish a heat too. That's like just a confident finish, no claim needed. He knew that he did enough. And Ika came from 3rd to 2nd place. A little bit slow in the start, but definitely got things rolling.
Oh.
Doesn't get the finish there. 10 seconds left. Where is Yuchiachi? He got it up and down real quick, so just not even enough time to get anything moving. So at the moment, it looks like Team USA is hyped with what Tyler Gunter did for their points total. Ika Wilmot remains in the main round. And we send Yu Chia-Chi to the repechage. We've got so much more surfing to come. The biggest names in our sport competing here at Surf City, El Salvador for the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. What a sponsor to have for this event. Just one of the greatest surf destinations on the planet. And the reason that they are presenting this event is because they want to welcome the world to this awesome location. Alonso Correa, Isato, Elizondo, Ali Temperi, Finland, Panama, Peru represented in this one. Two nations that you know there's great waves. One nation, there are waves. Don't know if they're great often, but Ellie is a great surfer. He actually lives in Encinitas, California, so get the opportunity to watch him surf often. But he's going to have his handful here. Alonso Correa. I mean, this guy is kind of one of those prototypical QS grinders. He is not going to make mistakes. He's not going to fall. He's going to make you beat him. And he's a really good, powerful surfer.
No, and he's a smart competitor. That wave was literally on the buzzer. I saw it live. And then this wave here from Izzy. Also, good start for Elizondo. Coming from Panama, some great waves there. Incredible surfers, a lot of talent. Gary Saavedra really paved the way for, you know, him and Giancarlo Soli Gonzalez to really move through. There's one name that I'm thinking of that for some reason it won't come to me. Man, I'll come back to it. I know Pucha Garcia's been a big proponent of surfing in Panama too, but for some reason Bocas del Toro. I'm like thinking of the one name. Okay,
It'll come to you. It'll come to you. 17:15 to go here. Two waves ridden so far, 4.5 and a 3.5. Nice start for Alonso and Asado. Izzy, Elizondo. So Panama, of course, a wave-rich nation, as is Peru. We do have a Peruvian world champion in our midst.
Yes, we do.
As well, Mitchell. Sofia Milanovic on the...
And an Olympian, by the way.
She's done it all.
Came out of retirement. World Surf League ASP world champion. ISA gold medalist. An Olympian.
Probably the greatest, I want to say one of the greatest comebacks in sports.
For sure.
To come back into ISA competition after being kind of out of the scene. You know, she's been surfing, of course, raising her child, and the whole thing, comes back and gets the gold. That was an incredible moment of sport. And we're going to try to steal her for our webcast a couple times, just so you know. So here we go as this heat starts to unfold. Let's go to the boardwalk. Tyler Gunter standing by with Jess Grimwood.
Thanks, Chris. Tyler, you capped off that heat win with that big blowtail reverse. Must feel good to put a performance like that down for Team USA.
Oh, I'm super pumped. I mean, this is my first ISA event, and to go out there and have a good heat was super fun. Waves are really sick, so yeah, I'm stoked.
What's the difference in the vibe of these events? Like when you arrived at the opening ceremony yesterday, were you just feeling that electric energy that goes around the ISAs?
Yeah, I mean, I was blown away. Like to see this many countries that all surf, it's super cool, and the amount of people here and how big the contest setup is and everything, I was super blown away, and it's just rad being here.
And being a part of Team USA, I mean, your team has been a powerhouse for years in surfing. You've had so much success at the ISAs. What's it like stepping into the shoes of Team USA with the rest of the guys?
Oh, it's a bit nerve-wracking for sure. I feel like we got to try and get gold again. So, yeah, I don't know. It's fun. I'm stoked to be with the crew. We got amazing coaches, obviously, some very good surfers. So, yeah, it's rad.
And shout out to the rest of the fans of Team America and, of course, all your locals from Newport.
Yep, of course. Shout out Newport. Newport Board Riders Club. Love you guys. Shout out to all my friends and family watching at home. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you very much. Keep a good look on this guy, Tyler.
Tyler Gunter. He's not a Grom anymore. Full-grown man, but he will always be Instagram. One of the best Instagram handles ever.
Yeah.
And he got in early. He'll probably sell that handle for a couple grand at least. I don't think he is.
Might go for $1 million. I might say it might touch,
million?
the seven-figure mark.
All right.
But capped it off with this lovely blowtail at the end. Great rotation there by Gunter. Cool story about Tyler. I remember in 2013, we were in Virginia Beach for the QS and the Pro Junior event over there. Tyler was 12 years old, I believe, maybe 13 already. He needs a score. Nick H. is in second. The entire heat, you know Virginia Beach, Chris. It's not a very good wave. But Tyler's so small, and he needs, I think, a 7. A wave comes through. It's a set wave. He has priority. Catches the wave, gets just what he needs. We went crazy in the athletes area. It was so cool to see. And Nick came in and he just had to give him a high five. He was like, hey, props to you. You surfed that wave as good as you could have.
I remember that. I remember some photos.
It was
Tyler's
yeah.
smile, yeah.
It was a Vans event. You were there.
Yeah. And we're checking out a replay. This is your surfer in blue.
Izzy.
Lizando from Panama.
So I remember the name now. Agustin Cedeño. He's also a great surfer coming out of Panama. A lot of young talent. And a lot of people that represent different countries actually live in Panama because the waves are so good. They had a few ISA events back in the day. Jess Grimwood actually got third place there in 2013 in Santa Catalina. Oh, man, they just had the Pasa Surfing Games there in Santa Catalina as well. Playa Venao, great beach break. I really like that place. It's still the warmest place I've ever been to in my life. It's hot.
Yeah. Speaking of hot, we got some great surfers on the commentary crew. I'm putting myself very low on that list, but you got
I don't think I'm
Jess,
hot.
Mitchell, you got, I mean, more so than them.
That's true. By far.
Champions, Barton Lynch. Come on. Ooh. 12:47 on the clock. Alonso Correa, 25 years old, from Lima, Peru. If you're a goofy footer and you were born and raised in Peru, you're stoked.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's kind of, think of Morocco, right? It's the opposite. There's a lot of great lefts. A little colder. I think, you know, a lot of the video footage that you see. I know recently we've seen footage of Yago Dora, Volcom team, Ryan Birch. They're scoring down there. Remember some footage of Machado back in the day.
Castle in the Sky, right?
Yeah, some really great looking left-hand point breaks. And, of course, Peru, you know, one of the first surfing nations ever. You know, the indigenous people of Peru were riding the waves from day one.
Mm-hmm.
Before day one. Day zero. 11:53 now. Izzy back at it. Goes down on the inside section, and we've seen the judges definitely making you pay a little bit for not completing your waves. So this one so far, a little bit of a slow burn compared to what we saw previously with Tyler dropping big sevens with, you know, a minute or two elapsed on the clock. So I'm looking for Eli Temperi. This kid has a great head on his shoulders, especially when he's in a jersey. He's 16 years old. He's a certified lot troll, Seaside Reef local, Encinitas, California. He was born in Finland.
I think he was 6 when he moved to the U.S.
I believe so.
Mom Katya was telling me that.
So he does have, you know, a slight accent still. Parents are very supportive. His dad's here with him.
Yep, mijo.
Supporting the team. He is a 2-time NSSA national champion, part of that San Diego Academy, my alumni school. Their surf team is a lot better than it was when I was on the team. They are your 2023 state champions.
Titus Santucci, Lucas McMahon among them. Was also competing here, by the way. Yeah, Ellie is a showcase talent, I think, when it comes to surfing in Southern California. Goes for the big sections, has a complete arsenal. Not very tall in stature, but, I mean, he makes up for it with the degree of difficulty of a lot of his maneuvers. Meanwhile, though, best wave of the heat right here is 7.5 for Alonso Correa. Great use of priority for this one, Chris. Great variation and a strong finish right there by Alonso. You were mentioning coming from Peru, a lot of left-hand point breaks. They also have a lot of reef breaks that are similar to this cobblestone bottom, like La Bocana. That's why he feels so comfortable here. And he drops his second best score right there on a wave when he was paddling back out, a 4.57 for his backup.
Great combo right there, too. You just saw everything. You know, sometimes when you try too hard, you try to force things, it looks whack. But right there, I mean, everything was in its proper place. Super high-speed combo. And here we see surfer in green, Eli Temperi, having a paddle for that. He did have first priority. We'll see if his priority gets switched. I would say that's a, you know, something that you learn as you go. And, you know, Ellie, who's been competing since a very young age, still has room to grow, still has room to learn. But you said it. I mean, a marquee talent in Southern California. To me, he is, I would say, among the best of the best in the world in his age group.
For sure.
16 years old.
No doubt about it.
You know, if you kind of think back to ISA World Juniors in the past, he's had a couple solid runs there. And, you know, for him to have all those fundamentals so early on, his future is huge. He's competing against some grown men right now. So he's got to be on his A game. Meanwhile, Fernando Aguirre talking to Shane Dorian, volunteered to help with a little bit of the coaching on Team USA. There's John Florence. as if I needed to tell you that. Y'all know who he is.
Bringing them to Southern America. Southern accent right there, y'all.
You all know who he is.
Yeah.
That's John Florence. Our
But-
president, Fernando Aguirre, dropped a documentary last night. One of the many global premieres that it has seen, The Impossible Wave. A film that showcases Fernando's tenacity, showcases the ISA's grit. How many doors were slammed in Fernando's face in the last 30 years as he tried to help surfing get into the Olympics, tried to get Duke's dream a reality. I think we can all draw a lot of inspiration for Fernando. If somebody tells you no, don't tell Fernando no. That will not end well for you. 7:47 now, Ellington Perry. Quick backhand snap there. Building up speed. Little edgy down the line there. Maybe just wiping off a little bit of nerves, but did get the job done on that wave. I think he might have had a little more to offer. He's a much better surfer than he showed us on that wave, but he's also a good competitor, so he knows get a couple baseline scores, and then you can start getting wild, which he's got every trick in the book. I mean, he will go to the air if given the opportunity. So I think right there, that's just a brick in the wall. Get things going.
Well, the important thing here is getting the score. And if he gets it, it's just right there. If he doesn't, it's just under. But his biggest thing to me, and I think the biggest attribute that he brings to competitive surfing overall, is that the fact that he's not afraid to go for things. And that go for it attitude goes a long way here at the ISA. There's times where you have to surf nearly 20 heats in an event, and you need to be prepared for that. Obviously you want to surf the smallest amount of heats before you get into the final, but in this round specifically, it's important to get out of it. And if you beat two of these guys, two of Latin America's best, it would be a huge win for Ellie.
Yeah, he's basically fighting up an age group. He's fighting up a weight class. 19 years old, Izzy. He's he's still a young man himself. But you put Izzy and Alonso together, they're fully formed in who they are. Ellie's still growing, still learning, obviously ripping.
Alonso's on a different level in this heat. He's been around QS for long. He's been on the Challengers before, nearly qualified for the Olympic Games, and the amount of experience you can just showcase it right there. That was bad use of priority, though, by Izzy. That wave did not change his situation a lot, as Alonso up and riding again, the heat leader. Ooh, watch out. Watch out for those fins. But look at Ellie's score. He needed a 3.88, and he just got it, a 3.9, so moves him up into second place.
He's got a high heat IQ. He knows
Correa.
what to do.
Yeah.
Oh, Correa and Ellie.
Oh,
even at a young age, Ellie, kind of knows exactly what he has to do. He knows what he's capable of.
Eduardo Papa, great surfer coming out of Italy. I think they have a very underrated team. Adriano Souza coaching the team once again. He found his comfort with Leonardo Fioravanti, and I would not be surprised to see them in the top 10 at the end of the event either.
I agree.
Leo, dude, I remember him as a kid, and I think we can say the same thing for Eduardo. They used to travel by themselves most of the time. There used to be one delegate or one parent with them, and Leo ended up winning gold at ISA World Juniors one year in Oceanside in 2015. Look at him now, coming off a quarterfinal finish at the Surf Ranch Pro. He's, in the top 10 at the moment. They got a stellar team, Chris.
Always fun to watch, always spirited. And when Adriano de Souza, one of the greatest competitive surfers in the history of our sport, is your coach, even if you're a phenom like Leo is, there's always something that can be helped. And just when you put that jersey on, things change. All these surfers are really good at what they do. Applying that in a 20-minute heat with all the pressure, with the jersey, with all the math and everything going through your head. I mean, there's a lot to unpack with every heat that you prepare for.
Yep.
And I would love to be a fly on the wall, just hearing what Adriano has to say to the team before they go out there. I would think that if anybody knows how to put a heat together,
it's him.
Adriano. He's one of the winningest surfers to ever do it. And that's just pure grit. And, of course, he's a really good surfer. So that helps, too. As we see Izzy now sliding down the line, a couple nice looking turns. This wave just keeps offering him up sections. Yep,
cool.
We saw it, the judges saw it, and I think they're going to love it. Meanwhile, hammering away. This is just your, stereotypical in a good way, grindy, powerful, consistent surfer, Alonso Correa. Have you seen him make any mistakes? He tried an air. Well, I don't think that was a mistake, but
he was in the lead already.
Yeah, everything he's doing this is how he's been doing it for a long time. He builds these nice heats, and more often than not, if you serve against him, you're going to lose. He's that good.
Yeah, and what I'm looking about him in terms of positioning, I actually saw him on the boardwalk where all the teams have a little spot for themselves. He was looking at these inside waves, and that's how he actually started off the heat. 4.5, 3.1, then got the 7.5 and a backup score of 4.57. As we look at Izzy's last wave, only needs a 3.53 for second place. Think he's going to get that on more. Just decent surfing on the open face, but it was the air at the end that's really going to get him the meat of that score. Coming from Central America himself, big moment here for him. Just an hour or so away from Panama. But how about these turns right here on the open face? Good use of the rails, slid the fins, added some variation to the score and to his surfing overall. But this last air with a lot of speed down the line, it was wonderful to see him showcase the variety of maneuvers on a right rather than having to go left again like he's done so many times in this heat before. You can see right here, the section stands up, he's eyeing it, and with this cross-shore wind coming into the right-hander, the board just sticks to his feet like glue. Projects down the line, shifts his heat forward just a little bit, but the landing, to me, crucial part right there, that the back foot was able to stay on top of the board and rode out cleanly. Good surfing there by Izzy. You see it in real time. Rail surfing was okay. It wasn't great, but how about this combo at the end? Slides the fins, and then it recognizes this section right here is about to stand up and goes for the air. So a combination of maneuvers. Last one was major, the other ones were okay, and then Alonso betters his situation, a 4.83 right here, into the lip, and he just looks confident and solid out there with these waves at La Bocana. Good surfing by Alonso.
And there's a little exchange there. It looks like Ellie Temperi is going to take off. Kind of a weird whitewater start, but this thing could grow through the inside. Gets a good bowl to work with, goes vertical.
That's nasty.
Rides out, beautiful turn. That was a gamble of a wave. He took off in the whitewater, was pretty flat on the face, but he only had 45 seconds left, so could be the decision he needed. Meanwhile, powering through. And Ellie's got a front row seat to this wave that Alonso Correa just absolutely demolished. Was Ellie Temperi's score a 6.77?
Doubt it. I mean, he needs something close to a 7-point ride. The last turn was phenomenal. And if Izzy's able to ride out of this, I think he shuts the door on this heat. And he's only looking to better a 4.17. So the requirement for Ellie's going to be higher after that score of Elizondo. Team Italy, they're coming up. But overall, good heat for Izzy. Made one priority mistake on the left, made up for it on the right with the 6.5. Timpani has some things to work on, but showcase the talent right there by Alonso Correa.
Yeah, I think going into that heat, we knew what Alonso was going to do. I will say Ellie maybe underachieved a little bit. He is a phenomenon, a great surfer, but that's what these heats are about. I mean, we've seen some of the best surfers in the draw go to the repechage, add Ellie Temperi's name to that list. Watch out, repechage. Ellie's coming for you. Congrats to Alonso and Izzy. So much more action to come. We got a big one coming up next featuring Barbados, Italy, Czech Republic, and more. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Welcome back, surf fans. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2023 edition. The road to Paris goes right through Surf City. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. So far, so good on day one. The waves are strange, but highly contestable. There are ramps out there, and I know I'm telling the truth because when you see the highlight package at the end of today, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Medina came through, flying around Sebastian Williams, huge airs. Alonso Correa, power surfing. It's all happening right here. Jacob Burke, Eduardo Papa, Jacob Michna, and Jason Aparicio. Big international heat here. Another exciting one to watch. A lot of unknowns in this heat. Some new names coming through competition. Jacob Burke from Barbados. We've heard that Burke name before.
Yes.
Comes from a family of ripping surfers. And that's how you want to start, especially in a tough heat like this. Get a good score early, and you're going to be feeling pretty confident because that's been the story throughout the day. Those early starts paying dividends. Here goes Papa, Team Italy. Strong backhand already showing. Beautiful beyond vert.
I like that.
Talk about, well, that was about 11 o'clock, which is even better than 12 o'clock because he went past vertical.
He went the other way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Counterclockwise.
Yeah.
Going back in time. Beyond vert. 18:40 to go. Surfers making their way back into the lineup. Gives us the chance to catch up with Alonso Correa, standing by with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, Alonso, that was an explosive heat from all of the guys in the water, and I saw so much respect for you towards the other competitors at the end. You congratulating them on their performances. Is that what the ISA Games is about to you?
Yeah, of course. We had a pretty international heat. Peru, Panama, and Finland, and everyone was ripping. So yeah, everyone deserves our congratulations for sure. Everyone that's here, and yeah, I'm happy I could start in a good way these games and excited.
And the team from Peru, you always bring passion to the games, but it feels like a little bit more elevated this year looking at Olympics for you guys. Is that going on in the conversation in the team house?
For sure. This year we don't have the Olympic qualification. We gotta qualify for the Pan Ams, so that's in game. But we're just chilling. We're all really good friends in the team. We've been teammates forever since the juniors, so it's pretty fun. And yeah, just everybody's surfing, doing their own thing, and whatever happens, it's good. You know, like last year, Luca and Miguel qualified for the Olympics, and that was epic. I was super excited for them, and yeah, I'm here to do my job, try and do my best, and try to do good.
Well, you did really, really good in that heat. Of course, there'd be so many people tuning in at home wanting to congratulate you. Do you have any words for them?
Yeah, of course. Nada, gracias a todos los que estén viendo, apoyando. Estamos acá representando. Saludos para mi familia, mi mamá, mi papá, Sebastián. Gracias a todos y nada, vamos a seguir dándole, ¿no? Feliz de este primer hit y con todo el siguiente.
Thank you so much, Alonso.
There's a reason why we've heard that name, Alonso Correa, for a long time in competitive surfing because he's really good and he's been good for a while. And you can never count out that team. They always come through with a solid, stacked crew. This year is no different. How many teams have I already pegged for the top 10? I got to be careful.
8.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you put them on the top 10?
Well, I'm writing them down so far, and what I'm doing is I'm going to rank them at the end of the event for you.
Oh, thank you
Depending on the way you name them.
Okay.
You said Canada's going to finish top 5.
I did.
So depending on how they finish, I'm going to go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
Okay.
you know, top to bottom.
What do I get? What do I win?
Snickers.
Oh, thank you so much.
Or you like the Pinguinos?
I'll
get you some Pinguinos. Yeah.
Local delicacy. Yeah. Surf City El Salvador has, even though it's hyper focused on surfing, the second you land at the airport, surfing everywhere.
Pastries.
You walk by the sands of the world when you walk through the airport. Pretty cool. And here we go. One of our most veteran competitors, we'll say 49 years old, Jason Aparicio. Super cool style. Yeah. Trinidad and Tobago represent. You know, we talk about a lot of times, you know, these surfers that come from dreamy destinations around the world, how it kind of must be hard sometimes to leave
sure.
when you live in paradise. I would put Trinidad and Tobago on that list. Now, Jason has been in the surf scene for quite some time. You could see right there. I mean, silky smooth style, representing the country with the black, red, and white flag.
Yep.
Trinidad and Tobago. I'm putting that on my list. Not necessarily to finish in the top 10 of this event, but on my top 10 of places that I must visit once in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Heard so many good things about it. 14:50 on the clock. Now time seems to be flying by as we get to the afternoon here. 2:07 local time here in El Salvador.
Well, we only have 5 heats left after this, so it has flown by.
Interesting fact here. Called my friend Todd Richards for an episode of the Monday Mass.
The Todd Richards.
Yeah, the world's greatest action sports podcast.
Huh?
I know you're a listener. We are actually directly aligned with Mountain Time in the USA.
Uh-huh.
I called him. He was in Copper Mountain, Colorado at Woodward, and we were on the same time zone. Called my wife. We're an hour ahead. Says that on my phone. Yeah, fun fact.
Oh, my goodness.
Speaking of time, it's 14 minutes to go here in this heat. Eduardo Papa in the lead. Nice little score line there, 4.03, 2.10, room to grow.
Oh, look at the way Aparicio's paddling back to the lineup. This shows you the amount of experience that he has both competitively himself and outside of the water too. He's making sure that while it's flat, he'll go into fourth priority once he gets back to the primary takeoff zone. He wants to listen to the situation as clearly as he can right now when he's paddling back out. As of right now, 49 years of age, why is he competing? Yeah, you can make a case for him wanting to stop, but at the same time, if you have a chance, your country's gonna, your local federation is gonna put the money up to not only sign you up for the event, but also give you an opportunity to potentially qualify for the Olympics. Take it.
And it's super fun.
And it adds to your guideline of being a surf instructor and a coach, too. You're getting more experience at the highest level. You're surfing against somebody that you see all the time in Barbados, Jacob Burke, who's much younger than him, Papa, who's an up-and-coming talent, and a surfer from the Czech Republic who you've never seen before. So I personally like this. I think, if you didn't have a coaching job coming into this event, go out there and surf if you have the chance. I think it's rad.
He's pretty misto, too. He's got a very cool-looking black and white photo on his ISA bio. No information. Age, 49. Name, that's it.
Yeah.
Mysterious man. I want to know more about Jason. I know I've seen him. He's been in, like ESA events and all of that. He's been on the scene, but pretty cool story. I mean, these are all great stories. Jacob Michna from the Czech Republic. His home break, Hartmanis. He is all about meditation, foundation training. He's a carpenter. When asked his favorite surfboard, he says the cheap one. And it was his birthday on May 20th.
Happy belated.
And I believe he celebrated down here in El Salvador with pancakes made by Anna Ritova. So happy birthday, Jacob. I'm trying to will you a birthday wave from the booth. I'd love to see what you got. 28 years old. So cool to see the Czech Republic competing here. They have, of course, a long history in the Olympics. I'd say mostly winter games.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming here. I'm not looking at Google.
Archery, they're quite good at.
Archery.
Yeah. Those countries in Europe, they're diverse when it comes to the skill sets they have. And the Bayesian invasion is real. Here's Jacob, second-generation pro surfer Chris. Great finish there by the kill they call Manrat. And, Burks, they have a long lineage of surfing in Barbados. Older brother Josh will be in the event too. Father Alan, a former professional surfer himself, actually, used to compete with Kelly back in the day when Kelly used to go to surf the events in Barbados. And that wave of Supo is gnarly too. There was one wave on Surfline, I don't remember if you saw it. It went viral though, of Josh Burke's late drop. And he pulled into the barrel, didn't make it out of it. But man, that thing was at least 14, 15-foot faces. He was probably riding like a 6.0. And I think Barbados underrated when it comes to waves, the consistency of those waves and how heavy they get too. That's why they perform so well when they go to the North Shore. Che Allen, all those kids. They charge.
No doubt. And I would put the Burke family up. If there was a family event, family surf contest,
top 10.
Burks would do great. Yeah, write that down. 10:30 to go here.
That's your
Papa.
9th claim this event so far. We're
Claim
day 1.
all day long. That's what I love about the ISA. These early rounds, they give you so much to talk about, so many cool storylines coming into this contest. And if you're watching, we do have 2 podiums happening right now. This is podium 1. This is your main round for men. Just to the north of us, El Sunzal, along right-hand point break, is podium 2. We have main round women, and there is a tab on your home screen. You can check it out. There's a camera facing directly into the zone, so you can watch the action there. Of course, you can follow all the live scores. So 9:40 to go. That was our first look from Jacob. 187 to start. Surfer representing the Czech Republic.
You ever been to that part of Europe yourself, Chris?
Not yet, but I just followed Jacob on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if he's answered my request yet, but hopefully he does, and I got a connection in the Czech Republic.
Well, 9 minutes to go. Berkey in the lead now, drops a 5.87. That's the best score of the heat. Papa in second has a 4 and a 3.33. Now, what does Jason Aparicio do right here, as it doesn't seem like he's in the priority rotation at the moment. He's priority 1, actually, excuse me. And has a chance to go for a wave, going to let it go. And Papa's going to take it, so didn't like this wave, and the Italian up and riding, Chris, good looking ride here.
Nice and powerful, maximizing the potential of this wave. Really well done for Papa there. And here's your surfer from Barbados in red. Beautiful, stylish backside roundhouse. An underrated move for how difficult it is, especially how difficult it is to make look as nice as he just made it look. That's going to be something for the judges to think about. Speed, power, flow, it was all on display right there. 2 great waves for your top 2 surfers right now, Jacob Burke and Eduardo Papa. And talking about Jason Aparicio, he does have a Surf Academy, JASA. Practice what you preach. He does surf clinics all over the world. You can follow him at Jason Aparicio Surf Academy. There's some underscores there. He's got some great photos on his Instagram, and a lot of photos of the people that he's helped learn to surf better. Jason Aparicio Surf Academy. So you were spot on in saying that, this experience can help others through what these surfers bring back to their respective nations or wherever in the world they head off to after this.
Well, Papa with a decent wave right there, looking to better a low 3. The front angle right here. Solid turn right there for the first one. Good connection. Draws the next 2 out, and then really just the few setups right there for the strong turn at the end. I thought this wave was really outstanding. Roundhouse cutty, and you mentioned the bend in the wave earlier. If he didn't do that second drawn down turn, he actually would have had too much speed for the last one and put him up in the great spot for that wave there. Now he goes right. Might have an air section right here, Chris.
You were right. And an incomplete. Got about 88% of the way to a completion, but that means 0. Well, not a 0, but it will not be a big score. You see right there, surfer in blue, Eduardo Papa having a look. We'll see what that does for priority. 3 surfers in the lineup. So basically, if you're new to competitive surfing and you keep hearing us talk about priority, what it is back in the day, early on in surf competition, all the way up until the late 80s, even into the 90s, there was no priority. You went out there, you battled for waves. We called it paddle battling. And basically it was kind of a wrestling type match out in the lineup. Yeah, Barton knows full well, and he could explain what it was like before priority, which it was a fight from beginning to end in a lot of these heats. So simplified that, and basically there's order in the lineup now.
Yeah.
And the surfers in the water are being told by our beach announcers, who are extremely talented themselves, and there's also flags signifying whose turn it is. So unlike a session at your home break where basically whoever's the longest standing local is in top priority, Here,
Meaning
it's
you.
on paper.
That's the side.
It's on paper. The surfers know the order in which they're allowed to go. If the surfer in the top priority spot does not want the wave, the surfer in second priority can then take it and on down the line. So I'm probably making it sound a little bit more complicated. It is basically it's law and order, and we have priority judges that deem who got to the takeoff spot first, who's in the proper position, who gets that top priority. And when you ride a wave, you go to the back of the line.
And their only job is to handle priority. They don't score waves. They only look at that. Wow. Right out. Oh, nearly.
Another 89%.
Yeah, that was closer to the 90s. I mean, nearly had it, but you have unconditional right away when you have priority. So, you use it as a block. You'll go down in the priority rotation. Again, that's what happened to Jason Aparicio just a few seconds ago. He looked at a wave, but he kept a few other surfers off. He was in priority 1 before that, dropped down to priority 3, as that's a guy who knows everything about priority. Leo Fioravanti, former ISA gold medalist at the junior level. And I think priority was the biggest blessing that we could have had in professional surfing.
It's more entertainment,
Well-
more waves ridden, less paddle battles,
Yeah.
less interferences.
People are winning based off of their surfing.
Yeah, and it adds a tactical element, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure. I think it became more athletic when we saw priority involved. I thought before, like, if you're just a really good hassler and you intimidated people, you'd be good at it. Not that that doesn't happen now still. It happens way less. And personally, I think it's one of the best decisions we ever could have had. And the fact that we have it, in most amateur events nowadays, too, to the highest professional level of professional surfing, even better.
And if you're in the top priority spot, you can drop in on someone?
You can.
Without getting...
Right. So you have unconditional right away. The other person actually has to get out of your line so they don't fully interfere. If they affect your line whatsoever, they will get a priority interference themselves, meaning that if you get a priority interference, your whole second wave is out of contention. If it's a non-priority interference, you get your second best wave cut in half.
Yeah, and we know a lot of you out there that are surf fans know exactly what we're talking about, but we want to welcome all of our new fans, newcomers to the ISA. We want to welcome you with open arms. If you have any questions about rules, about the maneuvers these surfers are doing, you can of course check out isasurf.org. You can follow all the ISA social channels. I'm sure if you DM the ISA Instagram with a question, that'll get to us. We'll answer it for you. So, the ISA as an organization, a global organization, doing everything they can to welcome people to surfing. And there you have it. Any questions, we'll take them. You can go to Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, anywhere. Our operators are standing by. They're ready for any of your questions, and we just want to make your experience as fun as possible, as educational as possible. With surfing making that leap into the Olympics, we know the world is watching, and not everybody's an expert, so there's no shame in asking questions, and we will do our best to fill you in on the details and what makes this thing work. How it stands right now, we got our surfer in red in that top spot. Those 2 numbers next to his name, that's the equation that adds up to his heat total. And here you have a surfer representing Czech Republic, Jakub Michna, 28 years old. Quick backside snap there, currently in 4th place, trying to get back out there in time for maybe one more opportunity. And here goes Jason, surfer representing Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh.
Nice formed out snap to finish that wave. Looking for a big number, looking for an 810. Most likely won't be that, but he could have just chipped away, got half that number.
Well, probably going to say his best score right here. Drops in. Great carve right here on the open phrase from Jason. Brings it all the way back around. Shades of Timmy Reyes right there. And then the snap floater to finish. For a 49-year-old, pretty darn good. Like to see him in this heat. As you said, looking for an 8.1. It won't be that, but at least back into the heat with just under a minute to go. As Jakub, this is just going to be a victory lap for him. Has a couple of 5s. I don't think the scores reflect how well he surfed this heat, though. I mean, really went for things. Great to see him do so well, especially at a young age, as we see Team Germany, Rachel Presti on screen. Got a good shot of becoming an Olympian at this event. And Leon Glatzer coming up, who is fantastic surfer and Olympian himself.
He will fly.
And he qualified in 2021 at this event right here. It's a good venue for him.
That's right. Last look at Papa, 20 seconds left on the clock. Nice backside snap to start this wave. Well-placed second turn there, getting all the way to the cobblestones with a big finish. Solid surfing there from Eduardo Papa, representing Team Italy. Firmly in second place. If he gets a 5.47 or above, he could jump into the lead. As we see up in time, you can hear the buzzer blow there, so 20 minutes is up. And here goes Michna from the Czech Republic. Backhand, looking nice out here. Big smile on his face.
Yeah.
And the love. We love it. Czech Republic represent here at the ISA World Surfing Games. A better world through surfing. Attained with each and every heat these guys surf. These guys and girls competing on double podiums. So this is a non-elimination round here. Surfers in third and fourth place will go into the repechage where they will live to surf another day. We got more action to come. We're going to bring Shannon and Barton back in on the call. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Shannon and Barton in the booth to continue calling the action. We are into heat number 20 with Leon Glatzer, Jonathan Zambrano, and Jose Faulkner. As we see Jose, the style master out of Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, opening up with that first wrap. Early kick out. Barton, you got a little confusion on your face?
I thought the start was great, and then I saw this opportunity for a closing or finishing turn, and he didn't take that opportunity. And I was a little shocked, I've got to say, because there was more points left on that wave. You hope in the end that you don't look back and go, wow, I needed one more turn. I should have done that on my first ride. Always, you're obliged to make the most of every opportunity you can.
Scores to come through for first of Jose, Leon, and Jonathan waiting for their opening rides. Ecuador having a paddle now for Jonathan, decides not to go on that one. Has a little look though, and he'll duck out. 20 minutes on the clock throughout these first heats this week. We may be looking towards 25 minutes as we get way down at the end of competition. Leon Glatzer now drives through the first turn. Great looking car for the Olympian for Team Germany. Into that second one, now wraps it around for the third. Incredibly impressive rail surfing. Someone that's really known for going to the air, but putting down the bread and butter of surfing right there.
He's got great aerials, a great air game. He's an Olympian. We saw him compete there in Tokyo. But that was the most powerful on-the-face surfing I feel like I've seen all day.
Impressive surfing from Leon, waiting for scores to drop. And as we do, let's go down to catch up with Jess Grimwood on the boardwalk.
Thank you, Shannon. Jacob Burke for Barbados. Nice heat win under your belt there. A little bit of tactics going into play at the end too.
Yeah, I mean, I was competing with Jason, a neighbor of us, Trinidad, and he was looking at a good one, and I was like kind of like, should I pretend to bait him, because it kind of looked like it had no wall, but I could see the double up. So I was like, I'm gonna pretend to bait him. So I like pretend scratched and then pulled back, and then he pulled back, and then I scratched again, and I got the back up. Wasn't an amazing score, but still put me to the lead. So happy with that.
Yeah, job well done with that one. And you were just saying you've done the juniors and the ISA before, but this is your first Open Men's ISA Games. What does it feel like representing Barbados in the Opens?
It's pretty good. Yeah, I've never done a men's. So yeah, I'm used to watching my brother compete in the men's and watching his interviews. And sadly, he's not around on this team, but always appreciate his advice and stuff. So just carrying out what he's always taught me and going through with it. Yeah.
And such a strong and passionate team, Barbados, as well. Yeah. What's it going to feel like if you can carry that momentum all the way through the finals at the Games?
Oh, I don't know. I can't even imagine it. I'm putting my head down and focusing and going to try to get there and whatever happens, keep my chin up. So, yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Job well done for you today and Team Barbados.
Could I say something in my native language? All right, get it. Yeah.
Thanks heaps, Jacob.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Jacob. Fantastic surfing. Really just impressed the crowds down on the beach, I think, and is showing his brother proud representation for Barbados.
And as important as anything, what a great character and personality. You know, that was a fantastic interview, and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more of that young man.
Yeah, having a lot of fun down there. It's what it's all about, especially kind of, you know, if you can come into these events for ISA, there's so many heats that are going to be surfed before we get to finals day. The energy is going to be draining. You're going to be talking to different people. There's just so much when it comes down to showing up on the beach, having a chat with friends that you haven't seen for a long time from different nations, or meeting new people. All that energy, those reserves, if you can keep those spirits high the entire time, what a great way to approach a week like this. As we see Jose go down on his first turn, scores in for first of Jose, just a 3.33. So he'll wipe that one off. He'll have a second score now, another throwaway of a 1-point ride. But the score that matters in this heat so far, Barton, the 7.5 from Leon Glatzer.
Yeah, it was incredibly well surfed. So powerful, so authoritative in everything that he did, and there was multiple turns. I suppose that would be the highest score that we've seen in heats that we've commentated for, here we go, in the blue.
Right.
Jonathan.
Great wrap back to start for Jonathan. Oh, punches off the lip. Doesn't go for a rotation, but just gets that little progression added in together as he goes for the fall.
Some power in that young man's approach. You didn't get to see a lot, but what we saw, it was powerful. He's strong stance, stocky in the legs.
Taking a look now at some live action.
I can't wait to see this again, to be honest. First turn was a little bit kind of not quite as powerful as we'd like, but there he started to make up for a second into a beautiful wrapping, and that little tweak at the end of it, Shannon, just to put a little more into it. Pumps through the deads, hits that lip, 7.5, and rightly so.
Great surfing from the Olympian. Had his opportunity in Tokyo, there in Chiba.
Wow. Power, speed, and flow. All of those elements of the criteria.
Incredible performance. And showing how to get those big scores just by sticking to the rail today.
Yeah, and that's nearly the first time we've seen that go that high over a 7 for turns alone. It was a great wave, and it was a set wave. It had a lot of length, but it could have easily have been a 5 without the power and the approach that he applied to that wave. Fantastic surfing.
Great surfing. Representing Germany, lives in Costa Rica, born and raised in Pavones.
Oh, that's an amazing left from what I hear.
Hence him eyeing off the lefts here out in the water. Good looking wave and way for him to start things out. Down to 11 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. And Jose now with a chance from Pelseris in J-Bay. And has had some incredible heats so far on the Challenger Series in his career. Goes down on that second turn. Was looking really good as he headed into it.
The board looks short and light and snappy, and almost too much so. It flew out of that lip. It seemed like that release out of the top of the board kind of caught him off guard a little bit and ended up the nose going in, because the speed and momentum of everything in that moment just sent him over the handlebars, as they say.
Love surfing at Super Tubes, and I believe he's riding a Dutchy surfboard. That's what he's been traditionally on throughout his career. He's had a couple little changes here and there, but Dutchy, a shaper from Cape Town in South Africa, has been a really great team member behind Jose and his camp through his years.
2.57 for that one. Was going to go higher with the completion. Could have been a score that he would want to keep.
And put some pressure onto that third place surfer. So the next few heats that we're looking at, just with 3 surfers in them, which means top 2 advancing through, bottom surfer will be heading to repechage round. So the odds better in your favor to be advancing through than to be losing out. Coming up in the next heat today, heat number 21, we do have none other than John Florence. He's just arrived, fresh off the plane and ready to hit the water. Was just eyeing him off there, putting some stickers on the board, getting some fresh wax there, and ready to hit the lineup.
I was just in that area. I was talking to the US coach Shane Dorian, and we were having a chat. And the Indian team, first time ever, they've presented a team here at the ISA World Surfing Games. They came up and said, "Hey Barton, do you think you could introduce? Could we get a photo with John?"
Amazing.
And I went, "No worries, man." I went over and said to John, "Do you mind? When's your heat? What number heat are you in? You got time? Can you take a photo with the Indian team?" And he was more than happy to, and went down and took the photo with those guys. And should have seen the smiles on their faces. To be here for the first time, to be a part of the first team to represent your country, to represent India. That was amazing. And then to have a shot with the great John.
I love hearing those stories and seeing new surfers or new nations represented from Czech Republic, India, Latvia, and Mauritius this week. Now we're going to go down and check out El Sunzal, podium 2, where the women have been competing today. I know that Sarah Baum, the South African, is in the water down there right now. And she's somebody that I've got a big circle around on the women's draw as a very likely Olympian to qualify out of this event. She could qualify on behalf of Africa. We don't have an African competitor right now on the women's championship tour, so that means those slots are more than open on that side of the draw. And we could be seeing her walk through with that qualification this week if she makes it through some heats. The Brazilian now up and riding and making it look pretty easy on a nice looking right, Barton.
Yeah, it looks a little bit bumpier than it was earlier when we did a couple of crosses. The wind through that middle of the day picked up, and as I look over my shoulder, I can see people's T-shirts flapping out there in the breeze, so there's a little bit of side chop coming into the waves, and that's what we can see here.
All right, there's Sarah Baum from South Africa in the green. Before that, it was Adav Barsade from Israel, my apologies, on the recognition. But Sarah, look at that backhand attack.
Walling up down the inside too. Nice snap there. This one goes a little bit flat. She cuts out. Nice wave though.
Important
points.
And important at Sunzal to get those really critical vertical turns after the first or second section, because often that wave will start to taper off and allow just those standard cutbacks.
Yes, it gets a little repetitive once that face flattens out.
Some great surfing happening on the women's podium.
Well,
Alice Barton was in the water there, as well as Özlem Ada of Turkey. She is the first and only woman to represent for Team Turkey here this week, which is great to see.
Yeah, congratulations.
As we're heading back towards podium 1 for Labo Kana.
Sarah Baum had an 8.17 down there. That's a massive score to be in the lead. So your prediction looks like it's coming true so far. A long way to go, like you said, but an 8.17 is a big score.
Oh, that's so awesome to see. Love seeing those surfers with those opportunities for massive potential that have just been knocking at the door. For Sarah specifically, she had competed on the qualifying series through her late teens and early 20s coming out of South Africa, then made the move across to Australia. She now resides there just north of Sydney in the Newcastle area, and took some time away from competition. But in the last couple years now, entering her mid and late 20s, she's decided to go all in. She's got a great partner behind her in Georgia, and she's got a great team dynamic in supporting her, knowing that The years she took off from really focused competition, she's able to just hone in her free surfing, become stronger, work on some things on the mental side for competitive surfing that maybe she needed that time away from. And now, in the last couple seasons on the Challenger Series, she has been a massive threat to qualifying. And I love seeing that from somebody that's coming back to that with that hunger slightly later than those 18, 19, 20-year-olds.
Yeah, and it's like you said, sometimes you have to do that. Leon Glatzer.
All right, great looking wave in front of Leon. Nice wrap back to start, setting up that high line, gaining some speed. Goes for the air, makes it look simple as ever, but can't call.
Commentator curses,
no.
she said. That was unusual because he has that type of maneuver on lock. He is an aerial specialist, and we both thought that was in the bank already, and unfortunately not completing it. Got a 4.67 while we were looking at podium 2, though, to back up that 7.5, so in a strong place for first. Jose Faulkner needs an 8.84, so he's a long way in front, Leon.
Well, that was an interesting one because he just looked like that setup made it look so simple. And so often the best surfers make something that's difficult look really easy. We have that conversation very often in longboarding as part of the judging criteria is the element of making the difficult look easy. In shortboarding, we get to see that same thing. And John Florence is someone who makes extremely difficult maneuvers look like the easiest thing he could ever be doing.
He is a fantastic surfer. He's one of the very best we have ever seen. And people talk about GOATs and the greatest of all time. Obviously, Kelly Slater sits there on a pedestal above all else. And then there are a lot of 3-time world champions, 4-time Mark Richards. John Florence is right there with all of those guys.
Jose now with a chance to secure that second place. Big cutty to start. Ooh, nice tail slide for the second maneuver. So gets that completed wave. 2 maneuvers tied together, trying to improve on a couple of threes that he has. Jonathan now of Ecuador with a solid hit on his backhand to finish. He'll duck out under the foam. Chasing a 3.63 at the moment. We do have that score, though, Barton, to come through for Jose. See if that factors into those threes that he already has to try and increase the requirement on our third-place surfer.
Might be he's, some of those threes were incomplete. They weren't that great a ride, so that wave was complete. And again, the board looks so fast under his feet, just super responsive. Got that nice closeout turn, so very well could improve on that 3.03. And then Jonathan got that, he's had the 2.73 and the 2, so he's got really, in a way you kind of don't have anything yet. And with 3.5 minutes on the clock, you really would be hoping for 2 rides. If you can turn that into something better than those 2s and get something in the 3 range, that'll put it within target. But at this point in time, you'd be hoping for 2 rides in that last 3 minutes.
So true. Now chasing a 5.2 because Jose has dropped in a 4.60 for the South African. Increases the requirement on Ecuador. Now Jonathan is a 2-time Latin American champion, and he's really passionate about raising awareness for taking care of the ocean, taking care of each other. And he says for any tourists that want to come to Ecuador, that he would love to have them come to visit, love to have them there on his beaches, but also to be aware of the space, to recognize the beauty that's there, and for any beach that we head to as surfers, to make sure to keep it clean when we arrive, keep it clean when we leave.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you ever been to Ecuador?
I haven't. I would love to go.
I'd love to go too.
We might have to show up on Jonathan's door, go on a little surf trip, have him show us some of those beautiful beaches there.
Help him clean up a couple.
Exactly.
No.
Always a great idea to take 3 for the sea. If you show up at a beach somewhere on your way back from the water, go for your surf, walking back to the car, pick up 3 pieces of trash. It's simple, it's easy, and it helps keep the beaches even cleaner.
And sometimes I feel like that's almost been outdated. It might need to be take 6 or something. You know what I mean? At this point in time, taking 3 is, at some places you go to, you feel like it's not even making a dent. So, we're at least awareness is building. We've got great organisations, NGOs, and people doing some great work in that space. And I'm involved with a couple. The future, given the opportunity for the individuals to have an influence over corporate behaviour, would set us in a good path.
It certainly would. Down to 1 minute, 40 seconds on the clock. Leon in the lead, 7.5 and a 4.67 as his backup score. He found those scores really early on, has looked for a couple opportunities, but hasn't been able to build.
Yeah, again, we've seen the importance of the start, at getting a good start and taking the pressure off that back end of the heat. We haven't really seen anyone able to scramble their way back into a heat today, because once the start's been put in place, the professionalism and the experience of those guys who are in the lead, they've known how to shut things down and control the end. And we're seeing a little bit of that right now as Jose is trying to keep off Jonathan. Jose in the second priority, Jonathan in the third, so there's no surprises there to see Jose sticking close and trying to prevent, but there's a priority shift there with 55 seconds to go.
That's right, so Jose with the paddle is unable to get into it, and there's the priority shift. We've just seen it drop, so our surfer in blue now into second priority.
Yeah.
Which means he's scrambling to get away from Jose, but even just having that priority sets him up in a better position.
There's
He's
the
going to have a look
right-hander.
at this one. Right-hander takes off deep. Those are always tricky moments. If you can even just get up to your feet on the fast power section that's pushing you down to the foam.
And priority back to Jose, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him, although it's only 20 seconds. Here he comes now. He's making his way over in the green, the South African Jose Faulkner, to block or protect his second place advancement position over the Ecuadorian. Both surfers paddling. Jose's up and riding.
All right, Jose now with an opportunity. Nice couple snaps, keeps Jonathan out of contention and looks to keep that pressure on. As we see Leon, looks like he was up after the buzzer, so this won't be a counting score, but let's see if he's able to take to the air. Nice, huge rail gouge for that first turn.
Great surfing on the rail and on the wave face in this heat.
Incredible.
And
loved seeing that.
It's not even his sort of strong point, so there's going to be good things coming for the German.
Many good things for the German. We'll be right back with more action. John Florence paddling out next.
Wait. I like it. I like it. I like it. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Welcome back to the action here at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games. We are in Surf City, El Salvador. We got to look for the first exchange. No waves ridden yet. And in the water, just 3 surfers. Top 2 advancing through. Bottom will knock into the repecharge rounds. And we've got a little paddle here for the start, possibly from our surfer of Chinese Taipei in the blue. It is Lui Ming Yang, and a great snap on his backhand. He is the U16 national champion there in Chinese Taipei, looking sharp off the start.
He was, and imagine getting the opportunity to surf against John Florence. This heat illustrates exactly what is great about this event. You know, there you've got one of the greatest surfers of all time up against a young bloke from Chinese Taipei. Here's John on his opening ride. The red board standing out against the green sea and just flaring a couple of painted John style turns.
Opens up with a 717 for this one straight off the buzzer.
Wasn't such a great wave. But those turns were so powerful. That second one in particular was just full aggression and power, but with style and finesse, all rolled into that classic John Florence style.
Absolutely. This is going to be a great heat to unfold, like you said, John Florence for Team USA. Having a paddle here, we'll track with live action, though, for Do-hoon Yoon of South Korea. He has a paddle, is unable to get into it. So John, one of the GOATs of our sport, as Cote would call it, one of the greatest of all time, a two-time world champion, an Olympian, and maybe, could be called the most stylish power surfer of all time. Up against two young surfers, 15-year-old Lui here from Chinese Taipei and 16-year-old Do-hoon from South Korea, both with an opportunity to surf against a hero.
One of them's going to advance with him and go through, and then we have a repechage round for third and fourth place getters. Only 3 people in this particular heat. See John moving away, having a look at this one. But this is one of the moments these young men will remember for the rest of their lives. Just made it look so easy, Shannon.
Goes for that front side air. Nice and simple. And
simple for him.
So simple for him, not so simple for the rest of the
us mere mortals.
Yeah, those of us just watching. So John on off the rights. We'll see where that strategy comes into play. If he's just going to stick with that same section, get to know it well, and knowing that he's going to have, a few more heats coming through the rest of this week. Up against the two youngsters who are sitting off on that left peak. And as we wait for scores to drop for last of John, we'll go down to the beach to catch up with Leon Glatzer and Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, Shannon. Leon, we were just having a quick chat before the camera turned on you about those emotions. It was the spot here where you qualified for the Olympics the first time, and you didn't feel anything until you donned the jersey. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, it was weird. I've been coming here for the last 3-4 months and been coming training for once a week or almost 2 weeks per month, and it's only an hour flight away from home. And I thought I was going to get so many memories of so much that happened here, but, there was no podium, there was no ISA, there was such a big part missing of my biggest memories of my life so far. So the moment the first day of the event started, which is today, and I put my Liker on, I felt everything. It all kicked in at once, and I was like, wow, that's so much kicking in just in one moment. But yeah, it feels like home here. It feels nice. I love this place. I love doing the ISA with the whole team. My German team is so strong, and we're such a good family. We've been traveling together and working together for about 10 years now. So yeah, it feels good to be here for sure.
That's something your coach and your team really work on, isn't it? I mean, you obviously look incredibly strong, but you guys really, really bond in a family type of way.
Yeah, definitely. We've been working with 2 coaches, with Didier Pite and Martin Waltz, our sports psychologist, and his main motto is to get a family together, that we become a big family. So we all know each other, we all love each other like brothers and sisters. And, when I'm surfing out there, I don't feel like it's just me. I know my whole team is out there surfing there with me. So it becomes it's a stronger energy than just myself.
Well, it's been beautiful to watch so far. It does look very strong in performance. How are you feeling going into the next round with all the weight of, previous qualification and all the talk about the next?
Yeah, it's a lot more pressure than last time, 100%. I can't even believe it. 3 years ago, I was just a, 23-year-old kid and just not knowing about anything, still really, really young. And so much happened at such a young age. And now coming into this event, I feel it, and I just don't want to miss out on Tahiti. I want to go there so bad, and so happy that surfing is into the Olympics. It's done so much for us. So yeah, I feel the pressure, but I really want it. I like it. I drive on pressure for sure.
Well, it's been beautiful to watch you so far. Congratulations and good luck moving on through.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Great interview.
I took the words straight out of my mouth. No, I feel the same way. It was a great interview. He expresses himself so well on the wave and obviously off the wave, and that idea of being a team and not being out there alone, having his teammates and his country with him when he's out in the water was a beautiful comment.
Scores in for John Florence, a 7.20 for that single maneuver, improves on the 7.17, has him sitting in a significant lead over the rest of the field.
Yeah, I feel like as we see it here, let's have a look. Pumping, driving, goes to the air, gets quite high, lands it cleanly, foam climb there, a bit behind the whitewater, no finishing turn. So you can see as we see it on the super slow-mo. Let's have a look. Pops out, finds that timing perfectly, grabs the rail. Look at the angle on the board, flattens it out, stays perfectly centered above the board, lands it so easily, makes the difficult look easy. And it's just a pleasure to watch. Such a lovely human on land as well, as Leon Glatzer seemed to be too.
That's right, and Leon having some of those flares of John in that surfing. I mean, his rail work just now was unbelievable in that last heat.
Yeah, quite possibly the best on the face surfing we've seen so far. Interesting to hear him say how much has changed in the 3 years, and how after being an Olympian there's that expectation and that pressure that comes with that, and the desire to do it again. And you look at it being at a left-hander, he's a goofy footer, he could get just barreled off his head, as they say, at Teopo. He would love to be there, and that desire comes with some pressure too.
That's so true. And thinking back to John's, Olympic opportunity, he had such a hectic knee injury heading into Tokyo that he really shouldn't have even been surfing on it, a lot of people would say. He flew straight home from that event, went straight into surgery, and then started working on rehab, but had to hold off on that for quite a while in the lead up, just so that he could decide he was going to pull that jersey on, become an Olympian, hold that position, and then work on the injury past that. So he wasn't able to put together a true performance, I think, for him as an athlete, and knowing what we as surf fans and as John fans know of him. And so to see him now coming back into the season, looking healthy, feeling strong, with the idea that he could walk into Tahiti in prime condition, with the opportunity to really be that contender for a gold medal, I think is a very exciting thing.
Yeah, and that applies to any event that he goes in. If he could stay healthy, when you go, he's a two-time world champion. That when he got injured in Brazil, he was on his way to another one.
He should have many more.
Yeah, he could have many more without those injuries. So we all just, that's the modern day surfing, isn't it? The aerials, the impact on landing, and when a human body is falling to the ground or falling to the water surface, we see a lot of injuries, and staying healthy is just so important. And particularly for John, he's so capable of much more than what he's already achieved. If he can stay healthy, so we all hope he does.
Yeah, it's such an interesting thing to reflect back on the results he's had over the last few years without getting that extra world title, or without being an Olympic medalist specifically out of Tokyo. But so much of that is due to the injuries that he has endured in that journey through just deciding whether or not he should take that time away or actually push through it. For those moments, for those life opportunity moments, the things that he'll look back on one day and just be like, so stoked that he got to be in Tokyo regardless of how he was feeling. As we can see, Team USA there, Shane Dorian coaching, and what an incredible heat Tyler strung together just about an hour ago. Walked through with a win and put together some really incredible surfing. He got a 7 for one big turn, and it was one of those heats that was the first to do something like that. John with a quick in and out, little check off the top to start, and he's eyeing up the section. Now our other two surfers in the water for Chinese Taipei and South Korea. Chinese Taipei currently sitting with first priority. The young surfer out of Heng Chun in Chinese Taipei loves surfing on beach breaks, so having these cobblestones would be a little bit different than what he's used to surfing as well. For Liu Mingyang, he is a great skater, loves playing basketball as well, and in his bio he says that he is a huge fan of John Florence, and he hopes one day that he gets to surf like him. And I think for him showing up here now to discover that in the opening draw he actually gets to surf against him would have been too much to even believe.
I would have to be up there surfing near him. Then we see some distance between these two younger competitors from Asia and then John. There's a distance between them. If I was one of these young guys, he makes his way through to the inside. Nice backhand re-entry. Some good momentum going. 3.17, 2.5. That'll be better than the 2.5 you'd imagine, but potentially his best wave of this heat so far.
As we see the South Korean contingency, Doon Yoon from South Korea is in the green jersey. He hasn't been able to really get that start. Had a quick in and out with a 0.43, but has yet to get an opportunity into a second wave, even to stand to his feet. Hands leaving the rails to get that score on the board. He's a 16-year-old. and has been only surfing for 3 years. So really great to see him here as a competitor, to see South Korea putting that team together and putting together 3 men on the team, 1 woman on the team, and that opportunity to grow that for the next generations coming out of South Korea.
Yeah, it's interesting. Fear itself can, paralyze you. I remember rock climbing as a kid and getting stuck at a point on this rock wall, a cliff, where I couldn't move. I was too scared to go backwards or forwards, and I was paralyzed by the fear of the moment I found myself in. And perhaps for Dohun, this situation, John Florence, the ISA World Surfing Games, you've only been surfing a few years, you're a young man, and all of a sudden simple things like finding a wave become difficult because of the size of the situation you find yourself. Let's hope he gets a couple and gets to shrug that pressure off and enjoy this moment.
Yeah, that's such a great analogy to it. That's, I think, exactly what happens to so many surfers, so many athletes around the world, in their different sports, as they're starting to graduate through those ranks to those moments that become really crucial within their life and their career. And then you have those paralyzing moments where there's going to have to be something that snaps to really click into gear to make it through that and be able to have that growth opportunity moving forward.
Yeah, you can't dodge it. You have to confront it face on, you have to live it, you have to experience it. It can be failure, it can be losing, but you've got to go through that, all of us, everyone. No one kind of gets anywhere without confronting those fears, confronting their own fears and challenging that. And that's the wonderful thing about surfing.
Well, there we could see Green Dune starting to paddle farther over to where John is sitting. Maybe he'll have a look at those rights instead. Louis just caught behind the section on this one, and he's not going to be able to find that open face again. Down to 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Coming up in our next heat, we will have Miguel Tudela, another Olympian for Team Peru, who is there alongside Luca Macinas. He'll be coming up in tomorrow's draw. So we've just got 3 heats remaining after this one that we're currently in. We'll be finishing out today's competition at heat number 24. The women's event down at Sunzal will also be finishing out at heat number 24 on their draw, and then we'll be returning bright and early, waiting for that call on where the different divisions will be competing tomorrow and what we'll be looking at moving forward. As we see Dune on the right gets that opportunity that he was looking for.
And he got to almost block out John Florence. John was paddling at that wave, and he looked to the inside and saw Dohun and went, I've got to pull out of this one. And I'm happy to see those guys go down and surf with him, because you're almost intimidated to do that because it's John Florence. I'm not going to go hassle him. I'm not going to go sit on him. I'm not going to use my priority to block him. But maybe you should. Maybe you should go confront that and go and at least sit with the champ and surf around him and get a feeling of what it's like to be against someone who has that stature in our sport.
And to be able to see the wave selection, to learn something in that heat strategy just by being in that same space, exactly seeing what waves is he eyeing off, what waves is he not even paying attention to, because he knows that's not something that's going to get any sort of score regardless of the size.
And he did that. He's moved, and he's all of a sudden starting to create some opportunities. So that's good play, and that he's confronting the stuff that can hold you back. And he's, look, there he is. He's in the lineup with John, and that's what I'm happy to see, is those guys kind of be in and around him and learn and feel what it's like to surf against someone who is one of the greatest.
So true. The 16-year-old Dune, a huge fan of surfing out at Karamas, and is really stoked to just be traveling the world, getting to surf different waves as well. I think it's just such an impressive or an important part of developing as a surfer, is to get outside of your home break, the space that you know and you feel comfortable at and you know the local crowd, and start surfing other locations. Really start to grow in that ocean knowledge and that ocean awareness.
And surfing has a different culture to what some countries' culture is like, and I imagine for China, Chinese Taipei, South Korea, those cultures that don't have surfing. Here he goes, he's up and riding again, the young man.
All right, so he's shaking off those nerves, going in for that first proper snap. He manages to carry through on the second turn, hits the lip and goes down. I love the design of that board, that straight line down the middle with the black and the red on either side. Nice and intimidating for board design.
Yeah, and so I suppose you need to go and travel and experience the world and invest in surf culture. understand surf culture, understand how it influences you, and use that to help you progress in your journey.
Well, a 157 drops through. That's the best score on the board for Dune. He has gradually increased that score line wave after wave.
Yeah, 0.43, 0.77, 157, and we can tell that you can see the nerves. We could see it in the positioning and the catch, trying to catch waves. Now we can see it on the wave face, but he's getting the opportunity to be on the wave face and get rid of those nerves, which is what we wanted to see. John Florence.
Up and riding, nice quick hit for the start. Just behind the section a little bit, and he'll kick out.
I don't know that John would surf many heats like this where really you've just got to ride a couple. It's probably one of the most relaxed heat situations that John would find himself in ever, perhaps. When you compete at that top end of town, this opening round, the ISA Games against some young opposition from Chinese Taipei and South Korea, is a very different situation, but it has no pressure in it. And I feel like we saw that there. He got those couple of sevens, came out looking fierce, and now he's kind of relaxed and just kind of 1 minute to go, job done, and a good base to build from.
Absolutely. Down to 1 minute on the clock, and I've just been handed the schedule for tomorrow, so we're going to keep with what we've had today. La Bocana will have our men's main round finishing out from heats 25 to 48 right here at Podium 1. And Podium 2 will be running through the remaining 12 heats on the women's main round, and then heading into men's main round 2 through the afternoon on that side. As we take a look at Dune, really starting to get active here in the last few minutes of this heat. A full mentality switch.
Totally.
Absolutely in the last
like
half.
Once you've started moving and shaking the fear and you just start thinking about surfing and catching waves, it's a different thing. John doing something we hardly ever see. And if you're on the inside and you're Dahoon, you look out and you go, well, it happens to the best of us, and you feel even better about yourself.
A little lobster diving for John as we see Liu now with an opportunity. He's trying to hold on to that second place position, staying active. This was a great battle between second and third place. That was really exciting between these two surfers. That energy got kicked up by South Korea's competitor in the last few waves, and then for Chinese Taipei to hold on to that early lead and to be able to use priority to put some other scores down, though it didn't replace those top 2 scores he had early. Great work from him to just hold it down and get that advancing position.
Yeah, and surf and just catch some waves and build some confidence from there. That was, I feel like that was, emotionally you sit here and you go, come on, mate, you want the underdog to get one. You want them to have a chance, and it was great to see them come out of the shell and get surfing.
In every way. John Florence with the straight air takes the lead. We'll be back with more action right after this.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen, and a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games here in Surf City, El Salvador. Day 1 of competition. We got quite a few days to go before we'll be crowning our medalists, and that gives us so much time to appreciate, to enjoy the stoke of surfers coming from around the world, to hear their stories and to celebrate with them for being here. And we've got 3 more great surfers hitting the lineup. and Olympian in Miguel Tudela of Peru, alongside Panama's Jean Carlos Gonzalez and Lithuania's Jokubas Vaitkevičius, who will be out competing for an opportunity.
You are good, mate. You are good. I would never have got that one out. Well done.
Well, Jokubas from Lithuania with an opportunity here to show us his proud surfing. First took off on a wave on a bodyboard in Huntington Beach, California, my hometown. Now he's competing on the world stage. As he's got that first snap underway, drives hard off the bottom, a nice snap under the lip, and he'll get 2 turns for that first opportunity.
That's a great starter. Energy was good, and it's always, just to get moving, get surfing, like we saw in the last heat. Get out of your head, become physical, and just get moving. It takes all the pressure off. And there's a, what was that one, a 1.83, but a 6.5 drop for Juan Carlos, or Jean Carlos Gonzalez. We'll see that, I'm sure. Here we go.
All right, up and riding, Miguel on his forehand. Huge section, lets the tail loose.
Wowza.
That was going to be a great turn if he pulled it off.
Well, we know what his intention is.
Snatch the lip.
And he's obviously seen what we've seen during the day, that, go big or go home, as they say. And that was a closeout. There could have been a safer line to that, into just some kind of a connected floating closeout turn that might have scored a 4 or whatever. But that showed his intentions. He was committed, and we know Miguel Tudela, he is an amazing surfer in all types of conditions. He can ride big waves as well as anyone. He's a very courageous young man, and obviously high performance in smaller waves too.
John Gonzalez got an opportunity on this one.
That's where the 6.5 came from. Really one air, and geez, he travelled. How far did he travel across that white
half
water?
The screen.
That was a great air. No wonder 6.5. And I know what we're going to see as this event goes on and gets down to the business end. It's going to be fireworks in the air. Miguel Tudela.
All right. Oh, snap to start. Goes down just on top of Jean Carlos. Grabs that board back. A little paddle battle now, maybe to regain priority. And Miguel, knowing he's got some work underway because John already has that 6.5 on the board. If he gets a backup score, taking the lead away is going to be a challenge.
Yeah. And that, I remember Jean Gonzalez at Huntington Beach last year in this very event, and I remember being so impressed because I hadn't really seen or heard a lot of him from Panama, and watching how powerful he was and how good he was, world-class good, and that's what that start was. That was a world-class start. Wasn't a very good wave, really, but what he turned the score into, he manufactured that score through the level of his performance that he's capable of.
Back in 2013, he was the silver medalist of the ISA World Surfing Games, so he's had his opportunity on the podium before.
What year was that?
2013.
Okay, 10 years ago, a decade ago.
28 years old now, so it would have been 18 when he found himself at the height of his career. Has had some great results outside of that in the Latin American tours and the Pan American Games as well. He's finished out with some really solid surfing. So great to see him already getting off to that early start, eyeing off that air as we take a look now at Jokubas. Nice snap under the lip, but he goes down. 14 minutes on the clock. 20-minute heats we've been running throughout today, and we'll get halfway through our opening round as we call it an evening. Returning back here tomorrow, bright and early. Miguel now with an opportunity up and under the lip to start. Hits that next section. Nice transition. Smooth, fast, gauging that rail throughout. So scores to come through for Miguel Tudela. As we wait for those scores, let's go down to the beach and catch up with John.
Thank you, Shannon. John, first time in El Salvador. How are you finding the people, the waves, the culture?
Yeah, we only just got in last night actually, so I'm still kind of getting used to it all. And I've never been here to El Salvador, and I haven't done an ISA Games yet, so it's all new to me, and it's actually really fun. It's so cool to see the surf community down here, and then this event's just cool in general to see all these kids and surfers from different countries and to surf against them. It's really fun.
Yeah, there's some countries that have had their first games appearance at these games, like India and Latvia. But what's been most interesting, I think, some of the Groms, even the El Salvadorian Groms, had the Florence jerseys on. Did you see those guys on the beach?
No, I didn't see them. That's epic, though. Yeah, it's so cool to see that kind of support. And yeah, I'm just stoked to be here for my first time, and I can't wait to go check it around and surf some of the other waves. And yeah, I'm just excited to be here.
And part of Team USA, of course. How's that feeling going into qualification season for you guys in the Olympics?
Yeah, it feels really good to be part of Team USA so far right now. We'll see how it goes through the rest of the year in the WSL points, but to be here for the first ISA and just our team is really solid right now, so I'm really stoked to be a part of it. And I got to do last year with Carissa and Caroline, so it's cool to be here with them again and have Griffin and those guys. It's fun, yeah.
Well, congratulations. Thank you for the performance. We love seeing you surf. We can't wait for the next round.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jess. And John, first time here at the ISA World Surfing Games, and a surprise, but also noting where his career has taken him. Now the focus towards the Olympics, bringing him into this picture, and what a cool opportunity for him to be here and to learn from so many other surfers around the world.
And I suppose what we're seeing with the ISA Games is the importance of Olympic qualification and the Olympic involvement, drawing the world's best to this event. And there was a period in time when the world's best surfers didn't really come to the ISA Games. There was a little period in time there. When I was younger, it was super important, and a period of time where it wasn't that important. But the Olympics has thrusted it back into recognition, and now we're getting to see, there's Miguel in the red, couple of nice turns, and now we're getting to see the best surfers in the world. We saw Medina, we've seen John Florence, and they're against emerging nations and their best surfers. And that's what's going to, the fact that John and Gabrielle and Felipe and those surfers of that caliber are here is what's going to help all of the nations and the whole sport itself grow. So super important that they're here, and I suppose in no small way it's because of the Olympic Games and our involvement in that.
So true. That journey towards Paris 2024 for qualification has begun in this season. It actually technically started last year at the World Surfing Games in 2022 in Huntington Beach, where we saw the winning teams by gender, so USA for the women, Japan for the men. In those teams winning, they have won a qualification spot, a single spot, respective for their country. So that means Japan gets a surfer, USA gets a surfer for the women, Japan for the men. Now, we don't know who that spot is going to go to. It could go to a single surfer if say, someone doesn't qualify through, but we're going to see surfers qualified for Japan and for the USA out of these games, which could mean that we see a third surfer represented for those teams specifically. And that's been an exciting start to that qualification process out of last year's World Surfing Games, but only those single spots were available.
Yeah.
Where this year we're going to see 10 men and 8 women out of the championship tour for the WSL qualified by the end of the season in 2023 by the WSL finals. And this week specifically, we're going to be sending 4 men and 4 women from Africa, Asia, Europe, and Oceania to Paris 2024.
Yeah, it's so exciting, and can't wait to see that event go down. We're going to show the world the other extreme end of surfing, particularly if we get a big swell. The general public of the world are going to blow their mind on what surfing really is all about when they get to see that. We got lucky in Tokyo and got good waves. That storm front came through, as we saw in the Impossible Dream movie. The storm front came through and created waves that gave a great canvas for the surfers and the sport to shine on in its Olympic debut.
As we see Miguel now, goes for the air and heel kick out under second priority. Third priority was Jacubas.
You know what happened? While we were talking, Jacubas paddled for a wave. He was in first priority. He paddled for a wave, lost the priority. I was going to say something, but we were on another track. Lost the priority. I don't think he recognized or understood that he had lost the priority. Miguel was up and riding. That's why he took off and dropped in, because he thought he still had first priority, but he did not.
All right, interesting. We'll see where the judges go with this one. We've got 8.5 minutes on the clock. A score to come down. Now Miguel will take another look at this one. Goes for the air.
Pulls the air, gets to see right in front of him our Lithuanian competitor, Jakubas, and I feel like there'll be an interference there. There was definitely a hindrance in the scoring potential.
Surfer in blue, John Carlos Gonzalez, had this snap off his backhand. He's got a 3.43 to build on that 6.5 at the moment, has him sitting in second.
Yeah, it's been a long time since the 6.5, and he's been patiently waiting. Here is an earlier ride. Interesting, Miguel Tudela came out, fell on his first couple of rides going 100 miles an hour at sections, and he just pulled it back. You just saw him go, okay, I just got to bank a couple here. I don't need to be throttling this thing. I can go get a 5.5 and a 5.73 after that, and that was the 5.73 we just saw there, through some more conservative, controlled surfing, get those scores on the board, then I can let loose.
And there we have it. The interference has been docked onto our Lithuanian surfer. Unfortunately for Jakubas, he will be losing that second score on the board.
Great experience learning the priority and understanding how it goes, because when I saw him paddle, I was like, oh, he's lost the priority, waste in my mind. He's lost that, he's wasted that. And he mustn't have recognised, seen on the board here on the structure, that he had gone back to third priority, saw Miguel take off, thought it was his turn still, took the wave, but there's that interference penalty.
Unfortunate. Now Miguel dropped in a 3.93 for that wave, so it wasn't going to go into his top two scores anyways. He's got a 5.5 and a 5.73. Possibly could have done something farther down the line had he decided to stick with that wave, which is where that interference, the kind of logic comes into it, going he had that wave, he had that first air. He could have tried to surf that wave up and increase on his scoreline, but wasn't able to because Surfer and Green was out in front of him. So Miguel now with the lead for Peru in that first place position, Panama in second, and it's going to make it very challenging now for our third place surfer to get there with the score, because his requirement, Barton, is a 9.93.
So we say it's near impossible. Miguel and Jean Gonzalez would feel very comfortable at this point. Always good to try and win the heat. You know, second's as good as a win really in advancement stakes, but your placement determines the heat you go into, and if you get a first, in your next heat you'll be against one other first place and 2 seconds. If you get second, you'll be against one other second and 2 first places from other heats. So always good to try and go for the win. At the moment, Peru's got that with Miguel Tudela. He's looking sharp and looking in great form. John Carlos Gonzalez, on the other hand, came out with that 6.5, also looking great, the 3.43 for that backhand. You know, just one turn really. He's got potential. Both these guys are safe really in terms of advancement. Still 5 minutes and 15 seconds to go, but here we go. Great jump to the feet, super fast.
Straight up and onto it. Jakubas is a great longboarder. He initially started, getting into ocean sports in Huntington Beach, California on the bodyboard when he was about 15 years old. He's now 20, so 5 years ago. Then when he headed back to Lithuania, he embraced the art of longboarding. A little bit more of their, the community there riding bigger boards out in the ocean and getting up to that standard on that side of things. So that's been great to see. But then in competing and having a small surf community, has found himself in the shortboard world as well. Walked away with that first place finish at the Latvian Shortboard Cup in 2021 and a second place at the Lithuanian Championships in 2022, which would have gotten him close to that qualification for this event this week. John Carlos now up and riding. Nice combination surfing so far. Smash to finish.
Well, that solidifies the deal for me. That's going to better the 3.43, and it was so controlled. It was so managed. There was no, he just knew that I just need to cruise this one into something better, build a little on my 3.43, will be safe for advancement.
And as we were saying before, that little triangle on the scoreboard for Jakubas is the interference indicator. So he'll be just sitting with that single score, which now is unattainable, being that his requirement has just jumped above the 10-point range. Of course, the top score possible at a surf event is a 10-point ride. He's now chasing an 11.10, and he will only have one wave that counts due to the priority interference. Unfortunate for him. Now, the only scenario in which he can make it through Barton is if there happened to be another interference with the other two surfers in the water, and they also ended up losing their second score.
Yeah, and even at this point in time, without their second scores, they would both be safe in advancement too. So it's a big ask. And interesting, the 4-6 from John Gonzalez, he needed a 4.73 to go to first. He most probably could have got that with just a little more, a tiny amount more of commitment in those couple of turns. And it felt like he backed off the pedal a little and surfed it a little more conservatively to me. And I said that in the call. But what he missed out on was 0.13 or 0.14 to go into first place. So maybe he could have given that one a little bit more and gone into first place. Who knows how that affects things in the long run.
Down to 2 minutes, 30 seconds. And it does, you know, talking about that effect down the line, talking about those advancement positions, first place is going to end up in one heat, second place is going to end up in another one. So it does affect that seeding moving through the rest of the event.
100%, and you'd rather be in first and only have one other first in your 4-man heat and 2 second places, rather than be a second place and end up with Gabriel Medina and John in your heat, or whatever it is.
An unfortunate draw that will be when it happens sometime later this week, more than likely.
Yeah, but he's a great surfer, John Gonzalez. I can see the potential, and there was more on that wave for him given his power.
Miguel Tudela sitting in the lead from Punta Hermosa. He has been part of Team Peru in the past when they won that ISA gold medal a few years back. He is an Olympian, was in Tokyo, in Japan there to compete for his country alongside Luca Macinas, Sofia Milanovic, who is here on the ground with us this week in the Spanish broadcast. It is so exciting to have a team member like that, a woman joining into the Spanish voice as well, which we had Carolina Thun with us for the Longboard World Championships last week. Was the very first time for the ISA bringing a Spanish-speaking woman into the Spanish broadcast. This week we're doing it in with Sofia Milanovic, who is one of the greatest surfers of all time. So it's been great to see that gender equality coming across all the teams.
Yeah, and you can't get anyone better than Sofia to take on that role. And I remember last year at this same event at Huntington Beach, there was the judging programs being run for the women as well, and starting to bring more women into the judging panel as well. So conscious we are here and trying to, keep things as fair and equal and even as possible.
And that's so much part of the Olympic spirit, right, is providing that equality across all dynamics, whether it's the equal numbers that are out in the lineup this week, that there is 3 spots for male surfers, 3 spots for female surfers, which that change took place a few years back where it used to be 4 men and 2 women. We're now seeing those equal numbers, which filters all the way down. Thinking about it is the structures of surfing going down to those lowest levels. That means that more young girls are going to have an opportunity because they know that at some stage they're going to have to put out equal teams for these kind of events. It's an amazing knock-on effect. And between the ISA, the IOC, they're doing that behind the scenes with jobs as well. And so it's great to be part of that change that is happening and to be able to see those opportunities created as we count down to the finish of this heat. And John Carlos with one more opportunity, maybe just hands off the rail after the buzzer, but goes for a huge air and is showing that he is here to make it through some heats.
That was massive. And on that note, I'm here working with you.
Stoked. I'm so stoked. I got the 88 world champion Barton Lynch to call some heats with. And we've got more action to come with Cote and Mitch coming in the booth. We got Jess Grimwood doing a fantastic job on sidelines today. And we'll have more action to come right after this.
The ISA World Surfing Games will be held at the world-class waves of La Bocana and El Sunzal in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using progressive shortboard surfing, surfers must perform with speed, power, and flow in the most critical sections of the waves they ride. The following key elements are considered to maximize the athlete's scoring potential, taking into account the overall speed and difficulty of maneuvers and the dedicated commitment to those maneuvers.
Goes for the huge
goodness.
corrupt flip.
Pushing the limits of what is possible on a surfboard, whether in the air or on the rail. Connecting multiple critical maneuvers together with flow. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers.
Look at the surfing. 2 big turns on the outside.
harnessing the wave's energy to create speed, surf with power, and connect it all with smooth flow. These surfers will be given the perfect canvas at Surf City, hoping to impress the judges and eventually be crowned champions at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2023 edition. Chris Cote, Mitch Salazar, happy to bring you, the world, some of the best surfing you're likely to see anywhere on the planet. We're live here from La Bocana. We have 2 podiums going on as we speak. Behind us, podium 1 up the road, El Sunzal, podium 2, men and women congruently surfing in the lineup. If you want to see what's happening up the road, you can click that link down in the corner of your home screen. If you want to know what's happening right here on podium 1, well, just listen to Mitch and I for the next 20 minutes. We'll talk you through it. So we are well into the first round of competition here. This is your surfer in white, Kenneth Lewis, representing Trinidad and Tobago. So Trinidad and Tobago fielding a solid team themselves. Saw one of their surfers earlier, Jason. Aparicio coming through. And Jason serving most likely as team captain, team trainer, 49 years old, a veteran at the game. Great surf instructor and teacher and overall just life coach in general. But in the water now, we got some heavy hitters. Caleb Rapsam representing Team Barbados. Jesse Mendez, Team Italy. We got Robert Vislozil from the Czech Republic. And we've got Kenneth Lewis, who you just saw from Trinidad and Tobago. And we're going to see our first look at Caleb Rapson right now. Just getting things going. You know, the conditions have been relatively unchanged since the beginning of the day here. Fun little lefts and rights. This left offering a lot for this young surfer from Barbados. So a nice start there, 4 or 5 turns down the line. Plenty of time on the clock. That's how you want to start your heat. Get a solid number under your belt. You know you're going up against some really good surfers. Of course, Jesse Mendez.
Yeah.
You know, he's one of the best. He's been a highly ranked QS surfer.
Former CT surfer.
Former CT surfer. Tons of experience in ISA competition as well. Coached by one of the greats of our sport, Adriana de Souza. So Team Italy fielding a proper solid team.
Yeah, and already in the lead right here has a 4.5 and a 1.67. Probably a couple scores that he would like to throw away. I believe this is the 4-5 here from Mendez. Great wrap to start things off. Setup carve. And then this wave at La Bocana with a higher tide like it is right now, it serves more of a beach break purpose. And you can see right here the front angle. That strong wrap to start things off. And I think when you look at a lot of the top seeds out there, and I mean top seeds, surfers with the amount of experience like Mendez has, they'll go out there and they'll drop a score, you know, better than a 4 in the first 2 or 3 minutes of the heat. Very smart surfing. Went down right there, just the 1.67. And Rapson, the 20-year-old from Supol in Barbados, Bathsheba. Great surfer, has a 9th place finish in a QS 3000. I believe that was at home in Barbados a few years ago. And he's been a 3-time competitor at the ISA junior level. First team competing for the open team now though, Chris.
That's right, so the judges are going to lock in their scores. Surfers are going to get themselves set up in the lineup. That gives us a chance to catch up with Miguel Tudela, standing by now with Jess.
Thank you, Chris. Miguel, we were just having a quick chat. We don't even know what number of games that you're up to. You're pretty much a stalwart for the Peruvian team, and you got a lot of the original team behind you as well. Must feel good just coming into something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's been way too many, but it's been fun. I mean, it's such a nice event, and every year there's new countries and new people, and that's really nice now, you know, meeting different surfers from around the world is beautiful. And yeah, the team, it's pretty much the same since I was a young kid, and we've been traveling together on the QS, and now Luca made a CT for half a year, and we're just pushing each other to be better, and that's it, you know, like keep surfing and keep having fun.
And Peruvians, of course, pretty big powerhouse in surfing. We're lucky enough to grab Sofia Milanovic for the Spanish webcast. Having that kind of experience on your team, does that help in the ISA games?
Yeah, for sure. Sofia, it's been the best surfer from Peru that come out, world champ, ISA, World Champ, ASP, or WSL, and I mean she's just a hero for us, you know. And having her over here, last time we were here for the ISA, we were together and we both qualified for the Olympics. So it was just amazing to spend some time with her, learning from her, and now having her on the webcast and having her here, it's always a plus, and get a chat, you know, like always having someone inside giving some advice, what she thinks and everything. It's really important.
Yeah, it's absolute gold, isn't it? And of course, for all the Team Peru, for everybody tuning in at home, supporting you and your career so far and this win today, would you like to say a few words to them?
Yeah, for sure. Muchas gracias a toda la gente de Perú, a mi novia, a mi familia, a mis sponsors. Gracias a toda la gente. Lo dimos todo. Mañana se vienen más hits, así que seguir apoyando al equipo. Estamos sólidos y vamos con todo. Muchas gracias.
Class act right there, Miguel Tirella, and he can do it all. He can surf in waves from 2 foot to 20 feet and beyond. 60 feet. He's gnarly.
Yeah.
He'll surf big waves.
He comes from Pico Alto. There's that wave Punta Hermosa there. Dude, Robert Vislozil. Thank you.
I got the chance to hang out with the Czech Republic team just a little bit ago. They are stoked. They're all sunburnt, cut up, and bruised and battered from a month in El Salvador, and they're loving every minute of it.
Sounds like most of the European backpackers that come through here in El Salvador, but awesome to see them as we see Team Italy right there, Leo Fioravanti, Adriano de Sosa, they're cheering on Jesse Mendez right now. Another great team, as you said, Eduardo Papa in the mix, moved through earlier today. But when it comes to competition, Peru has been a stalwart team for years. And I've always said it, I think when it comes to competing, they've always been some of the best. And case in point right here, they have 2 surfers today. Both of them moved through on the men's side, Alonso Correa and Miguel Tudela. But in this heat, though, we saw a wave there from Mendez, looking to improve on a 4.5, might do it. I mean, there was one turn in that wave that was explosive, it was dynamic, and had a lot of control over his board and his body, too. 11 minutes to go. A slow start here for Lewis. Only has a 1.93 as his best. But when we talk about the Czech Republic, they do not have anything better than, maybe a few waves during the year that's wind swell.
River waves.
They come here, they have to witness the entire power of a groundswell in the Pacific Ocean. It is a huge difference. So that's why I got so excited on that wave, because it might be the best wave I've ever seen surf by a surfer from the Czech Republic. So awesome. Having to deal with this warm weather, dehydration, everything, sunburn, it's gnarly for them. They're usually surfing in 5.4s, booties, gloves, hood.
These guys are cool too. I asked them, like, so where do you guys live? Where do you surf? And they go, we live and surf wherever we are.
Mm-hmm.
They're traveling as a crew. They like I said, it's been spending I think 3 or 4 weeks down here in El Salvador. So, I think for those guys surfing for the team, they proudly fly the Czech Republic flag, but they are citizens of the earth. They get all over the place. I do believe they are kind of in that the backpacker kind of squad.
Right.
They're vagabonds, and I could feel the stoke coming off them. Just walking up and down this boardwalk is so cool. I ran into Team India. Those guys are fired up. They're just such awesome people. Talk to them a little bit. They're same thing, all cut up and bruised and beaten up from about a month here in El Salvador, which it tends to do to people. And it's just been a really fun experience to welcome the new teams here and to watch the kind of rise of some of these up-and-coming teams like the Czech Republic. Right now, sitting in 3rd place, so a solid showing from Robert for now. The home break cited by Robert is a green ball, and I think that's an inside joke. I don't know if it's an actual spot, but yeah, these guys surf in rivers. They surf in whatever ocean they can get into, and that's really inspiring. We're pretty spoiled living in Southern California. We can pretty much surf every day if we want. So it's cool to kind of come down and soak up some of that stoke and inspiration from these surfers that are. There's so much joy being around all the world's best. Watching a kid paddle out in that last heat, I believe from Lithuania.
Yeah, Jokubas.
Yeah, and he was a little nervous, but I'm like, you're going to paddle right by John Florence on your way out. That's got to feel cool. And he was ready for it. He put on a good showing out there. So, again, the ISA really brings together the surfing world, and it's a really fun, joyful thing to be a part of. And I feel like there is a certain amount of lightness and niceties happening in these first couple of rounds. Everybody knows they have a couple chances. That changes as we get through day
Change
3,
tomorrow.
day 4.
Yeah.
Day 4 when people actually start losing out. This is non-elimination surfing for the first round here. So everybody gets 2 chances, regardless if you're John Florence or if you're, Kelleth Lewis or, Jesse Mendez. Everybody has 2 chances. So you can lose out on the main podium and go to the repechage heats and keep fighting your way through. We've seen stunning runs through the repechage round, so a lot of storylines starting to develop here. 7 minutes, 30 seconds to go. A couple more heats on the day. Mitchell, so far we've seen some incredible aerial surfing. I think the highlights are going to speak for themselves. We saw some huge airs. Gabriel Medina, Sebastian Williams.
John straight air.
Lhasa came through. John had one. So I'm excited to go back and rewatch some of the highlights for today and look forward to what's going to happen tomorrow. But we still have some business to take care of. Jesse Mendez, as expected, well into the lead.
Yeah, and as I said before, was looking at better at 4.5, and great use of priority right there. Selected a good wave, was able to better and increase his lead. Meanwhile, Rapson been very patient, has first priority, opened up with a 3.83. Robert drops a 2.83. He's up and riding. Only needs a 1.01 for second place. And meanwhile, Keith Lewis from Trinidad and Tobago, just a 1.93 as his best. He's still looking for, I would think, 2 new scores. Like to see the new talent and the new blood. Rapson, only 20 years old, loves to work out, spearfish, and fish. And when you grow up in an island in the Caribbean like Barbados and Trinidad, you grow up doing several things around the ocean and the water. As a waterman and as a waterwoman, the kind of impact that has on your lungs and your lung capacity overall in terms of conditioning might be some of the best kind of conditioning you could do out there, especially if you're doing it for surfing.
I believe it. Another big one coming up. Ecuador represented.
Yeah. Israel Barona.
We got Dylan Groen, Team Germany.
He's a big boy. He rips too.
I believe our first surfer representing Poland coming up as well.
I believe so. Maximilian Michaleus.
I'm going to go ahead and phonetically write that out for future use.
Well, I'm trying my best to, Chris. There's times where we make mistakes with these names as well.
It's another reason to love ISA competition, right? We get to meet new people and kind of learn more about their culture through their surfing and through their personality that they show with these post-heat interviews and updates. And it's been really fun to kind of go around the horn on all the different social medias of the teams and the surfers involved. You've got people that have never been to El Salvador, like John Florence.
People that have never been outside of their country of origin.
Exactly.
These events, they serve a larger purpose than to just go out there and surf. The way these events impact people's lives, I remember, as I told you before, when Felipe won the U16 in 2011 in Punta Hermosa, Peru, he went on to win that event and dominated in the final. I was like, who is this kid? He used to ride for Billabong. I was like, oh, man, he's good, but does he have what it takes, to go into the Pro Juniors and whatnot? Gets signed by Nike 6.0. Wins the U.S. Open against John. I think Evan Geiselman and Connor Coffin were in the final.
Holy Toledo?
Yeah.
That was the day. Quick look right there from Caleb Rapson. As you see on the bottom of your screen, that'll be your schedule for tomorrow. We know you're going to tune in early and stay all day along with us. Who wouldn't want to miss this opportunity to see some of the world's best surfers, some new faces, some new talent from around the world? Of course, Olympic qualification, Pan Am Games qualification. It's all happening right here on the beach. Surf City, El Salvador.
Going into round 2 for the men tomorrow, 12 heats. So I would have expected to see repecharge, but going into round 2, that's going to be big for the men that are moving through in the main rounds.
Exciting stuff early on.
Team Germany, they have been prepared. Stalwart for a top 10 finish again. Yeah, Glotzer make it through to the Olympic Games for Tokyo 2020. Looking to do so again. Rachel Presti right there. Noah Clapp in the draw for the ladies as well.
So you're going Germany top 10. Is that your
Well,
pick? I'm about to write it down.
I didn't claim it.
You mentioned it. That's as good as a claim.
Oh, I'll do top 15.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fair.
I'll do top 15. I think top 10 this year is going to be much closer than a lot of people think. Japan has an amazing team. I think they're going to finish, within the running for top 4. I think they get a medal. USA has a great team. Brazil, the front runner, and Australia. Going to be hard to beat them as well. Don't count out Spain. I like Mexico's chances. I think they have a great team. France, as always, man. I'm excited to see Kali Vost at this wave tomorrow. But yeah, I think the gold medal overall is going to be a tough one to decide. Here's Mendez.
Well, here's one surfer that you can put on the list of potential favorites to get on that medal podium at the end of this week. Jessie Mendez flying down the line, that trademark, beautiful style, nice and whippy. He kind of has shades of Machado, shades of Rizal Tanjung. You see his form, and
a little bit of CJ Hobgood in there too.
Some CJ, and a little bit of Damian Hobgood as well.
Yep. Kind of that knock-kneed style.
Yeah. Really, really pleasing to watch, as I've heard people say before. 2 minutes to go. Jessie Mendez, I wouldn't say he's run away with this heat, but he's definitely got a solid lead. Now it becomes a battle for second place. Caleb Robson with a 6.73 total. Robert, Czech Republican, from the Czech Republic. Got a 4.16 in third place. Kenneth Lewis from Trinidad and Tobago, hanging in there with 2.76, so a little bit of opportunity there for both those surfers. Robert needs a 3.9. Kenneth needs a 4.8.
Yeah, but Rapson's low score in second, still only a 2.9. Maybe not the best heat total from him so far, only a 6.73 heat total. Here goes Keith Lewis, though. And as he said, needs a 4.8, just the one carve.
Have I been saying Kelleth?
Maybe.
Apologies, Keith.
All good.
1 minute, 17 seconds to go.
I think he's just stoked to be able to get some exposure. So, coming from Trinidad, a small island in the Caribbean, and this guy just knows all about competitive surfing, Chris. You mentioned that he's kind of been running away with the heat so far. Dropped the 6 as his best score and backs it up right there with another decent one. How about the slow-mo right here? Brings it all the way around and goes for the 180. That sharp eye board looks great underneath his feet. Co-worker of ours does a broadcast every now and then, and you mentioned style. Not necessarily in the criteria, but it definitely swayed sometimes. If you make things look good, it definitely improves the performance you're going to have in your scoreline. So
it fits into that flow element.
For sure. That's actually a good way to put it. And the more speed you have, the better style you're usually going to have, too. Case in point, Martin Potter. One of the best styles in the world.
Truth. 15 seconds left. Mendez is going to get the win. Caleb Rapson has just a few seconds to try to hang on to that second place position. He's going to play a little bit of defense here. And he's going to have a solid finish in second place. But never fear, Keith Lewis and Robert Vislusil will have another opportunity, as this is kind of technically a victory lap for Jessie Mendez, putting up some big numbers for Team Italy. Remember, the further your team members go in this contest, the more points they will develop, the better chance they have of finishing in that top spot. Well, we've got one more heat on the day. It's going to be a fun one. Do not go anywhere. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We will be right back. last heat of the day. It's going to be a fun one. We got Germany, Ecuador, and Poland representing here in El Tunco, El Salvador. Wave-rich, lush region of the world. Beauty everywhere you look, but in the water, it's all business. Israel Barona comes from a heavy-hitting, athletic family. Ecuador, surf-centric nation. Heard great things about the waves down there. They've actually played host to ISA events in the past.
Yep.
Both shortboard, paddle, masters. So Ecuador's holding, and the Barona family is, I would say, the probably the most famous surfing family from Ecuador.
For sure.
Mimi Barona.
Yeah.
Israel Barona. There's probably a bunch of other Baronas that I
There
don't
are.
know who rip.
Yeah, and now you have, Romeo Chavez, who competes for Colombia, but he resides in Ecuador. There are incredible waves, there's good food, and it's a hub for transport as well. You can drive from Ecuador all the way to the part of northern Peru where Luca Mesinas lives and Sol Aguirre live in a matter of hours. I know a good friend of mine, Aurelio Preto from Ecuador, drives down and every now and then in order to surf those perfect waves over by Máncora and Lobitos in the northern part of Peru. And Ecuador overall, warm water, great waves, good food, and a lot of good vibes. They've also had a great development and progress within their sport and their federation overall. Good to see them represented here again. But this is not an easy heat whatsoever, Chris. Max rips, and Dylan Groen is also a big ripper out there representing Germany.
Yeah, this kid right here, a little bit of a shock. This is not a name that I have seen very often until I looked him up on the gram, and wow, he has got some clips. Maximilian Michalewski representing Poland. Call him Max. He just spent a couple solid days in Nicaragua at a camp called Nika Time.
Yeah.
And it looked like he got very, very barreled. So Poland is represented by kind of a fresh name, at least to us. But if you look at his Instagram, you would think this kid's a serious QS ISA contender anywhere he surfs. And I think he's going to be turning a lot of heads. He already has a good opening score. And so by no means, you would think you see Poland on the sheet as you're signing up for your heat. You're like, oh, are there good surfers from Poland? Yes. His name is Max, and he's about to rip. He's already putting up numbers. He's got 16 minutes and 40 seconds to go. I would think on paper, Israel Barona, the favorite, but sometimes the papers lie.
And especially in this event. You come up against countries like Mendes was competing for Brazil his whole career up until a few years ago. Now he competes for Italy, and since their seed is lower than Brazil's is, you come up against an Italian and you think, okay, like, gonna be, a mid-tier heat. Going into it, it's like, wow, amazing. Just a lot of talent that are representing their countries of origin or the heritage, as this kid as well, Dylan Groen, big surfer on the back end here, Chris.
Oh yeah, this is shaping up to be one of the better heats of the day, actually. You kind of get towards the afternoon sleepy time, but these guys are going to wake us right up. Dylan Groen has been putting in amazing performances at the ISA events for a long time now, so that's going to be a big number for Team Germany to start. As our surfers get reset in the lineup, that gives us the opportunity to catch up with Jesse Mendez and Jess.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Mitch. Jesse Mendez, a big fan of yours. You're great in the booth, and you're even better in the water, in my opinion. You got to bring so much style out there. How is it feeling for the first heat of the games?
Yeah, it feels awesome. I'm very stoked to be here representing Italy. I have a few good friends from there, Leo being one of them. I know him. We were just talking about, we probably met each other in ISA in Ecuador probably 16 or so years ago. And it's stoked to be here with him representing, and it feels good to get back to New Jersey. I haven't surfed since Haleiwa, I haven't surfed in a heat since Haleiwa, so it's been a while.
Well, you're looking pretty sharp out there, and Team Italy is looking as sharp as you as well. You guys have got a really good depth of talent. You've got the women as well, and the whole coaching staff behind you. What's the vibe like for Italy?
Yeah, awesome, man. It's very fun to be with the team, and like I actually didn't mention this, but I didn't know most of them, and once I got to meet them and I saw how much they surfed, I was like, wow. Like I spoke with Leo, I was like, man, they actually rip. Like I just haven't seen them. Like the word hasn't seen enough of them. So now with this platform, like with the qualifications for the Olympics, all these countries that are kind of underground, not known on surfing, are bringing good people, and it's exciting to watch.
Well, it is very exciting to watch, and you as well. Congratulations on your performance. Good luck going into the next round.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jesse.
13:18 on the clock. Thank you, Jess and Jess. Jesse and Jess.
Double J's.
Yeah, we'll get back to that. Anyway, we got some time on the clock. We got some scores that have dropped in, and there's some big numbers here. A 6-point ride for Dylan Groen. Max gets a 5.20. Israel Barona with a 3.17. So everybody on the board. Dylan Groen get the best of that exchange. Super powerful, nice and stylish. Here he is again, this wave with third priority. So he comes around this section. Big snap right there. Nicely placed. Stays right in the pocket. Going to finish this wave to the end. I like the look of this board. Looks a little bit longer. And sometimes that can equate to really nice looking surfing. Tall guy like him. That nice long board just fitting everything in perfectly. That was a solid backup score.
And quick, too. I think he's riding an epoxy. It seems like a stringerless board. Looks great under his feet. A little hung up on the first turn, but recovered well, and excellent use of third priority right there. Underneath everybody else's priority, just wanted to get a backup score. You get 10, 11 points in a heat today. You're more than likely making it by a long shot, and just very important surfing right there, knowing that he wants to get his 2 scores in the first 8 minutes of this heat. As we see Leon Glatzer there, he already made it through his heat earlier today. Former Olympian looking to qualify once again for the Olympic Games in Paris, as Barona up and riding.
Big snap there.
Oh!
Okay, that is called power surfing, folks.
That was mean.
And if you go back to the very basics for, people that are maybe just getting into watching one of their first surf events, when we say power surfing, that's what it is. So it's a surfer that's really putting a lot of muscle, a lot of effort into their turns. And we just saw Israel Barona do 2 really powerful turns. Those are not easy to do. The judges know full well that this is difficult surfing, and he makes it look easy. So Mitchell, I know you've had a lot of history judging. You watch this. This is kind of exactly what they're looking for, right?
And the criteria says everything about this wave. Speed, power, flow, and combination of major maneuvers. Look at that tail slide right there. Throws it around, looking to get the best score of the heat. Great use of priority. Engages the first turn super well, but how about this closeout re-entry right here? And as Peter Mel likes to say, goes rail to rail, single use of the rail right here. One after the other, and I think the second turn even larger than the first one. Would be surprised if we see, something less than an 8, but it's got to be right around there. This is upper gut surfing, or if not, excellent surfing, Chris. Lovely from Israel Barona.
Yeah, that's, there's certain surfers you just expect to see that. We expect that from Israel. He gave us exactly what we wanted, and definitely give the judges something to think about. He's currently looking for a 2.54.
I like that he's surfing this heat like he should, though, because he probably heard the 4.83 that Max got on his opening ride, and he's like, you know what? I'd rather step up and not get caught behind, not play too much catch-up right here, because Groen at the moment has 2 decent scores, and Barona's probably going to post the best score of the heat right here with 10 minutes to go. Great heat to, end first day of competition, Chris.
Yeah, for sure, and I think both Dylan and Israel, maybe they had heard of or know more about Max than I did. They know now. He's a threat. Dylan Groen, his story is pretty awesome, as they all get the news of the highest single wave score of this heat so far, a 6.47. So the judges rewarding the power. Dylan Groen gives way to Max. Max now on his backhand. Nice bottom turn. Perfectly placed. Carving snap on his backhand. Does get the finish. Rides out clean. So not a lot of opportunity for him on that way, but I think he maximized the potential of that little left-hander.
Hard wave to surf. That section's coming at you the whole time, too, with a lot of speed, and you need to engage it with the same amount of speed. If not, it's just pushing you too hard, and you end up falling off because your balance is off, your weight distribution is off. Good use of that second section. Only looking for a mid-4. It's right around there, and right now I think priority is going to be huge at the end of this heat. because Barona has the best wave of the heat, but Groyan, the heat leader, has a decent backup of 4.87. Priority right now going to be crucial to, move through whether in first or second place, Chris.
Yeah, time's starting to fly. We're inside of 10 minutes now. Nice set. Perks up on the horizon. Israel was looking right. No go.
And not enough. It's a 3.33 for Max. So he's still needing the 4.32. It's out there, though. He has the surfing for it.
Yeah, just that wave, it looked fun for a free surf. But with Israel and Dylan both charging hard, you're really going to have to emphasize and put some power behind your turns and put yourself on a good wave.
It's a good wave here.
Here we see Dylan Gruen, really worldly guy. Born in Berlin, raised in Portugal, currently studying civil engineering in Australia. Currently surfing towards a potential ISA gold medal. The way he's doing it right now, he's doing everything right. That wasn't a great looking wave, but he maximized what he could have done on there. Went beyond vertical a couple times.
He surfed the wave better than when it was.
Exactly. Surf above the wave's potential. But don't force it.
No.
Right? That's the fine line. The judges will take away potential flow points if you force it and try to push a little too hard, or make it look kind of herky jerky. You got to keep it smooth.
It looks forced.
Yeah.
And that looks bad. Czech Republic team right there.
They're probably laughing at the Instagram post they just put up of me. I look insane.
Well, it seems like they're looking at the heat draw for either the rep recharge or the later heats for tomorrow. We still have 24 heats of this round for the men to finish, which is insane. And then we have another 12 heats on top of that to run.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's going to be a long day. Seems like Max got a wave. Wow, that was beautiful. Straight up into the lip, a lot of spray.
Wow.
I did not expect
really
him.
Good.
Yeah. He's blowing my mind right now. But as he said, he just came back from Nicaragua. Powerful waves just like here. But I'm surprised. I'm blown away, to be honest. I think this is going to be his best score. And Barona needs to get to work. He has first priority, and he's going to be needing something at least, in the 5 or a 6.
Yeah, I mean, that again is it's a really fun scattering report you can do if you just go down the list of names. Pick out a name that you've never seen before. Check out their social media. Did that earlier with Max, and I was pretty blown away with what I've seen. He's been around the world and back surfing all the best waves. Meanwhile, Israel Barona hammering that wave on his backhand. He rides out, completed 3 nice turns. See that last turn? We talked about it a second ago. It was a little bit forced.
Yeah.
He didn't have much choice, though. He was, where your positioning is on the wave. Sometimes the wave's going to do something unpredictable, as it did right there. But he managed to stay on his feet and finish the wave. It wasn't pretty, but he'll definitely get credit for going up into a critical part of that wave.
Yeah, and didn't have enough speed, but that was because he did a turn right before the last one, so it put him in that position. Still a tough section to manage right there. Here goes Max on the right now. Quick one. Barona needing, a decent score right now for his backup of 4.69. And whether or not he gets the score, they're going to be deciding if green deserves to advance at this point of the heat or the surfer in blue. I am just blown away with how well Max surfs, but how close is this heat? 11.23, 11.16, and since Barona doesn't have a backup score, he has a 9-point heat total, but man, everybody has a 6. It's going to be the battle of the backups right here at the end.
Yeah, these guys aren't playing around. They're not here to, show up and represent and have fun. They're here to win, and you can feel it with every wave they surf. These last heats of the day sometimes have a tendency to be a little sleepy, but this one is wide awake and electric. Here you go. Olympic qualification on the line. 4 continents, Africa, Europe, Asia, Oceania. 1 man, 1 woman from each continent. I mean, in all the Olympic fairness, right? You got to have representation from all over the world. So this is going to be a very telling event when we look towards Paris 2024. You get on a flight towards Paris, make a quick right-hand turn, go down to Tahiti. There's a monster waiting for you at the end of that road. Be careful what you wish for. You could qualify for the Olympics and get yourself in a radical situation at probably the heaviest wave on the planet.
You going to be reporting from the channel?
I hope so.
Huh?
I sure hope so.
Be sick.
I mean, what a spectacle. I was...
Well, the names that we're going to have, too.
Oh, come on.
I mean, the names that we're not going to have and the names that we are going to have. Like, that's incredible. Having the chance to see the women there. Hopefully, Vahine Fierro gets an opportunity to compete there. Would really like to see a local surfer. Between Michelle Perez and Kali Voss, if I had to pick between them two to represent the host nation, a real tough one. I think based off of merit, Michelle Perez deserves it. But I think recently, and
numbers.
there's
Gotta
a
go
recency
numbers.
bias. There's a recency bias. Kali Voss coming off of second place finish last year, barely lost to Miguel Pupo. That guy's amazing.
Almost won the WSL World Juniors as well.
He did. Dude, he was surfing incredible. There were just 2 mistakes in his quarterfinal heat, but the waves were there for him.
Yeah, that kid's a real deal. And speaking of real deal, Dylan Gruen now. His backhand has been lethal. Nice kind of snap float combo there. Weaving his way to this inside section. And a little bit of defense. Nice chop hop. I appreciate that. That's fun. Here goes Max.
Ooh.
The back-to-back waves for Max. The first right that he got just a few moments ago did not pan out, but it looked like he was pretty excited about what he did on that wave. And now we have Israel Barona, so no rest in this heat. All surfers fighting their way through.
Wow, he needed that end section too. So falls right there. He had to move back up into second place, but Max only needs a 4.88. Here's the replay, Chris. Opens up with a carve. Wow, that was a dynamic turn, a lot of speed into it, and then a critical section right at the end where he goes up and over the lip line. I see another situation change right here. I think Barona's going to need another wave with 90 seconds to go. What an incredible way to finish off this day. He might even take the lead right here.
We're going to have a Polish surfer in the top 20.
I can see that.
Write that one down.
I can see that. That's your 10th claim of the day, by the way.
Maximilian Michalewski. Apologies if I butcher that name. I'm gonna go introduce myself because I got a new name to add to my list of potential
You're a fan.
favorites here. I'm a big fan. I mean, this literally the first time I'm seeing this name on paper, and I'm kind of embarrassed to have missed him because he's going off.
Wow, and something in the upper fours would also give him the lead. 11.23, 11.2, 11.16. There's not even 0.1 that is separating these three surfers from the lead at the moment. 30 seconds to go. We're still waiting on that score. I think it's enough, and probably enough for the lead. And Barona, I don't know where he is right now in the lineup, but he's probably going to need a wave. Oh, he's up and riding, Chris.
Here we go.
This wave
Little
shouldering off.
pocket at the beginning, kind of his only chance there. That was not really his fault. You know, that wave just kind of slowed down in front of him. And here we go, Max. Surfer from Poland, building speed, could have a section. Bashes it, throws the tail, goes down. And now he's just got to come up and wait. What did the judges have in store for our surfer representing Poland? Maximilian Michalewski. And the score comes through. It's enough. 6.97 paired with a 6.33. Maximilian Michalewski representing Poland gets the win. Dylan Gruen drops to second. Israel Barona third. What a way to end our day.
Golf clap.
Wow, we're witnessing something special. Young Polish surfer making a name for himself on the international stage. All right, well, if that was, I'm going to say that was one of the best starts I've ever seen to an ISA World Surfing Games. You know, the waves, they didn't look like anything special at the beginning of the day, but boy, did they provide us with some spectacular highlights, which you're about to see. Before that, got to remind you, we're going to start 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow here in Surf City, El Salvador. We're going to see the biggest names of our sport, male and female, some of the world's best. 63 nations represented this year, a record for ISA competition. So don't go anywhere. Check out the highlights, get fired up, and get ready. Tomorrow we'll be back here. Same time, same place. We'll see you then.